Hello, hello, hello. I'm hoping, desperately hoping that my microphone is actually working because I, being the genius that I am, completely forgot to check it first. Also, just before we get started, I do want to say that this blowout that we're seeing right here with the light will go away. It's just surprisingly sunny in England at the minute, and my setup is not equipped for daylight. So this should pass. If it doesn't, I will get up and kind of tweak the curtains a smidge, because this is with the curtains like 95% drawn. And I'm still being blinded like a vampire. So, it's May. How is it already May? It's May. What's happening? So, hello and welcome to the May live stream. I literally, yeah, exactly, a flashbang. That's what it looks like has gone on right here. If I sit further back, it's okay. Basically, once the sun is like slightly further to one side, this'll be great. But for right this second, it's a smidge overexposed. I can let me actually see if I can tweak this just before we get started. If I move this, did that help? Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, we've been trying. And doesn't it always rain in England? It isn't actually, surprisingly. English people talk about the weather so much because it changes so often. So it hasn't rained here. Oh no, to be fair, it rained today, but besides this, it's not rained for 2 solid weeks, and we've had 25-degree weather. It's been incredible. Not for this purpose though, because I literally feel like my retinas are being burned out of my eyes. But regardless, thank you for joining on the May live stream. And yeah, today we're going to chit chat about all things witchy and spooky and pagany and all that kind of good stuff. So feel free to put your questions in the questions tab. That should still be at the top of the chat. Maybe. I've never seen how it looks otherwise, but if you click the thing that says questions can go here, it should give you a tab that you can put your questions in, and it'll just look like a Q&A box. That's primarily what I'm going to be working through, because otherwise, if you've been here before, chat has a tendency to jump. But as I'm getting kind of all the housekeeping done, a few little extra bits and pieces, I am just one little person. I am just doing this all by myself, so please be patient. I try to go through as many questions as I can. I try to answer them chronologically, and where possible, I will try to give advice, direct you to the right point, but alas, I am not the be-all end-all of knowledge. I wish, wouldn't that be so cool? But I don't think that's ever going to happen. So if I don't know the answer to a question, I will probably tell you that. I'm not going to bullshit around it and tell you some random nonsense if I don't know the answer. I'll hopefully, though, be able to direct you somewhere that you can get the information from, because as mentioned, I'm just one individual person. And with that being said, let's see where everyone is from. Everyone is usually from so many different places. Let's have a look. Northern Ireland, Michigan, South Wales, Scotland, Germany, Suffolk. Let's have a look. Australia, Germany, Thailand, Slovakia, Southern California, Atlanta, Minnesota, Finland, New Zealand, sunny North Wales. It has been bonkers, hasn't it? It's been absolutely crazy what the weather. Apparently, we have had a better spring this year than we had all of summer last year. It's been mad. I feel like I'm in a tropical country. I bought a pair of flip-flops because I realised I only ever wear boots, and that doesn't really work when it's 25 degrees. Let's have a look-see. What have we got here? Salem, Kildare, Ireland, South Carolina, Manchester, Derbyshire, Belfast, Kent, New York, California, Warwick, Finland, Philadelphia, Colorado, Idaho. So many people from so many places. Pennsylvania, Portugal, Arizona, Wales, Florida. Oh, so many people in so many places. I always think it's absolutely incredible. New Jersey, Italy, Portugal, Australia. Oh my goodness, you are seriously dedicated. So, with that being said, if you are not able to watch the entirety of the streams, totally fine, totally get it. I will repost it afterwards on the channel so that you can check it out and kind of filter through and watch it as you see fit. I know a lot of people do watch it as a podcasty kind of thing, because you can just sort of have it on in the background. So with that being said, I'm going to go into the chat section, like the Q&A section, if I can remember how to do it. I don't know why I feel like this month has been like the fastest thing ever and the slowest month to pass by imaginable, because I feel like I've forgotten how to do absolutely everything. You'd think that I'd know what I was talking about by now, but honestly, technology is just beyond me sometimes. As you can see, I already have 2 piles of books because I did notice as I was setting up some of the bookish sort of questions, so I decided to pre-prepare them. But I'm going to start at the very top and let's see what we can do. So the first question I got in was, I struggle with intrusive thoughts that occupy my mind while trying to set my intentions during spellcraft. It keeps me from doing workings. Any tips for handling this? Now, my answer is probably not going to be an answer that a lot of people would want, but I can only go off my own personal experiences. And that is that rather than focusing on intrusive thoughts as just an impact on spell work, I would instead try and do what you can to process that and deal with those intrusive thoughts in a broader area of your life, and then it's going to make it far, far easier in spellcraft. Now, obviously this can only come off my experience, but I find that mine have always been kind of popping up in day-to-day life, but they've just been more noticeable when I've been trying to do meditations, when I've been trying to do divinations, when I'm trying to like quiet my mind for spellwork and ritual. That's when it seems to become far more intrusive, even though they're like always there. And so the big thing for me was if I could get it in check in the rest of my life, then it meant that the moments where I needed to be still and quiet, it was far less intrusive, and then I could implement the mind calming techniques, the ability to see a thought and then let it pass by like we do in meditations, and it's massively improved in that regard. Now obviously everyone's intrusive thoughts are going to be massively different and they're going to be caused by different things, but I do find that rather than focusing on a specific aspect of your life, if you can improve it as a whole, you're going to have a far easier time. Because what can often happen is if we know that we're going to have to deal with them, it can almost make us overthink and sort of dread doing spellwork and ritual. Whereas if we've already done kind of like part of the work to get an improvement, then doing the extra mind calming techniques for meditation, for spellwork and ritual becomes a lot more manageable. So I'm really hoping that you can find a solution. If anyone in the comment section has any advice that they have used in their own practice for what's worked for them, that would be really, really cool to see, because I think it would help me and it would help a lot of other people too. God, I'm still so blown out, but I'm hoping that as it gets darker, this is going to be less of an issue. Shall I see if I can actually close the curtains? Let's see if I can do this and make my life easier. Oh, and now it is dark. Darker. Is that better? Why didn't I do that to start off with? I feel like that just solved all of my problems. I probably should have done that first. So, I'm just going to boost this a little bit back to where it was before. We then have... Oh, okay, so this one is actually a really interesting topic. Hi, Hearth. I recently bought a book about witchcraft that came out in 1936. I've not started it, but wondered if it was written about witchcraft before 1950s, when the law was changed, if it will be different. So it's one of those where it's going to really depend on who the author of the book is and where that author was based. I'm assuming off the information that I've kind of got that they would be a British author, and in which case you may well be dealing with a watered down style of practice. So I'm thinking, actually it's quite unusual to find a witchcraft book being published pre-High Magic's Aid about modern witchcraft. Okay, my brain is going at a mile a minute. If you've been here before, you know what my brain is like. It is a screaming ball of chaos that I just sort of have to hope that I can make sense of. So you're looking at potentially either something similar to High Magic's Aid, which was written What am I trying to say? This is what I'm talking about when I say I feel like I've forgotten how to do everything. So High Magic's Aid was published pre the repeal of the Witchcraft Act. So witchcraft was illegal to practice in the UK until I believe like 1951, 1952. And once the Witchcraft Act was repealed, we then see a massive influx of witchcraft found in the media, witchcraft books being published, primarily pushed by what am I trying to say? My brain. The likes of Gerald Gardner, Dorian Valiente, these kind of individuals. Before that point, if you wanted to publish a book about witchcraft, you would either be talking about something, say, historical, or you would be publishing perhaps about ceremonial magic, or you would be publishing a book like High Magic's Aid, which is part fact, part fiction. So if anyone's read High Magic's Aid, it is a really bad book, actually. High Magic's Aid, it sucks, because Gerald Gardner wasn't aiming to write a really, really good fiction fantasy novel. He wanted to document the practice of witchcraft in a way that was permissible to be practiced and shared. And so it is a really bad fiction book with a lot of really good witchcraft information in it. So you could be looking at multiple different things. Of course, we do see a lot of ceremonial magic being published. We see a lot of the works of, say, Dion Fortune being published in that kind of style of practice. So ultimately, it's going to depend on the author. But, let's have a look. The Black Art. Let's have a look, see. Let's have a look. Oh, sure, just don't give me any information about the book. Thank you. Not you. And this thing, the computer is deciding to not give me any information about what the book is about. Oh, I'm going to have to really look into this. Huh. This is saying that the book was published for the first time in 1994. Now, I don't know if this is just the edition, but this one says first published in 1994. So it may well be that I'm looking at the wrong one, perhaps. But during the kind of 1930s, 1940s, you're probably looking at a more ceremonial, less witchcraft style of practice, because I do think it's kind of important to note that we see witchcraft books being published way earlier than the repeal of the Witchcraft Act, but they never referred to it or kind of insinuated that it was witchcraft. It was always separated from, it was other than. And even then it was still kind of dodgy to get around the laws, but to be honest, they weren't really enforcing them by the time you get to the 1950s. They just didn't bother, especially when you had the rise in popularity of spiritualism. Once you kind of get to the 1920s, when that's a massive, massive thing that's all over the country, there wasn't so much of an impact and usefulness of the Witchcraft Act anymore, and so it was just kind of repealed. Interesting. Huh. I'm gonna have to look way more into this book, I think, and maybe check it out myself. Curious. But it's probably that kind of more ceremonially style. Anyway, I shall continue before I dive into the topic too heavily. Have you read any good books in the past month? What are you reading now? And were you able to read Piercing the Veil, which seems a personal gnosis passed off as ancient tradition? So, I still haven't finished Piercing the Veil for that exact reason. I didn't even grab it to put it here. It's still in the other room. No, I don't think I grabbed it. So Piercing the Veil is one of those books that I got and I thought it was really, really interesting. It's all about tarot in the astral plane. Really, really cool, right? But then when you're reading even just the first section, it's by Troy Books, by the way. No shade on the author, no shade on the publisher, no shade on the book. I just wasn't aware that this is what I was getting into. When you get into the book, it very quickly becomes, our coven has been practicing this exact style of practice for thousands of years. And it very much falls in line with Margaret Murray's belief system that the witch cult has existed for thousands upon thousands of years unchanged. And historically speaking, there's zero evidence of that actually happening. Now, that's not to say that witchcraft and magical arts haven't been practiced for thousands of years, because they definitely have. It's just that what we practice today will not be the same as what was practiced 5,000-10,000 years ago. It wouldn't be called the same thing, practice and style changes depending on the religion of the current time, depending on the needs of the people at the time. It changes and adapts, right? And so as soon as I kind of started reading that, and they were claiming that like their coven had been around for thousands of years, I just kind of went, okay, I feel like this is a book for a different day. It's not what I was expecting it to be, and it's not something that I would have necessarily chosen if I'd have fully known what I was getting into, which is why I like doing the book videos, because then you kind of know more about what you're getting into. So I haven't finished that one. I will get there eventually, but I have a pile here. And actually, this kind of leads me into a really interesting question. Maybe it's interesting to me. I have a lot of people asking about my current book reads, and a lot of my current book reads are not witchcraft books. And I get a lot of people asking for videos that I just can't put on this channel because like they don't fit kind of the witchcraft aesthetic. So I might start putting book videos on my second channel, which has been unused since 2020. Just because I like talking about books, but some of these are just like not witchcraft books. So brace yourself, I'll go over the ones that aren't witchcraft books really, really quickly. Recently, I have been reading all of the Ali Hazelwood books. These two are the ones that I am currently either reading or have read. To be fair, this one's a reread, but Deep End by Ali Hazelwood might be my favourite one that she has ever done, actually, I think. And Bride by Ali Hazelwood is the one that I'm rereading because I forgot that I read it the first time around and the spine wasn't broken, so I clearly was incredibly careful with it. And so I had to read it again. So those are the two that I have read from Ali Hazelwood. Really, really good author, 18 plus though. It is like adult romances. So bear that in mind. I then finally got round to reading The Inheritance Games, which everyone went bonkers for online like 2 years ago, and I've only just got round to reading it. It was fine. It was fine. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. I just wouldn't get the rest of the series in physical books. I would get them on like Kindle or something. Witchcraft books though. I have a book that I'm reading for a review, which is Wikipedia. I actually have 2 copies of Wikipedia. I have the original edition and I have this very fancy looking hardback edition. And I have thoughts. And those thoughts aren't great. This is going to be going up on Patreon once I finished it. I think a lot of the individual, like specific book reviews will. I have thoughts. They are questionable. I will be really brief in what I think about it so far on here. And once again, emphasis on this is no shade on the authors and it's no shade on the book. It's just I review these things in like through the lens of my own practice, and that's how I come at my YouTube channel as well. Like I think that people like the stuff that I read, and so I review it based on my own personal opinion, right? So you might love it, you might hate it, you might be somewhere on the fence. That's all good. It's meant to be like a full guide to like beginning Wicca, right? Except the first 3 parts are about reincarnation, angels, and Ouija boards. And I feel like that's really all you need to know about that chapter. The second part of the first chapter is about angels in a book about Wicca. Do with that information what you will. I have had it for years and I've had thoughts for a while. It's one where some of you are going to really, really like it and some of you are really, really not. And that's totally fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want anyone to be like demonizing a book just because like I personally don't like it. I think it has its place. It just doesn't have a place for my practice. As you can see, I try to be exceptionally nice with book reviews, which is why I think the full review where I'm going to like break down chapter by chapter will go on Patreon. I've then been reading this. Now, you might recognize this if you saw my Troy book haul from last year or the year before. This is Sanctus Spiritus. It's actually, the full name of it is, you can't even see that. Can you see that? It's called The Long Hidden Friend. And it is actually a really, really interesting read so far. It is not something that you would want to be using directly. So just to just an idea here. It says, The Long Hidden Friend was written by John George Homan and first published in German as Der lange verborgene Freund. I did German in school. I was terrible at it. In 1820. The later translations into English were given the titles Powwows or Long Lost Friend. Homan was a collector, practitioner and teacher of traditional magical charms, spells and herbal remedies who, in 1802, settled in the Dutch Pennsylvania community after immigrating to America from Germany. Now, powwows, it's nothing to do with Native America. It is just kind of the term that was given to the book, and it is a book full of spells to cure headaches and a remedy for burns and a cure for the bite of a mad dog. And it's just this really, really sweet little book. Like, if we can see here, each one of these is like its own individual little spell. And it is directly stated that this should not be used today because it has a point in history, but it should not be used as a substitute for medication. And a lot of the spells and workings are questionable. Let me just see if I can find any that are very, very questionable. And if anything, this just goes to show, as I keep mentioning, how Christianity was very heavily included in magical tradition across time. A lot of these contain the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost and the like. I mean, this one here is a charm against burns, and the first line of it is, Our dear Lord Jesus Christ, going on a journey, saw a firebird burning. And they're almost like poetry spells. I think this one's just really, really, really cool. But it obviously isn't going to be for everyone. Like, if historical magical practice isn't for you, then this one's probably not going to be for you either. But it was interesting. I'm realising today that you can see my cowlick, like, really, really bad. If anyone wonders in my videos with a fringe, you're like, Hearth, why is your fringe going at two different angles? It's because right here, I have a cowlick where my hair likes to go ping in like the complete wrong direction, and it's so annoying. Okay, I missed these ones. Thank you so much, Heidi, and thank you so much, LV. I really, really appreciate it. So, oh, it's so annoying though. It's so it is straight, but it just doesn't look straight because like every time I put a roller in it, my cowlick side like takes to the roller more than the other side, so it ends up looking like this. Oh, it's so annoying. So annoying. And now, you are among a few people who will now notice it in every single video. Without fail. Okay, so this one is about poppet magic. If you make a poppet for yourself for a specific reason, while that spell is working, can you use that same poppet for other things? Say a healing spell, or should you make another poppet of yourself? Now, this is one where, as I don't think I mentioned this at the start, my entire channel, all of my content is based on my own personal experiences and my own personal practice, and everyone's practice is going to be so unique. For me, I wouldn't use an actively used poppet for another spell and ritual. And that's mostly because you are layering energy on top of it. So whatever energy you add onto that pre-existing working is going to have an influence on it. And so if, say, you're doing a working for success, I'm trying to think of what you could be doing. So you want to be opening doors and bringing more success to you. It's kind of like an attraction spell, for instance, and you're using a doll for this. By then putting a healing spell over the top of it, you're then altering how that success spell is going to start manifesting. So you might have intended that success spell to be for money, work, financial success, and then all of a sudden, because you layer it with the healing spell, they're interacting with one another. So your healing spell isn't applying in the way that you would like it to, and your success spell is swaying more towards healing as well. And you might just find that your workings come out a little bit skew-whiff. That's not to say it's going to be the end of the world, but obviously it's very much going to depend on the workings that are involved. For me, I'd say if you're going to be using an active poppet, I would recommend going for a secondary one, especially if one is, say, a long-term protection poppet. Make a secondary poppet for the shorter term workings that you can then switch out. Right. Oh, I love your earrings. Oh, thank you so much. I love them too. They're little mandrakes. I know you probably already knew that, but they're little mandrakes. Look at the little legs. They're so cute. Every opportunity I have to wear them, I wear them because I love them just so much. Okay, what book would you recommend for learning about fairies and how to work with them? This is a massive topic, and I will kind of caveat this by saying I don't think there's any one book out there that I would say this is all you need to work with the fair folk. I instead like to think of it more as starting a personal journey. So it's a little bit like a skill where you might be able to pick up the bare basics from books, but everything else is going to be through trial and error and practice in the real world. What I will say, though, it is useful to have kind of a foundation of knowledge going into it of the kind of thing that you're going to expect. Because a lot of people go into fairy magic and fairy witchcraft and they're expecting fairies to be like a certain way, and they're expecting their encounters with them to be a certain way, whether that's super duper positive Tinkerbell or whether that's kind of TikTok style fear-mongering of like terrifying evil creatures. You have to kind of balance that somewhere in between and just kind of be prepared going in for what you're going to be dealing with. So I did pull a few books, which I've now stacked other books on top of. Now, not all of these are going to apply. These aren't all of the books in my collection. I literally just grabbed the ones that I could find because I did this at like 7:39, like 29. Oh my God, am I okay? Maths. 7:29. But here are just a few that I think could be interesting. Many of you will know what I'm going to say instantly anyway, because I've done this quite a lot. History books, sort of. These three are books that are written from first and second-hand accounts of the fairy faith and the practice with fairies and the belief in fairies from I believe they range from like the 18th to early 19th centuries. And we have kind of different ones depending on where you are. We have Fairy Legends by T. Crofton Croker. We have British Goblins by W. Sykes. And we have The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, which is my preferred one. This is by W. Y. Evans Wens. And they vary in time period. The earliest is Fairy Legends from 1825. And they cover different stories, different myths, different legends, individual first-person encounters. I will warn you, because I've been asked to do this a few times. Text do be tiny. Like, really, really, really tiny. Not all of them are that bad. That one was Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries. This one is Fairy Legends. These are all by the Lost Library. This is where I got these ones from, the book publishers. British Goblins is more substantial, better for people who do struggle with their eyesight, but they're all kind of classic interpretations and practice. This one's specifically about Welsh fairies, this British Goblins is. Really, really interesting. They cover such interesting topics that I think are useful for kind of getting an understanding of how people personally experience the fairy faith and fairies in their day-to-day life, because I think today we do have a very polarized view on the fairy faith. Either it is, oh, cute Tinkerbell, or it's, don't say thank you, don't be nice, they will kidnap your children, they're disgusting, horrific creatures, which I don't believe, but a lot of people kind of do have that stance where they're very scared of the fair folk. These give kind of a good foundational understanding of how people believed in them, how people worked with them, and the like. Okay, we then have a few others that I did sort of grab while I was there. We have books like this. Actually, is this? No, this is kind of similar in a way, actually. This one is British Fairies by John Cruise. Looks like this. And this is The Myths and Legends of the Fair Folk are the oldest in Britain, and our fairy lore is unique to the island. Meetings with fairies are well recorded. Humans have always been aware of a form of life called fairy, but how exactly do we meet these beings? What is their physical form and nature, and how and where do they live? So this is another that kind of covers how they are presented in art and literature, fairy abductions, the moral code for humans, fairy thefts of children, and the like. It's another kind of one like that. Then you can move on to books that are, say, like this. So this is actually by John Cruise as well, just a different one. This is Fairy, A Guide to Law, Magic and World of the Good Folk. And this one also has a foreword by Morgan Dharma, who's also written several books on fairy magic as well that are good. I just didn't grab them. And then I also have A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings by Cassandra Eason. This is the old cover. I didn't manage to grab the new cover because I forgot. This one also covers kind of a range of things like the different types of fair folk, as well as nature spirits, animals and fairies, them in written tradition, little exercises going through about how to find fairies and the like. You don't need all of these though. Like I really want to say, like, I have a lot of books in my collection because I teach witchcraft, and every time I say I teach witchcraft, people are like, oh my god, where? YouTube. Because I talk so much about witchcraft, I like having lots and lots of different books that I can recommend to people. You don't need all of these. The majority of work with the fairy faith and the fairy practice in your witchcraft or just in your day-to-day life comes from personal experience, because it's a little bit like working with children. You might be a trained teacher, you might understand the basics of working with children, but a very experienced teacher is going to have a completely different set of skills to a brand new, fresh out of school teacher. You are going to learn from experience what works and what doesn't, the different techniques that you like using and the techniques that you don't, the things that get good reactions and the things that don't. And that's really, really important to remember, is that our practice very much grows as we do, and there is definitely a large amount of trial and error in there. So I would say go for something like one of the historical ones. I like the fairy faith in Celtic countries personally, but like they're all really interesting. And then go for a book that kind of covers more modern styles of practice. See what resonates with you, see what doesn't, take or leave as you see fit, and then kind of grow your practice from there. I think I need to increase the brightness again because it's now dark. I love how we started the stream and it was like really, really bright, and now it's like really, really dark. Okay, let's have a look. How do I get past the fear? I grew up in a very Christian home and I've always been drawn to witchcraft, but part of me feels like it's forbidden fruit. What can I do? Okay, this is one where I can't answer from personal experience, but I can give the best advice that I give to people who do come from Christian backgrounds. And that is usually find out where the fear comes from. Because more often than not, it isn't actually the fear of the thing itself, it's a fear of what they believe it represented. Because what we often see is a lot of what Christians believe witchcraft to be isn't actually anything to do with witchcraft whatsoever. And so if anything, it sounds really counterintuitive, but it's a little bit like getting an arrow out of a wound. Sometimes you have to go deeper into it before you can pull it out again. A lot of people, and you'll see it, and I've done it myself over the years, an easy way to kind of get past the fear of witchcraft is to say, oh, well, the Christian devil has no part in witchcraft, and it's only positive magic, and it's only for healing, and it's only love and light. But the reality of it is, that's not really true, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. Many people do work with the Christian devil. Many people work with devil-type figures. Many people do work baneful magic and curses and hexes, but that isn't the be-all, end-all of what witchcraft is. And ultimately, what Christian ideology says witchcraft is often isn't actually witchcraft. So it's worth kind of figuring out what you are scared of and then researching those particular topics from a non-Christian stance, so from magical practitioners, from witchcraft practitioners, to see where the differences are. Because you'll often find it's a little bit like a game of telephone. As time goes on, the actual practice gets warped and changed and altered and adapted. So probably the first step is to kind of chip away at the things that make you fearful of it, to dismantle the misconceptions of what witchcraft means and how it's practiced and the way it's done, because you'll often find that they just don't match up at all. And we can see this in I suppose it is manuscripts, isn't it? But the manuscripts that we see around the witch trial period, the documentation we actually have from practitioners during this time period does not match up with the documentation we have from the interrogators and the investigators and the judges against witchcraft, because they were attempting to push an agenda. And so that agenda is then deeply overlaid over the witchcraft that they are documenting and writing about. So it's very much kind of picking it apart and then learning from magical practitioners, because magical practitioners are very open about their magical practice a lot of the time, especially in books. And we can get so much really, really useful information that can often give us the tools to no longer feel concerned. You know, one of the biggest things that people are scared of is the devil in witchcraft. It's also spirits in witchcraft as well. And so once you've kind of picked apart the misconceptions, learned about the reality of those practices, you can then learn protection magic. You can learn to work magic just for yourself. You can just do little things to build it up in your practice, like kind of like building up, what's the word I'm after? You're like building up over time so it's less of a shock to your system. But my brain has gone to mush today. And hopefully at the end of it all, you feel a lot more confident in your magical practice. Now, I will say, one thing you will see in certain books on the topic is what is essentially an anti-baptism. I forget specifically whose books this is in. Is this in A Deed Without a Name? Let me just double check. I feel like it might be in A Deed Without a Name. If I can find A Deed Without a Name. Where is it? Where is it? There. Is it in this? It might be, it might not be. So some authors, specifically of traditional witchcraft, will recommend an unbaptizing, which essentially is that you recite the Lord's Prayer backwards, and it's essentially everything between the top of your head and the sole of your foot is now no longer a part of the Christian tradition. I don't know if it is in this one. I don't think it is. It's in one of the traditional witchcraft books, but the problem is I read so many that they kind of all blur together. That is a technique that some people do use. Yeah, that's a good point. It might be the crooked path, where it's kind of this quite sharp, short cutting point between their tradition beforehand and their tradition afterwards. You don't need to do something like that, like at all, but it is an option if that is something that you do feel like you want to carry out. Like people do carry out this, it's in a lot of traditional witchcraft books. We see it kind of repeated quite a lot. And it's this idea that it allows you to kind of write your own story, because a lot of people are baptized before they have any ability to decide on that for themselves. It's decided for them. And so practitioners who feel as though their pre-existing tradition is negatively impacting them can carry out something like that. But there are Christian witches. You can definitely be a Christian witch if that's what resonates with you. Anyone, not just kind of the person who asked the question. It's not like you have to cut off your pre-existing belief system in order to practice witchcraft. It's just for some people, their pre-existing belief system had some seriously negative connotations that they kind of want to separate from. That is an alternative technique, though generally speaking, I would recommend kind of picking apart the fear to figure out what's causing it and then going from there. Okay. Do you need to cast a circle before making oils, charging herbs, etc.? There's kind of a few in a row here, but do you need to cast a circle to perform tarot readings? Okay, so when it comes to casting a circle, there's two main reasons why we would want to cast a circle. The first is to keep things out for protective purposes. The second is to keep energy in. And it really depends on if you need either of those things. So just a few examples of the way these circles would be used. You are carrying out a spell and you want to be aiming that energy towards an object, say a gift that you're giving to your friend. You want to raise loads of energy in that space, but you don't want it to be floating off and dissipating and going elsewhere. So you use a circle to contain all of that energy so that when you're done raising it, you're able to direct it into that object that you can then give as a gift. If you want it for protection, it's probably because you're in a space where you have no alternative protections available, or you're in a space where you don't know what kind of spirits are going to be around. So this would be, say you're doing a ritual in a woodland that you have never been in before. You aren't really certain of what's around, and you want to make doubly certain that your working is safe and protected. You would therefore want to be casting a circle. If you know that the protections that you have on your home or on your space are not as strong as they once would have been, you might then want to use a protection circle for that purpose. If you're doing any kind of, okay, there are a few other reasons why you would want a circle. If you're doing any kind of summoning workings, which I wouldn't recommend for a beginner under any circumstances. So if you're evoking or summoning anything, then you would want a circle, whether that is a circle to protect you, like to contain you in a space, or whether that's a circle to contain whatever you are evoking or summoning into that space. That's the technique I would typically recommend. You would use a circle for that. If you are part of a tradition that uses circles as a requirement to your practice, so this would be, say, something like traditional British Wicker, this would be something like some branches of traditional witchcraft, then you would be casting a circle for ritual purposes. So that would be so that you can call upon the quarters, that would be so that you can call upon the god and the goddess, that would be so that you can call upon you can open a compass, you can lay a compass, that you can open different energies from dimensional spaces into one specific plane of existence. Then you would want to be using a circle. Generally speaking, if you don't need to contain energy, and if you already have protections on yourself and on your home, you don't need to be doing a circle casting for everything. So if you're making oils, if you're charging herbs, if you are doing like little ritual things, don't need to worry too much about it. If you are doing divination and you are working just with your subconscious, totally fine, you don't need a circle. If you are working with other spirits, that's going to be a varying one. So if we are, say, using pendulum divination and you're working with a spirit that's coming through to you, you can't be having a circle that's going to block out all spirits, because then they're not going to be able to work with you. But you might want a circle that is able to block out other spirits besides the one that you plan to work with, if you do want to keep yourself safe that way. But as mentioned, if you have your own personal protection and you have your own home protection, it isn't really a requirement. Ultimately, what makes circles so popular is the popularity of Wicca. Whereas within witchcraft in many different forms, they aren't necessarily used in the same way. And it's really going to depend on whether you need it in those circumstances. Typically, beginners will use more circles than more advanced practitioners because they like the added comfort of having a circle for protection. And if they aren't particularly adept at energy work, then it does give a little bit of leeway there, because the energy is not kind of dissipating off because you're not paying attention to it. Instead, it is being contained within this bubble. And I've even had it when I use circles. When you have that circle in place, the energy inside that bubble kind of gets hotter and hotter and warmer and warmer. And then when you drop that circle, you can practically, well, in some cases I have felt kind of the breeze come in again, because the circle kind of blocks not all outward energies, but a lot of outward energies that are going to then influence that working. So there was one here that's like, how do you summon a circle? So really, circles are more created than summoned. So there are many different techniques. I have several of them on my channel already in the Beginner 101 video series. But you can be walking a circle to delineate it. You can be casting a circle just outwardly with your mind. You can do it with specific ritual actions and ritual tools. You can use certain words. You can have marking points to represent the edge of that circle. There are so many different ways of doing it, but fundamentally a circle is an energy container. So rather than think of it like a circle, I typically recommend people think of it like a sphere. You are standing inside this bubble of energy that goes above your head and beneath your feet, and it completely encases that working space, and everything within that working space is protected and the energy is contained, and everything out of it is kind of left alone. How you use them and how you lay them and carry them out is going to depend on your personal style of practice. In traditional witchcraft, it's going to be different than in traditional British Wicker. That's going to be different than my circle laying. That's going to be different to, say, your circle laying. Everyone is going to be slightly unique, but I do have some options on the channel. I actually have a full video on laying a compass. So laying a compass is from traditional witchcraft. Now, I will get back to the questions in a minute, just because these are kind of really topical. So when we lay a compass, actually, I'll get the video up so that you can see, you can get that. So I have a video called Circle Casting versus a Compass Round. I would recommend anybody watch that if you want to know the ins and outs of the differences, because I'm not going to go fully into that. That's kind of a video in its own right. A compass is different to a circle because instead of a compass containing energy and protecting against outward energies, you are bringing kind of an entryway to all energies above, below, and all of the elemental directional energies, so that you can send things out and return things back again, and it creates a liminal space that you can work in, which is almost the polar opposite of a circle, but they can be used depending on the practice in quite a similar way. Yeah, kind of like a doorway. So whereas a circle for protection and containment is designed to keep all of this energy in until you want to release it, if you were to lay a compass, you are opening up all of the doorways for all of the energies around you, all of the spirits of all of the directions, and it allows you to send and receive energy readily as though you are liminal space, because you have created man-made liminal space. But that one goes kind of fully into it. That's like, I will warn you, it's like, actually, how long is it? It is... Actually, no, it's not that bad. It's only 24 minutes long, and if you watch it in 2 times speed, that's like 12 minutes. So yeah, that's quite short for me, actually. I'm surprised. I'm surprised I didn't talk for longer. Okay. What books are you most looking forward to coming out? So I have so many that I have added to my list from the like book release videos, but I did make a deal with myself that I wasn't going to buy too many new witchcraft books until I'd read my entire witchcraft book collection, which is going really badly, by the way, because I just keep getting sucked into fiction novels. And it's a problem, but you know what? I don't care. 2025 has been hard enough so far as it is. So I'm really looking forward to... See, the sad thing is I'm looking forward to all of the books that aren't publishing. All of those books that I mentioned that are meant to be coming out, Irish Witches, Magicians and Fairies, as well as, well, basically any book that's being published by Three Hands Press. I'm so excited about it, but they just aren't publishing, and I'm so frustrated. I'm really looking forward to reading Hallowed Ground. That one I'm probably going to break my no-buy on witchcraft books. I say I've had a no-buy on witchcraft books, but I have recently bought more witchcraft books, but they were secondhand. So it doesn't count. It doesn't count because they're not new, so I can feel less bad about it. I should have brought them onto the stream so that you could see them. If I need to go and like refill my water or something, I'll grab them and then I can show you what I got recently. And what other ones have I been looking forward to? Oh, is it called Paid with a Kiss by Morgan Dharma? Incredible. I'm so excited about that one. Those are the ones that I'm really excited about. Oh, was it really good? Oh, that just cements the fact that I have to read it. I have to. So yeah, those ones. And then I went into Waterstones the other day, and that's dangerous, right? If I go into Waterstones, it's a miracle that I don't come out with like something, because usually I would come out with something. And I saw one that was on medieval magical manuscripts, and oh boy, that is going on my wish list for my birthday, because like, that looks so cool. And if I am not personally the one to buy it, then I technically didn't break my no-buy. That's how this is working. Exactly. Waterstones is so dangerous. And then they have those buy one get one half price offers. Oh my god, I'm such a... And they have like the sprayed edges, fancy hardback covers. I'm done for. Like, they can see me coming. They're like rubbing their hands together as I walk through the door because they know what I'm like. And the people who work there are always so nice that I end up always coming away with something, except the last time. The last time I was really, really good and I didn't buy anything, and it's actually a miracle. And now the light is fading. I am just going to go and open my curtain because it's going to get real dark in here real quick. Did I just make it too bright again? Oh no! Okay, fine. Partially. Let's go with partial. I'm sort of glowing again, but you know what? I would rather that to me sitting in darkness. I will just kind of dim this a little bit. I don't know if that made it better or worse. Honestly, at this point, daylight. Yeah, I know. The sad thing is, right, I don't think people quite realise how glaringly, translucently pasty I am. It's a vibe. I've learned to live with it. I've just learned to deal with it because at this point I don't really have that much of a choice. Okay, let's have a look-see. Ooh, have you seen the celestial, whimsical and witchy aesthetic bits in TK Maxx yet? I have not gone to TK Maxx in ages, so no, but I will have to check it out. Okay, let's have a look. Do you have any book recommendations for learning Alexandrian Wicker? Now, this is one where I saw this at the very start and I knew that I didn't have an answer to this because Alexandrian Wicker is not something I've ever dived into. I was very much traditional British Wicca. That's where I stayed. Alexandrian, never looked into. So I would love it if everyone in the chat, everyone in the live stream, if you have a book recommendation specifically about Alexandrian Wicca, do please let us all know because I'd like to know. I get asked questions about Alexandrian Wicca all of the time, and the majority of the people I know don't practice Alexandrian Wicca and don't know anything about it, and that makes it kind of difficult to deal with. So let me know so I can look up some books and stare at them until my no buy 2025 is over, and then well, it depends. Do I do it till the end of the year or till I actually finish all of the books? If it's till I actually finish all of the books, I have like 300, so we might be here for a while. I have definitely made myself way too pale, but you know what? It's fine. Can I use a sigil on a necklace? If so, how do I create that sigil? I have 2 videos, I believe, on my channel about sigil making. Let me just double check. I have a video called Creating Magic Sigils Without Grids and Creating Magical Sigils with Grids, depending on what it is that you would prefer to use. They're 2 of the primary techniques. It really ultimately, though, when it comes to necklaces, depends on how it is that you want it to manifest. Because you could do it, say you have a necklace and you want to charge it with the energy of a sigil. So you create that sigil and you charge it through its destruction, which is the most common way of charging a sigil. And to do that, you essentially, to charge a necklace in regard to that, you would burn that sigil, and over the ashes and over the smoke that comes off that burning sigil, you would hold that necklace. So it is being transferred, because when we burn things, and think about temples, right? Ancient historical temples would burn a lot of, in some cases, not very nice things, but in some cases it would be money, it would be food, it would be incense. And the transformation from a physical item to smoke was believed to transfer it from the physical plane to the spiritual world. So you're taking a physical sigil, you are charging it by destroying it, and then you are charging the necklace you're holding above it in the smoke that is coming off that charged sigil. Alternatively, you can use a locket, that's my preferred technique, where you create a sigil and you're focusing on your intention as you are creating it. You might want to bless it with some oil, charged oil, like dab it on it. You can use numerology if you like, so say 2 would be for balance, 3 would be for manifestation, 4 would be for strength and stability. Add the drops of oil onto it, allow it to soak in, maybe add some herbs of your choice in that locket as well. Charge it, seal it up and wear it. That's my preferred method, but that's not going to be for everyone because not everyone has access to a locket. Alternatively, kind of a third way of doing this is I tidied up, so once again, I don't have a small bag, but you have like a little pouch, and you can, if you can string it onto a length of cord or something, in that pouch you add crystals, herbs, incense and the like, charge it, close it, wear it on like a long cord. That's another way of doing it. But when it comes to kind of long-term sigils, the locket and the bag with the physical sigil in it are gonna last longer than the necklace that you've burned the ashes, like you've burned the incense underneath and had the smoke go up. Because one, you can build on the energy over time, whereas the other is kind of a one and done kind of thing. You're going to have to charge that again. But that technique is maybe better for shorter term things. So say you just need good luck for one test. You don't want that necklace to only be for good luck forever. So just before you go in for your exam before you leave the house, you do that working, you charge that necklace, you put it on, you wear it. Once that exam is done, it no longer needs the energy anymore. So the fact that it's short term doesn't really negatively impact it. Right. Oh, this one is kind of related, so I will just cover this. I have pets and incense. Can I burn them around them? It depends. And I think it's very important for every kind of individual to make their own kind of executive choice on this. Loose incense and stick incense produces a lot less smoke, but they are a lot more chemical based, especially the cheaper incenses. Loose incense is very, very smoky, and it will fill a room with smoke very, very quickly. And so that then is going to be more of a hazard for smoke volume. Stick and cone incense is more of a risk for incense components. Either way, always burn incense in a highly ventilated space. And depending on the type of pet you have, you need to be careful with what you're using. So reptiles, birds, all small pets, so we're talking like hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits, I would not recommend burning any incense at all because their respiratory systems are so sensitive. Dogs, cats, it's really going to depend on circumstances. I would personally not burn them while they're in the same room, and I would make sure that it's well ventilated. But a lot of people aren't so careful's not really the right word, but they know what they're able to do and they know what they're not. So it's important to look into what can be burned, what can't, and how much incense and how much is going to impact. So if you already have a dog that has asthma, then that's not going to work, you know. So I'd say general rule of thumb, if you're going to, do it in a separate room, and then make sure that everything is good. Or burn it outside. Or the alternative, and you still need to be careful with what you're using, but use loose incense on an oil warmer, because then you get the fragrance without so much of the smoke. Right. Let's have a look, see. Okay, sorry, I'm reading quite a big question that's split over multiple things. So I'm really hoping you'll have an answer for this or some advice for me. I used to have super vivid, lucid dreams always, even during short naps. But a few months ago, I stopped remembering them entirely. Weirder still, when I use dream aids like frequencies or crystals, I wake up to find I've turned them off or moved them in my sleep. I live alone. I'd like to hear your perspective on this combo of sudden dream loss and unconsciously disabling aids. Curious about what might be happening, or any advice. Thank you. So, with this, I think, okay, I'm trying to compile all my thoughts in a compass mentis way that makes some semblance of sense. I would look back at when all of this started to see what happened in your life. This might not be like a really, really big event, but you may find that when you look back at when this started, there was something that occurred that has left a lingering impact on you. And I don't even necessarily mean like a spiritual thing, like an attachment or anything, though that is kind of an option. I'll get onto that in a minute. I find a lot of people suddenly stop having dreams, or their dreams are disturbed in some way, not necessarily disturbing, but they are having disturbed dreams. It comes from the way that our subconscious mind is kind of processing things. And it may well be in this case that your subconscious mind is it's not that you're not dreaming, it's that those dreams are not going to be beneficial and might actually be harmful, and you might find that either your sleep is being disturbed, that could be something to check out as well. Like, you might just be having really, really disturbed sleep, and that's why the things around you are moving. Or it could be subconsciously some event that has happened when all of this started that has caused a block on your situation. So this could be stress at work, this could be the end of a relationship, this could be moving, some significant thing that has an impact negatively on your life. Alternatively, we could be looking at an event that occurred in a dream that is then negatively impacting you. So you almost have a block that you don't realize is there because of something that you have already experienced in a dream state. And so you're almost like protecting yourself without realizing it because you don't want to be repeating that same experience again. So that's another option. You have spirit attachment, energy attachments that might be causing a block in particular areas. That could be inhibiting it. So a good cleanse, a personal cleanse, a cleanse of the space, a cleanse of any crystals that are being used, any items that are being used. You could be looking at kind of a spirit that's in the environment that is negatively impacting the circumstances as well. But if anything, I think it's probably going to be something that has occurred that maybe didn't seem like that big of a deal at the time, but maybe there's a block going on surrounding it. So maybe, and this is why it's really useful, even if like your dreams are really boring, note them down, and also note down things that happened in your day, even if it's like bullet points. Because when things like this happen, you can go back through your dream journal and you can say, okay, well, my dream suddenly changed on this date. Well, if I go through my normal journal and the bullet points that I put down, what happened on this date? Because you might find that there is kind of some correspondences there. Okay, where am I? Is there an astrology app or website that you would recommend? There's a lot out there and I find they can be contradictory. So I don't recommend any one app or any one website. And I typically don't for any topic because I think that we need to be cross-referencing so much. So it ultimately, some of the confusion might be coming from the different types of astrology. So there's kind of two main branches of astrology. But then also the way that the astrology is going to impact you is going to depend on your placements in relation to what is happening. And that's where you can get a lot of either vagueness or confusion. Because if you have one article that's talking about the new moon in Leo from a general perspective, and you have another, if they themselves are a Leo or they have Leo somewhere in their chart, they may be perceiving the new moon in Leo through their own experiences of how that is going to come about. And so that's going to influence it. So say, for instance, if in a given month, anyone who's kind of watched the Patreon astrology videos, if in a given month you have a lot of watery based energy, so you have a lot of Venus is in Cancer, or the new moon is in Cancer, or the full moon is in Cancer, while that energy is going to influence everybody, it's not going to influence everybody the same. Someone like me with really heavy water placements in my chart, I'm going to have a much stronger reaction, probably a much stronger positive reaction to that watery energy than someone of an opposing sign. So if instead you have a lot of fire in your chart, having a very watery month where everything is in Cancer is likely going to have a more negative effect on you than it would on me, because I have a lot of water in my chart and you have a lot of fire in your chart. And then it also depends on the placement of the different planets and what, how it is placed. It's where it gets really complicated and where a lot of cross-referencing is really important. And then it's about figuring out how they associate directly with you and your placement. So having your natal chart done, whether it's by a professional, whether you know your birth time and your location and everything and you can do it yourself, it's really useful to know at least the big three, just so that you can figure out what is going to have a stronger impact in your life. So say, for instance, I'm having it's a really emotional month for me with a lot of water placements. That's going to heavily influence kind of the sun's aspect on my life because it is a sun sign for me. So that's really important to kind of cross-reference with your natal chart. And generally speaking, never rely on one resource. Recipe for disaster. Same with content creation of all kind, whether it's blogs, whether it's Tumblr, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Never just use one resource. Okay, water is needed because it's warm and I'm talking too much. Okay, so this one actually does have a book recommendation. Well, there's a few, but this is the one that I like the most. Well, Do I like this? It's the most accessible, I think. Do you have any book recommendations for DIY magical oils? Now, I'm going to caveat this by saying I have seen a lot of people do their own magical oils. Fantastic way of doing it, right? Great. However, percentages are more important than I think people realize. Because the magical community online, you tend to have two different sides to it. You have the academic sciencey side, and you have the do whatever you want and see what works side. And there's definitely valid aspects where you can bounce between them. Essential oils aren't one of them. So if you hear someone say, oh, just add as many drops of essential oil as feels right, run. Because essential oils, especially when it comes to like making magical oils, a lot of people will use essential oils. They are incredibly toxic if used incorrectly. And so that's my caveat for everything. Just because it's natural doesn't make it safe. This one, however, is a good book. This is Incense, Oils and Brews by Scott Cunningham, the legendary Scott Cunningham. And inside you have, you're not even going to be able to see this, you have ointment recipes, you have incense recipes, and there are cautions on them. So for instance, let's go with this one at the top. This is Talisman Consecration Incense. Now, this is said, burn in an earthenware dish and hold the talisman in the smoke. I've refrained from including proportions in this recipe because I don't recommend its use, and I want to emphasize that heavily. I'm gonna mention this one for good reason. Don't use it. Try the following non-poisonous version. But this original version is alum, gum scamoni, never seen that before, asafoetida, sulfur, cypress, black hellebore, and ash leaves. That will kill you. It will, because they are incredibly, incredibly dangerous. And so I like the fact that in this one he does tell you, he puts like little asterisks by the herbs that are dangerous, and he does give you warnings, which I know as I've read them, some books don't. And that's the number of books I've read, like some even modernly published books, where they'll tell you to do something and I'm reading it and I'm going, for the love of God, don't do that. Like that is something that you should never ever do. And they don't tell you that you should never ever do it. They just kind of expect you to have this like divine knowledge. And no, he does tell you like which recipes should be used outside only, which ones shouldn't be used at all. But there are like sachets, baths, where are the oils? Inks. Here we go, oils. So you have like pretty illustrations and pretty recipes. Really lovely, great stuff. It gives you information for like the different materials that are used and why they're used and the different ways that you can use them. Oh, I just scratched my nail down the edge of the book and that's like nails down chalkboard. Oh, that is a visceral, vile feeling. So this one's really good for kind of getting started on that topic, but as always, if you're going to be using essential oils, percentages are really important. None of this, I'll just add 100 drops of this to make it smell strong. No, especially oils that are photosensitizing, and especially if oils are going to be used on or around children and pets, it is increasingly important, as well as if you have any health concerns. And just generally speaking, don't ingest anything and don't put anything neat on the skin. Bad idea. Okay, let's have a look-see. If I speak English to my local spirits and they are not native English speakers, will they understand me, or should I talk to them in the language that is native to the country where I live now? So when spirits pass over, they do seem to gain more of an understanding than they had before, and things come through differently. So I think it could be a case of trial and error on this one. Some spirits are really, really stubborn, and if you don't speak to them in the language that they want to be spoken to, then they just won't engage with you at all. Whereas in other cases, they will be perfectly happy to. I think it's a case of going based off the individuals, try both and see what works. Just make sure you know what you're saying if you're saying it in a language that you don't personally know. Do you think bats are anything to do with witchcraft? I'm thinking of getting a tattoo. So I think that bats are associated with witchcraft only because of witchcraft's association with darkness, of mystery. And it's one of those animals that tends to be associated with like vampire stories and things that go on during the night. They are a traditionally very disliked animal, a very misunderstood animal. And so I think that they resonate with witches, pagans, and those who like the kind of darker aspects of the world. But they don't, as far as I'm aware, have like a direct link to witchcraft history, as we see cats, toads, rats and the like, which tend to come from medieval, early modern witch trial accounts and accusations of witches. So you often find that different people just resonate with different things. With pagans and paganism, it's often stags, hares and wolves. With witches, it's often rats, cats, toads, bats, and those kind of things. So, and then obviously every animal has its own individual associations from a correspondence perspective. Who is your favourite deity to work with? I don't have necessarily like a favourite above all others. I like working with them for different things. For me, Bridget is always very comforting. And so I'm going to have to say Bridget because she is the one that I will go to when I'm really struggling and don't want to do anything about it. That sounds really, really bad. But like with Ceridwen, it's very much, oh, you're feeling bad? Okay, well, let's fix it. And I love that. But it's not always suitable for all circumstances. Whereas Bridget, for me anyway, is very much oh, you're feeling bad? Okay, well, let's try and improve how you're feeling. And I really like that aspect because sometimes it is less about fixing and more about feeling. You know, feeling the crap instead of trying to fix it. So I really like that as just a way of, yes, that's what I've always found. Ceridwen is very much tough love. She is very, to me anyway as well, she's very much don't wallow, fix it. But sometimes as a cancer baby, I do just need to vent. Like sometimes I don't need a solution to the problem, I just need to cry about it. And that's where I think Bridget comes in for me more than Ceridwen. Both phenomenal deities to work with, just in very, very different ways for me. If I want to get shit done, you know Ceridwen's going to be there like, why didn't you come to me sooner? Let's do this. Where am I? Okay. Ooh, okay. This is one where it's going to have like lots of different answers and it depends on your style of practice. So, what are the best ways of stopping the effects of a toxic person who also manipulates and turns others against you? To protect and cut ties from that person, help others see the truth of the situation more clearly. So this is not ever going to be kind of one thing. I'm sure you're already aware of that. Ultimately, this is going to be the tricky bit that is the hardest to deal with. The best way of dealing with this is to get out of that situation. But obviously, fully aware, for a lot of people, that isn't possible. So option number one, get out of that situation as quickly and safely as possible is always going to be the best choice. Option number two is to start with some divination. Figure out if the steps you're going to take next are going to be effective, and if they aren't, how you can change them to make them effective. Now, that's something that not everyone is going to want to do. If you don't, that's okay. We can skip to option number three, which is the active kind of spells and rituals. So we're going to need to break this down into like multiple different sections. So to stop the effects of a toxic person, we're going to want to ideally start small. increase protections on yourself, as well as limiting the effects of their behavior in the short term. So by this, we're talking freezing spells, and we're also talking binding spells. Now, you can combine them together if you want to, but they are both designed to limit the behavior of a particular person. So a binding spell, I have one on my channel. I love that one. I will warn you, I look kind of crazy and I'm wearing a cat hoodie, but it was the very start of my channel and I loved the spell and I used it myself, and it's one that I still love to this day. So a binding spell like that is designed to take an aspect of that person and bind it to stop it from negatively impacting other people. That binding spell typically lasts about 3 months, and at that point, then it's a case of deciding, has this actually improved a situation, or am I going to need to do it again? You might want to do it up to 3 times over a year, and if there's still no improvement after that point, it's time to move on to something stronger. If you want a freezer spell, this is designed to chill someone's actions. So just imagine, this might be a bit, it's like a children's science class, okay? So hot things are moving really, really, really quickly, and room temperature things are still moving, but they're not moving as quickly. Cold things are barely moving at all. And that's kind of the thought process that we need to be thinking of. So this person's energy is active and it's moving and it's doing things, right? It's present, it's affecting you. When you put that behavior in a freezer spell, it slows down that behavior. So just imagine all of those atoms are slowing down. And so you might still have the effects of what they're doing, but it isn't going to be as difficult to deal with as it was before. And it gives time to then be implementing other actions that are going to then benefit the situation. You can totally combine these things two together though. You can do a binding spell and then stick that binding spell in a freezer spell and combine them together. Kind of the first step, personally, is that kind of a thing. When it comes to getting people to see the situation more clearly, then it is about kind of awareness spells. So really, if you're in, say, an office environment, you might want to be having that working emanating into that office space. If it is particular individuals, you might want to be targeting those particular individuals to get them to be less blinded by one person's opinion, basically, to open their eyes to things a little bit more. So you can use a working like that. And then for cutting ties, it really is doing something like a cord cutting. But the question I get asked the most about cord cutting is, can I do a cord cutting if I still see the person? And the answer is no. That's not to say that you can't do a cord cutting, but it isn't going to do what you need it to in the way that you need it to. So say a cord cutting is designed to remove any emotional and energetic ties that you have to another person. But if you are consistently reaffirming those emotional ties, that working is never going to take. And so you're going to end up doing that working over and over and over again. So I would typically do them in an order. So I would start with like a binding or a freezer type spell. And then I would move on to like letting people open their eyes to the circumstances. And then I would move on to a cord cutting once there's a way of kind of evading the person that's causing all of the issues. If the binding spell doesn't work in the way that you want it to, or it doesn't stick, because the whole point of like binding and freezer spells is it gives them time to think about their actions. While they're thinking about their actions, if you're doing these workings that are designed to open people's eyes to the situation, you would hope that they will then realize that what they were doing is wrong, because these people no longer believe that what they're doing is right. If that doesn't work, it's then about moving on to other things. You can kill them with kindness. Get them away from you by giving them an opportunity that they want to take more than they want to bother you. You can improve your own life by trying to improve your circumstances to get you away from that person. You can also do a banishing working to attempt to force them out of that space. But ultimately what you choose is going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. Some people would never ever carry out a binding spell. It just isn't for them. Some people might never ever carry out a curse or a banishment, and that's never for them. So it's just about deciding kind of where you draw the line and what you feel comfortable with. Now, let's have a look, see? I think I'm going to have to turn a light on at some point, which is surprising. I also... Someone asked earlier, is that a gaming chair? Yes it is. And I actually have an entire like under desk setup. So I have like a footstool with a massive floor cushion on it, so that I can sit while I'm playing Baldur's Gate, and I can sit with my feet in front of me like stretched out. It is so comfortable, right? I forgot to move it before the live stream, so I'm trying to shuffle. And it's not easy, because I think I need to turn a light on now. I know, we've gone like dark light. Where is my, there it is, controller. So that I can then turn, I've got to go back again now. Hang on, squish, so that I can turn, oh God. The gaming setup is great, right? So great. For gaming, not for streaming. Are you ready to be dazzled by the light of 1,000 suns? Okay, it's so bright. Okay, there we go. That's the lighting I usually start the stream with. And instead, I had daylight, because apparently that's what happens in the summer. You'd think I would remember it at this point, but apparently not. Let's have a look-see. What could an interested yet clueless newcomer get started on learning witchcraft? I'm from Australia, not sure if things are different for being where I am. So, ultimately it's about deciding what it is that you want to practice. And maybe that is the first step, would be I have videos on the difference between Wicca, paganism and witchcraft that could be useful. I have an entire video on kind of book recommendations for beginners. Nothing is going to be, okay, no, that's a lie. It's not that nothing is going to be really different. It's that you can work with it. So if we're talking Wiccan-esque, like Wiccan style, you're going to be confronted with the Wheel of the Year. Now, the Wheel of the Year is a modern adaptation on pre-existing holidays that are seasonal to Western Europe. So they're very commonly Irish, English, Germanic festivals. And so because of that, especially because they're often based off like solstices and equinoxes, they are not going to line up in the southern hemisphere. So basically you have to think of it as a giant wheel, like Wheel of the Year. You turn that wheel by half. So instead of it being 12 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock. So basically, Samhain, which is Halloween, is now Beltane, which is May Day. And you essentially have turned the wheel by 6 months. And that's because everything is going to be opposed in the southern hemisphere than it is in the northern hemisphere. That's the main thing to take into consideration when it comes to things like Wiccan-based practice. But you're also going to encounter a lot of European and American plants that maybe aren't native to where you live. And that isn't like a deal breaker when it comes to witchcraft. It's just you have to accommodate it a little bit. So then it's about doing research on plants in your local area, things that you can work with, the associations of them and the like. So it is different, but that also applies to basically anywhere outside of America and Western Europe. Like a lot of other places have to kind of adapt the books that are published. But recently we are getting a lot more books coming out that are tailored to more specific or nuanced areas of the world that really aren't spoken about as much. So let's have a look-see. Oh yeah, recommendations. Any of the books in the beginner witchcraft book video are useful, but if you're really interested but have no idea yet if you truly want to invest, then I would go with lots of different kind of YouTube channels and creators to kind of see what vibes with you. Not everyone is gonna resonate with you, not everyone's practice is gonna match what you're looking for, but it could be kind of a good place to start. Okay, let's have a look-see. I am somewhere over here-ish, maybe? We'll see. Did you watch Eurovision? Of course I did. Of course I did. I love Eurovision. I watch it every single year. I have the United Kingdom song on my playlist playing on repeat in my car. I absolutely love it. I know that not everyone liked it. I thought it was really, really good. I really enjoyed it, but I will be honest. I actually, and this is going to be a really disliked opinion, I disliked probably 95% of the songs in Eurovision this year. I know, shocker. The only songs that I actually liked, like really liked, were Austria, Armenia, and the United Kingdom. That was basically it. It's really bad, because like normally I like a lot more of the Eurovision songs. I don't like dance songs though. I don't like club music, and so like Germany was not for me, and Spain was not for me, like, and I don't like DJs, so like San Marino was just not for me either, and Iceland was no. So I'm looking forward to next year though. It'll be interesting. I'm just surprised that who won, because it's so similar to Nemo's song from the year before. Anyway, if you don't if you don't know Eurovision, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But I like when they were bringing out like the best, like the old like Eurovision winners and performers, I was like, these are better than basically the entire show. My favorites, like historically, my favorites were like Sam Ryder, Måneskin. Still absolutely love and listen to Måneskin. I like that kind of stuff, like the club. Not for me. Not for me. Okay, let's have a look. Are there any predators of spirits or the fae? Probably, because they are not one thing. So I suppose maybe the correct question to maybe ask is, which fae are prey and which fae are predators? Because fae is very much an umbrella term like fish. And so if I turn the question and say, what are the predators of fish? Or are there any predators of fish? It would be, okay, but where? Are we in rivers? Are we in seas? Are we in ponds? Are we in streams? Are we talking like minnows, or are we talking great white sharks? Do you know what I mean? Like there's such diversity there, and the same applies to the fae as well. So it's very likely that there will be, and that there are things that they avoid and different individuals that they will purposefully stay away from. But we aren't really privy to that in the way that we are with the natural world, because we don't have like a front row seat all of the time. So it's quite likely. And then we do see that there are many spirits, and actually a lot of the encounters that people have where there are multiple spirits in an environment, people are actively being told of bad spirits. And a lot of the time it will be like one really, really negative spirit in an environment that is scaring all of the other spirits. And we see that quite a lot. And that's in some cases where a lot of the activity comes from. It is the very frightened spirits who are attempting to get the attention of other people to try and deal with this one bad spirit that they want to get away from them. And I think that's really, really interesting. When it comes to like nature spirits, then we're talking about natural destruction, like destruction of the natural world. Plant spirits would be destruction of the plants and the trees and the like. So there's definitely enemies of or disliked spirits, though whether it's necessarily like a predator-prey relationship, that's one that we might never be privy to. Oh, I've been given something to mess with now, and by given I mean I picked it up, and now I've got to put it down before I keep messing with it. Right. Let's have a look, see? We've been going through it just jumped and it just immediately cut off the question. I'm like, wait, what? We've been going through a spate of bad luck. One issue is that I keep losing favourite pieces of jewellery. Are you sure it's bad luck? Can you suggest a way to reverse bad luck and maybe find my lost items? Losing jewelry is very unlikely to be bad luck. It is much more likely to be a spirit that is doing it. And in which case, generally speaking, it is ask politely and they will in some cases give it back to you. Be aware of other things that are going on in that space. Have you been hearing more knocks, more bangs, anything like that that might show that there is some other presence there? Have animals been acting strangely? Have your dreams been negatively affected? Moving of objects and the losing of objects sounds more like a spirit in the environment or even a spirit attachment than it does just a bout of bad luck. So I'd say do your cleansings, do your divination, see if anything is around and then see if it gets any better. If it doesn't, you can ask for your items back and see if they come back to you. You can leave offerings and see if they come back to you. And alternatively, you can be doing counter workings to try to limit the negative influence they are having. If you know that it's a spirit, you can ask them to leave. If they choose not to leave, then you can banish them if you see fit and if you can't cope with what you're dealing with. And then you can do protections afterwards to stop them from returning. But the losing of items, to me, obviously not the be-all end-all of magical knowledge, seems different than bad luck. Okay. How do I protect myself to stay in tune with my own feelings when, as an empath, I feel other people's feelings so strongly? I struggle to keep my own feelings when hearing others opening about theirs. Shields. Shields are the way to go. It is, you don't need to be having them on all of the time, but when you're feeling particularly overwhelmed, think of it as a protective sphere, like a protection circle on a very, very small scale. So you would have it around yourself when you are dealing with people in these circumstances. And then when you are home, you can take it down again. Or when you're in a less stressful environment, you can take it down again. And if you can learn to put these shields up really quickly and effectively, it can give you a moment to kind of pause, collect your own thoughts. Because much like with energies, it stops and limits the flow through of people's emotions. And it's the only thing that got me through college was using shields. I used them all of the time, these little portable bubbles that could just travel around with me, and it just made it so much clearer. It made every feeling so much clearer. So if you can master kind of a shield, that would be really, really useful. Oh no, is that a Eurovision song? I don't know. Honestly, I've had all of the songs stuck in my head now for like almost a week. How to follow and develop your creative path when many challenges and obstacles have been placed in your way. How do you know if continued persistence is required or if a new path should be explored? Divination. Ideally, it is something that I will always suggest for people who are uncertain about which path to take. Obviously, talk to friends, talk to families, and yourself, like listen to yourself and what your gut says on this alongside divination. But that is something that I would always recommend. If you aren't sure what path to take and you think it could be beneficial to you, it can just add a little bit of extra insight. No, definitely not Seven Nation Army. It's like a club song, which is making me think it might be the Germany entry to Eurovision. Because Seven Nation Army is do 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 do. No, I think it do 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 do. I think it's got to be the Eurovision entry for Germany. It's got to be one of them because it's been burned into my brain this past week. Is my brain just a cacophony of noise? Yes, usually. That's how this works. What are your current must-read books? My chronically ill brain needs a good book to keep me busy. That is a very, very vague question. So if you are still in here, I would recommend, if you could give me like a topic that you're interested in, I could direct you to a book that I have. I don't have any that like, off the top of my head, I would say are like must-reads. I'll be honest, I don't think any book is a must-read. I think there are books that are like, would like to read. But there's nothing that I would say like, yeah, you definitely have to read that. It's an old song. Am I going to have to like do that Google voice thing where you sing a bit of song to it and then it fails to tell you what a song is called? Okay, right. Am I going to get copyright strikes for this? I'm going to play this really, really quietly so only I can hear it. This is going to do my head in. Okay, I just want to check if it's this. I have a feeling it's this. Let me just double check. I'm going to do this really, really quietly so no one else can hear it but me. It is. It's the Germany it's the backing track for the Germany song. I think. Is that what's inspired it? Wait. Oh, have they sampled that? I think they've sampled that. Okay. This is actually going to bug me all night. Oh my god. Okay, let me try this. This is another recommendation of people. Wait. I really want this to be it. I really want this to be it because it's gonna frustrate the hell out of me. Oh, don't start with a long intro. Come on. It is. It's freed from desire. That's exactly what it is. And I think they sampled it for the Germany Eurovision song, like the background music. If you listen to the German Eurovision song, I hope that you will hear what I mean, because I think they sampled it. Stop playing. Stop it. I think they've sampled it, and that's why it's stuck in my head. Okay, now I can relax now, because I know what it is. Okay, let's continue. Hi Hearth, if you do a cord cutting, does it affect the outcome of spells that are cast on that person after the cord cutting? It depends on what those workings are. So, obviously, can you hear what I mean when I say that I think they sampled it for the backing track? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. When it comes to like cord cuttings, if, say, you've done a cord cutting and then you start doing an attraction working for the same person or like a reconciliation working for that person, then obviously that's going to like have an impact. But otherwise, I don't think it's going to have, unless like the point of the workings that you're doing afterwards are to counter that cord cutting, it shouldn't have that much of a problem. What are your earrings? Exactly, it wouldn't be one of my streams without a random musical tangent. My earrings are... Can you see that? I don't know if it's going to focus very well on that. They are little mandrakes. Is that not so cool? I was given them as a gift for Christmas and I absolutely love them. I wear them all of the time. I'm just obsessed with them. They're so cute. And now I have to try and get them in because obviously I had my ears pierced at Claire's Accessories when I was at university and they didn't pierce them straight because I am a person of whims and I just woke up one day and decided to get my ears pierced. Don't do that, folks. Don't get your ears pierced at Claire's Accessories. For reference, I'm about an hour behind on the Q&A. So please don't take personal offence if I haven't got round to questions yet, because I am literally about 10 minutes into the stream when it comes to questions. That's how this works. Oh, and I feel like, okay, this is just like a little PSA, and I know that the majority of people are like totally cool, but I feel like I just need to remind people a little bit because this has been happening a lot more recently than ever before, and I think it might be because people see like a subscriber count, which by the way, fucking bonkers, thank you so much, and they think there's multiple people on a team or something. If you send me a comment or something and I don't reply to you, please don't take it as a personal offense. I am terrible at socializing on a good day. I have one evening of socialization. That is today. And the rest of the time, I am terrible at it. So it's just me, by the way. So I script, I edit, I film, obviously. But I'm also the only person that like does the comments, and so if I don't get back to someone, please don't take it as a personal offense. I'm just so awkward and uncomfortable dealing with people. I should never be in social media. I should never be on social media. Please never take it as a personal offense. It's never you. It's usually my brain hating me that day and I'm just really struggling, but I thought I should mention it because I feel really bad when people take like personal offense and it's just like me and my brain just like spiraling. But yeah, little mandrakes, they're for Etsy. They are so incredibly cute. I'll actually see if I can find the so that you don't end up getting them from, if anyone ends up wanting to get them, so that you don't end up getting them from someone else. They are from a seller called Moon Serpent Jewelry. They are from Turkey, I believe. Moon Serpent Jewelry. And they are just the most beautiful, gorgeous earrings I have ever seen in my entire life. I wanted them for years and years and years. And when people were like, oh, I need to get you something for Christmas, I was like, I'm sorry that these are really expensive. I will warn you, they are really expensive. Like really expensive. I was like, I know that they're really expensive, but like they're really, really beautiful. And then at Christmas they turned up and I'm like, oh my god, you know what, you actually really didn't have to, like I gave you loads of cheaper options and instead you went with these. Like, why? What? Thank you, they're so nice. So now I wear them at every possible opportunity because I cannot justify them in any other way, shape or form other than to wear them consistently. Welcome to the inside of my brain. You're welcome, you're allowed to leave now. Like, that's totally fine. Okay, let's have a look, see. I've fully got it in my head now. I fully have that just so they must have sampled it. They must have. There's a snidey spirit bothering us in our mother's home. It seems to really enjoy scaring us. How can we get rid of it and keep negative things out? So, as I mentioned in kind of the last video, it's about figuring out what type of spirit that you're dealing with. If, based off kind of that video and your own experiences, you're thinking poltergeist, my question is, have you already been reacting to it? And have you noticed, I mean, you don't have to like answer it in the chat or anything. These are just like, you know what I'm like. I like responding to questions with questions because I'm annoying like that. If you're thinking poltergeist, if you've reacted to it, have you noticed that it then gets worse? Because that's kind of a common trend that we see. If a poltergeist gets what it wants, it will then do it again, and it will do it stronger and stronger and stronger. So in which case it might be time to not react, see what happens. Similarly, that sounds wrong, but I'm gonna go with it. You might notice that the amount of interaction starts going down because they aren't getting what they want. It could also get worse. And that's where it's important to be able to say, enough is enough. You are not welcome here. Ask them to leave. You don't need to be a dick about it, but just ask them to leave. If they don't leave, then it's time to bring out the big boys. Start cleansing the place. Cleanse with sound is really, really good, actually. I found this might be a really counterintuitive one, and other people might not have experienced this. I have found that more negative spirits seem to really dislike sound cleansing. Like, I don't understand why. Maybe it's just the ones that I have dealt with personally, but they seem to dislike sound cleansing more than anything else. And so that could be a way of trying to cleanse that space. If that doesn't work, then it's time to bring out the banishing. Cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, always. That way the protections go back up again. And make sure that nothing then is going to come back in again. Oh, thank you so much, Alan Jones. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's an option there, and hopefully it gets resolved. I don't know why I forgot the word resolved. It's not even like it's a difficult word. Does your family know that you're a witch? And if so, how is that process for you? Yeah, my family will come to like events with me. They'll do the shows with me because I can't lift the heavy boxes, so my dad does. And it's like, thank you. I never really bothered to keep it from them. I think I was always just a little bit weird and just a little bit odd. And because I started practicing fairly young in the grand scheme of things, definitely not the youngest that I've met, but like I've been interested in it for a very, very long time, that I just kind of never bothered to hide it. And I vividly remember the day that I set up an altar when I was beginning my Wicca journey. I had like I can't remember if it was a shoebox or if it was just a shoebox sized box, cardboard. And I turned it upside down, and on top of it, I had found, or I purchased or something, a piece of purple velvet. And I actually still have that purple velvet to this day. I still use it. And on top of that, I had like the full setup. I used to buy candle holders off eBay when eBay was still an actual auction site instead of what it is today. I would get these vintage like candle holders, and I'd lay them out in the right places. And I made a makeshift wand out of a stick that I found on the ground, and it broke. I'm really sad about it. It broke. And like I had all this stuff laid out, and like my mum walked in and she made like some jokey comment about it and like laughed, and I then, as soon as she closed the door, like she wasn't being like purposefully malicious or anything. I have the worst rejection sensitivity imaginable. It's bad. So as soon as that happened, I packed all of the stuff away and I didn't get it out again for ages. That's the only kind of slightly negative experience that I ever had with it. I'm very grateful for that. My parents have never been religious, and so it was never kind of pushed on me or anything, but I just thought that was, looking back, that's just such a funny experience that like, I don't even think any words were really shared. It was just like a weird look, a raised eyebrow, a slight snicker, and that was enough to set off my rejection sensitivity. And I just went, no, I'm gonna put all this stuff away and I'm never gonna touch it ever again. It was really funny looking back on it now, at least to me. So yeah, I never really had much of a problem besides that. And like I'll go to like Christmas and stuff, and like my cousin, he has my videos playing just so that it can show his like, because he wants to support the content. So anytime there's a new video, he'll always put it on and he'll always watch all the way to the end. And so I think it's just really sweet. Everyone in my family is just really, really lovely about it. Like they're not closed-minded people at all. They're really, really open to things, which is massively helpful. And I know that not everyone has kind of the good fortune to be dealing with that. Right. I feel drawn to witchcraft, but I'm not sure what to do with it. All I want is to heal and live in peace. In which case, okay, I was going to say in which case witchcraft might not be for you, but I don't mean that in like a gatekeepy witchcraft isn't for you kind of a way. It's that witchcraft can certainly be used for that purpose, you know, to help improve personal situations and to be able to keep yourself safe and secure. It definitely can. There's other things in there that can help with that too. And they're all kind of, many of it kind of surrounds the witchcrafty theme anyway. You know, like you've got paganism and different sects of that. You've got different sects of spirituality. You've got different healing practices. So you might want to look into Reiki. You might want to be looking at kind of energy healing and that kind of thing. Like, I think generally it's really good in this situation if you aren't kind of sure whether, because the thing with witchcraft is it's a very active practice. And so if you only want really specific things, you might find that there are aspects of witchcraft that you can draw on, but there's other aspects of like the spiritual paths that you might want to look into as well and kind of combine them together to form a style that really works for exactly what you want. Witchcraft is commonly used for other people, for achieving things yourself, and that just isn't necessarily for everyone. So I just want to kind of emphasize that's not me saying that like not for you or anything, but there are so many like surrounding topics that I think very, very fit into what you're looking for that maybe would be witchcraft adjacent. So if maybe looking at the broader spiritual world could be really useful for finding something that really like clicks. Right. What is exactly a crossroads? Oh God, I don't think I clicked that right. Oh, I did. Wait, no, I unclicked it. Oh, no, click. What exactly is a crossroads? I.e. an old worn forest paths, train tracks over railways. I can't find actual definitions. All I keep getting is old pathways. So, a crossroads is any journeying route that crosses directly over another journeying route. Now, I'm going to describe them as journeying routes because they can be many, many different things, but there are caveats to this. This could be 2 footpaths that cross in a park. It could be 2 tracks that cross in a woodland. Like even just 2 sets of animal tracks that are very heavily worn, or 2 human footpaths that pass in a woodland. It could be a road and a dirt track. It could be train tracks. It could be 2 roads. It's basically any journeying route, so any route that you travel along that crosses another route that you can travel along. But when it comes to witchcraft, usually we have to be really, really careful with what we're choosing. So we are talking about safe for activity. So no train lines, no active roads, nothing where you are going to be at risk of causing yourself or anybody else harm. Because a lot of workings will call for a ritual to be done at a crossroads, and a lot of workings will call for things to be buried at crossroads, and you really don't want to be doing that on a main train track, or even no train tracks. So generally speaking, when it comes to witchcraft, it's about getting a bit creative with it. So yeah, as is mentioned here, like a path that forks off in say a park, fine. 2 animal tracks that are well worn, perfectly fine. It is essentially the crossing point that forms liminal space. So that's kind of where we're going with this. It's just within witchcraft we need to be a little bit more careful. It's actually found in I've given myself a gap. I hate having a cowlick. If you don't have a cowlick and you have a full fringe, you're so lucky. I don't have that good fortune. Is it called Old Spirits? There's a book that I mentioned last month, Odd Spirits. That's it. There's a book that I mentioned last month. There's actually a copy on Abe Books that is only £4.62 for the hardcover, which is really good. It is a fiction novel by S.T. Gibson called Odd Spirits. And that shows the use of a crossroads, like a forest crossroads in this way for a style of folk magic that I think is just so cool. That book is just really, really, really good. So yeah, that's kind of... See, that's another good way of doing it. That's a really good way of thinking of it, actually. Kay has said that they've used a footbridge over a creek. And it's that thing of like places that you can journey along. So while you might not think that like a waterway you would travel by, but historically people very much would have, and things travel through water. So that if you have a bridge, that would be a phenomenal, obviously not like on your land. Most people aren't lucky enough to have a bridge like on their land, but like that's a good way of doing the crossroads as well. Now, alternatively, it's to consider the crossroads as less an individual thing and more a single representation of a bigger thing. So the whole point of crossroads, unless you're working specifically with them for a reason, like you're working with Hecate or you're wanting to bury something at the crossroads, crossroads are typically used as liminal space. So they are a place that's in between. But so if all you want a crossroads for is for liminal space, then you can use any kind of liminal space. Dawn, dusk. You can use the coastline. You can use the very edge of a forest. Transitional points, mirrors, doorways, windows, that kind of thing. Fireplaces, liminal space. Really, it just depends on why that crossroads is significant in that working. Right, how long have I been streaming for? I actually don't know. Nearly 2 hours, so I will just kind of go over a few of the kind of chat guides, as always. Please try where possible to use the Q&A tab for any questions, just so they don't get lost, because a lot of the questions do kind of go missing after a while on YouTube. That should be like a white bar that you can click on at the top of the chat. Maybe it should say kind of questions for the chat can go here or something. That is just a place where I'm putting all the questions so that I can really easily compile them together. And I try to go through them as quickly as I can, but it's me, so I talk a lot. And I go through them as chronologically as I can, so I'm not always going to be up to date with the questions. At the minute, I think I'm about an hour an hour behind. Oh, it's a black bar for you. Interesting. That's good to know. I'm using a streaming software, so I think it probably comes up a different color for me. Okay. I'm considering modding my Wildwood Tarot deck. I thought I saw you had it and modded it, but I don't remember which video it was in. I would like to see it borderless. I don't think I have the Wildwood Tarot. I've modded lots of my other decks. No, it's not one that I have personally in my collection. The one thing I will say about it is, just looking at the pictures of it, unless you're really, really well versed with like what each of the cards is. I mean, oh my goodness, just looking at this makes me want to get it because it is absolutely stunning. Because the words for what the card is are actually on the white portion of the border, you might want to just kind of like trim the edges and then just round the corners off just to make them narrower and harder. Unless you want to do a me with the Wheel of the Year tarot, because I trimmed all of the edges off that and now I can never tell what any of the cards mean because I cut them off like a genius. So yeah, I haven't got that deck though personally in my collection. If you see the screen changing color, by the way, it's me editing my little editing software thing, because I'm using a webcam, and webcams are notorious for just making everything gray. Like, I sit down here and I look like I'm in a black and white film, so I have to edit things so I can make this like really, really, really bright, or I can make myself black and white. It's cool. I like getting to do this. I try to make it though as true to real life as I can. So we're gonna go with about there. That's fine. Oh, thank you so much to. Oh no, it's gonna. Oh wait, don't jump. Stop it. Please, it's lagging so bad, which means it's gonna jump. Thank you so much to Daniela. Thank you for your support. I have a quick question. Do you have a particular spread you use to ask if you or someone else have any negative witchcraft casted on them, or maybe you use another method besides tarot? So, two kind of ways that you can do this that are useful in different ways. So the first way of doing it is to have, if someone is present with you, like if they are able to be there with you. Pendulums, super useful. Dowsing rods, super useful. Oh, I can't, can I turn it? Wait, can I spin this way without getting caught on anything? Oh my God, I can. I can spin in a circle. I faffed around going the other way earlier and I didn't need to. Okay, under here, I have my dowsing rods. Okay, dowsing rods. Hang on, I'm coming back. We're going this way. Okay, so pendulum, dowsing rods, either work for this. Obviously, pendulums are probably more accessible to most people, but I have dowsing rods. Similar kind of principle though. So with this, it is because their energy is going to be different than it was before. So you can use guides for this if that's something that you want to use, but you don't necessarily need to. But it basically is going to influence their energy field. So if you were to go up to somebody else in your family, for instance, or somebody else that you know, you can even kind of ideally test this on a different person. As you approach that person, these rods are going to change direction. So you start with them straight out, and as you approach somebody, they may well do this. Now I'm forcing them to do that because I need to show you. They might cross that way, or you might find that they cross, like they go out this way, they go wide. If you're using a pendulum, you will likely find that it will start swinging in a certain way. And you can ask questions like, about the energy field, about the person. But when you're doing this on a person that you might think is having like negative stuff practiced on them, it's not going to behave like it did to that other person. So this is why it's useful to have a baseline. Have someone that you just test this on randomly, on like a random day of the week. They don't need to be involved in the situation as a whole. Just see how the pendulum reacts or how the dowsing rods react to them on a normal day, just a random person. Then with the person that you think is affected, approach them with it and you will see that it does something weird. Either one will do that, it'll just swing like that, or they might just come straight back at you again. You might find that they come together and they touch and they don't move, like they're pointing at that person, or they will just go like stock out, like sideways like this. If it's a pendulum, you might find that it reacts erratically, like there's something in that energy field that is influencing that pendulum really, really strongly, or it might act completely differently than you would expect. So instead of moving forwards to backwards, or instead of moving side to side, it does the opposite. Perhaps it starts violently swinging in circles. You can ask guides, is there anything that is influencing this person that you can pick up on, and that kind of a thing. So that's one way of doing it. This is more hands-on if you have a person in front of you and they want to be involved in that situation. And for anyone who's kind of more drawn to physical items like dowsing rods and pendulums versus tarot. Now with tarot, I don't really use spreads. Why am I swinging these around? I don't really use spreads because I'm lazy like that, and my memory, I have like short and long-term memory loss. It ain't happening for me. I can't recall things that happened like 10 minutes ago, let alone like a spread that I read about like 4 years ago. I just go card by card. So I will be focusing on that person. It might be that I have, say, a picture of them in front of me. It might be that they are in the room with me, or perhaps I'm just focusing on them. Perhaps I use their name. And as I'm shuffling, I'm going to be asking questions about their circumstance at that given moment, what they are experiencing, and whether there's influence in that. And I'm going to be shuffling and shuffling and shuffling, and I'll get a card popping out. Or you might feel drawn to stop. When I do, I take that card, I put it down. I will look at that card and see what it says. Based off what that card says, I might adapt my question. I might continue with the same question to get more context. So if I've said, this person has been acting really strangely, and I'd like to know whether there's anything influencing them. If as you're getting the cards coming out, they're all pentacle cards, it's probably likely that you aren't dealing with something spiritual. It's quite likely that what's going on is actually very physical. This might be something to do with work. This might be something to do with their physical health. This might be something to do with their physical environment, and it's causing these negative experiences and these negative manifestations. Or if what you're getting out instead is very emotional, or it is very kind of airy, or even swords, like swords, wands, but especially swords, you might be looking at something combative that is negatively influencing that circumstance. So then you can ask for more clarity. When did this start? And you might get a number card, and that might then either be days, weeks, it might be a specific month in question, it might be years. What in specific is influencing that person? You might get set cards coming up. So for instance, if that person, I'm just pulling things out of thin air, so these obviously are not going to directly apply, but if that person is, say, a practitioner themselves, if you were to ask, what's going on here, like what is causing all of this, and you were to get the Devil, that card to me says that something has probably been self-inflicted. That's not to say, that's not like victim blaming or anything. What I mean is, if they are a practitioner and something weird is going on, it may well be that they have aimed at the wrong person and that person has like batted something back at them again. But it's something that has been triggered by their actions, because like the Devil card, the two people on the Devil card have chains around their necks that are big enough to take off. They are big enough to remove, but they're not. So it's that thing where like it's something that you can deal with because it's something that like you may have put it on yourself without even realizing it. Whereas if instead you're dealing with like, you get like a big archetype card, so say you get like the Magician, it may well show that there is another influence at play. And then you would do another card, you would ask for another card, that card would then be clarifying on the card that came before it. This is how I do all of my readings. I will warn you, it isn't quick. If you're doing a spread, you like shuffle, you deal them out in the spread, you turn them over and you read them. 10-15 minutes, you're done, right? This style of reading takes time. Sometimes I've gone through 3 sets of like decks worth of cards. So like I ended up with like 15 cards on the table, and I go, okay, well, I I need to shuffle these back in again. So I'll take them all off the table again, put them back into the deck, reshuffle it, and then start over again to continue that reading on, because the reading is going on for so long. Think of it more like a conversation. So you're asking a question, getting a response. Asking a clarifying question, getting a response. Asking a slightly different question that's aimed in a different way, getting a response. And you start building a picture by having a conversation with the cards. I find that to be kind of the best way of doing readings, generally speaking, especially if you have guides in there as well. That can massively help. So I'm not sure if that was particularly useful. It's harder to do the kind of dowsing on yourself than it is another person. That's where kind of tarot is really useful in that regard, just so that you can get a little bit more clarity on that situation. But not just tarot, you can use oracle, you can use Lenormand, you can use playing cards, you can use runes, you can use Ogham, all kinds of stuff, you know, whatever you feel particularly drawn to. Oh, and thank you so much to Bridge as well as to Emily. Oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. So thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go back to where I was before, just so I don't forget where I was. In which tradition do you practice, or are you eclectic? So it's kind of not, it's kind of a non-answer, honestly. How would I best describe it? I think the way I've been describing it recently is a form of folk magic that leans a little bit more heavily towards traditional witchcraft. So I don't follow, say, a singular form of traditional witchcraft, because really, okay, I'm going to clarify all of these points before I kind of lose people. So traditional witchcraft is essentially individual people who have taken pre-existing practices, folk beliefs, and adapted it into a concise path that people can follow in the modern day. So basically, they take all of the information that you could get from historical practice, and they have formed their own personal traditions that they then share with other people. It essentially... Okay, just a quick question. Did anybody else see something pass over this side of the screen a minute ago? Or am I going bonkers? I'm sure I just saw something white do like this. It's mirrored, so it's kind of hard for me. Like down... Anyway, so traditional witchcraft kind of takes the, it kind of takes the hard work out of folk magic adaptation. So I like doing some of that work myself, and I like adapting old practices into modern tradition, but I don't follow, say, Gemma Gary's form of traditional witchcraft. I take aspects of folk magic practice, primarily folk magic practice that is seen within the British Isles, and I adapt it into a modern day form of practice. So I would say like a traditional folk magic style is what I typically go for now. It's kind of the best fit, but all of my practice kind of still falls under the overarching theme of like hearth witchcraft. It's just the nuances that differ. But that changes all of the time. Like I'll switch backwards and forwards between, like, I've been an elemental witch, I've been a storm witch, I've been a Wiccan witch, you know, all this kind of stuff, green witch, moon witch. I've bounced here, there and everywhere, probably because I've been doing it for a while. Like, I think it's not been like quick turns around, you know what I mean? It's been like 5 years here, 6 years here, 3 years here, like where I've just grown out of those practices and ended up doing something different. I don't know what the click would have been, unless it's me leaning on, because I'm surrounded by cushions. Like, I was not well prepared for this. I'm used to playing Baldur's Gate here. I am surrounded by cushions. There's a cushion here. There's a cushion behind me that I usually sit on. There's like, I'm not well prepared. So the click might have been me like leaning, like that click, like the chair, because I lean sideways. Interesting though. I'm gonna have to watch that back afterwards. I could have just been like, it could have just been something that I just saw in my fringe or something, but strange. What incense is good for beginners? Stick incense is the most accessible and the easiest to use, probably, and then whichever variety is most calling out to you fragrance-wise. Wow. Roger J. Horn, I absolutely love him too. Folk Magic is by far one of my favourite books ever. Folk Magic and A Deed Without a Name. I still have a bookmark in this from like my third read through. What is this? This is it's an English heritage bookmark. Look, there's Stonehenge. Cool. I was apparently on hedge crossing and I saved it for a particular reason, and I'm gonna have to go back and actually finish the video that was meant to be that reason. But I need to read this again and again and again, and I've read this so many times. But Roger J. Horn's Folk Magic was so good I accidentally bought it twice. Like, I already had it in my collection because I saw it in... Oh, actually, it's worse than that. I saw it on Kindle and I was like, oh, I need to check that out. So I did. So I read it on Kindle. And then when I was in Glastonbury, I bought the physical copy, like with the original cover. And then I read it and went, oh, I love this, but I'm pretty certain I've already read it once. And then I checked my Kindle and I was like, oh, it's because I have already read it once. And then like the following year, I went back to Glastonbury again and I bought it with the new cover because I didn't recognise the new cover, because I don't recognise the name of books, I recognise the way a cover looks. And because the cover changed, I bought the book again and I read it and I went, I love this, but I've definitely read it before. So I literally read it 3 times in 3 consecutive years because I kept forgetting that I'd already purchased it because it looked different. So I really wish publishers would stop changing the covers on things. I understand that like they do it because like the cover improvement is like a good thing. My little brain though doesn't like words, it likes pictures. So like as soon as the cover art changes, I'm done for. But those two are phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. See, I've now got to the point though where I specifically buy books that I like in multiple editions. I have now in my collection 3 copies of Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary. I have the new version, I have the original signed paperback, and I have the hardback edition because I just love collecting things. I have a little goblin brain and I like hoarding things. And it panics some people. Some people walk into my house and they're like, every flat surface has a book pile on it. I'm like, yes it does. And I've even had it where like I've been in like Glastonbury and they've said to me, they're like, you know that we have a new edition of this book? I'm like, yes, I have that edition. They're like, oh, but we have this edition and it's nicer. I'm like, yes, but I want this one, this battered copy that no one else is going to want. I want it because it is an edition I don't have. So it's bad. I have not been to Glastonbury now in over a year. And it's not because I don't love Glastonbury. Like if anyone has been thinking like, oh my God, why has Hearth not been to Glastonbury? It's not because I don't love Glastonbury. It's because I know what I'm like. I am on a book buying ban. I can't because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to walk into Courtyard Books and I'm going to fall in love with about 15 of them, and I will come away with all of them because I have the compulsion control of a toddler on blue food colouring. So if I went to Salem, I'd be done for. I would need to like fly out with 2 suitcases just so that I could buy books when I was there. It's maybe one of the reasons why I shouldn't be going. I mean, I'm not going yet anyway, because, you know, obvious reasons. But one day when I go, I will have to go out with like 2 suitcases. When is the next ghost video from you? So the ghost videos are coming back again. I haven't like stopped doing them. I just got ill. So I've basically sounded like I've been drowning for the last like 3 weeks. So the last video that you saw was a pre-recorded video. It was my backup video. I have a backup video just in case I get sick. For this exact reason. So I've not filmed anything in like 3 weeks because today is like the first day where I've not had to carry around like a box of tissues with me. So the ghost videos are coming back again. I just need to gather like the content. The chat just disappeared. Where has it gone? Oh my God, where's it gone? And I have to film them in one batch, if I click refresh chat, is it going to destroy my chat? Okay, no, it's back. Okay. It did this last time as well. I should know better now. Okay. But yeah, they are coming back again. I really enjoy doing them. What I might be doing though is potentially adding a little bit more extra information into them. So I might gather if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, on Sundays, we have Spirit Sundays. Not all the time, but like sometimes it's Spirit Sundays. And I share your ghost encounters. So your real life stories of hauntings, I will share. And I'm tempted to gather like ones that are really similar together and then add way more extra context to it. It's probably going to make them way too long though. But I like the idea of like, if we're talking about hospitals, let's talk about hospitals. Let's talk about why they could be haunted. Let's talk about what happens, you know, the symptoms of it. Like, let's dive further into it than just telling the stories. But I've not been certain on whether I like that idea or not. So let me know if you'd rather have like way more context or whether you'd rather it just be the stories. Because like I can do either. But it just depends on what people are kind of after. Like you know what I'm like, I talk for England. Literally sometimes. And I think that I could talk for too long. It's me. I could definitely talk for too long. Okay. Let's go for this one. Will your familiars move with you when you move house to another state? Yes, because your familiars are linked to you, not to the place. So if you have a contract with your familiars, they are still bound into that contract even if you move, unless there was an agreement in place that they wouldn't. Like unless there is something in there that would break the contract, and in which case then they wouldn't follow you. But most of the time they would. Oh my goodness, I'm sure I missed some of these. Thank you so much, Daniela. Thank you so much. I'm sure I said it to Emily. I told you my memory is shocking. And thank you so much to Nicole. Thank you. If anything, if it makes anybody feel better, like if I forget to respond to them, like if I say I'm going to do something and I immediately forget, just imagine what it's like when I walk into the kitchen. Because... oh boy, I will say that I will do something. Like I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll definitely remember to send that person a message. And then literally like 30 seconds later, I have no memory of it. It is gone forever. Absolutely forever. Right, let's have a look. See. I don't really understand the context of this question. What do you do to keep your income as a woman? Probably the exact same as a man would keep his income. I don't understand. I would love some extra context to this because I'm really confused by the question. Surely everyone keeps their money the exact same way and works the exact same way. Moving on. Let's have a look-see. How can I better communicate with my spirit guides and goddesses? Do you have any tips that have worked for you in the past? Find a technique that works best for you. So while a lot of people might recommend like divination, that one just might not work for you. And so I think the best way of kind of learning to build strong communication is to trial and error the hell out of it. Like, if you're finding divination and meditation just aren't working for you, try automatic writing, try dream magic, try trance-like states. If you're finding that isn't working, try scrying, try going out into nature. Like, there's so many ways of doing it, and I think so many people, and this isn't like a dig at anybody or anything, is so many people kind of parrot fashion what is always said, which is totally understandable. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But it can sometimes make people feel as though the only way of doing it is the way that everybody tells them to do it. Like when it comes to like goddesses and guides, it's always like, oh, but you have to meditate. And it's like, okay, but what if someone can't meditate? Do you know what I mean? Like it's a valid way of communicating. It's just said like it's the only way of communicating. And so it's very much like just trial and error the hell out of it. Like, I will find that I get the weirdest messages coming through in dreams to the point where, like, I've had entire spells given to me in dreams just by a random person. And it will be a random person. So just as an example, I just thought this was like my this just shows you how weird my dreams are. So if anyone here watches Toxic Tears on YouTube, oh, love her to pieces. I've been watching her for years. I had her come through to me in a dream to tell me a spell. It wasn't actually Kaya, like it wasn't actually Toxic Tears. It's just because I'd been binge watching Toxic Tears' content, the guides in my dream just went, oh, well, you've been paying a lot of attention to this person, so now we know how to get your attention. So I just had this weird dream, and in it were just like a bunch of people that I'd been watching recently on YouTube because they were just the best way that my guides could get the information through to me. Sometimes you'll find it just comes through in weird stuff like that. Like it'll be some random friend that you had like 20 years ago coming through to you in a dream, and it's just your subconscious and your guides like working together to find a way to get your attention. So for me, dreams are a really useful way for things to kind of come through to me, like important information. But as is just talking to them, communicating, having them come through in different ways, like trial and error the hell out of it. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Oh my god, thank you so much. Did you catch Practical Magic 2 teaser? There's also a YouTube playlist of 30 plus versions of Down the Witch's Road. Okay. I didn't see the trailer, but I saw that they'd announced that it was coming out, and I'm so excited and so apprehensive. I loved Practical Magic. Like, by far, one of the best media representations for witchcraft that I've ever seen, besides maybe like The Love Witch and Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. That one is my favorite movie of all of them, and I so want them to do it justice, and I really don't want them to add like, it's the same thing I said about like if doing like a Hocus Pocus 2 and all of this stuff. I just don't want them to add like crazy stuff into it. And by crazy, I mean, for the love of God, don't make them do TikTok dances. Like, don't age it by giving like some nuanced reference that will only be trending and popular for like 3 weeks and then will be completely irrelevant in 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, do it like it was done in the 90s. We need like live action. We need no CGI, no photoshopping. Don't try to make people look different. Don't add like specific like time period targeted things into it. Yeah, just make it normal and use practical effects, because like Beetlejuice, right? The original Beetlejuice, as well as like The Evil Dead, they work so well today because they used practical effects. An American Werewolf in London, practical effects. And even though it was made in the 80s? Yeah, 80s, I think. Late 70s, early 80s? I'm going to check this. An American Werewolf in London. 81. Oh, early 80s. Okay. It works because, like, yes, their hair and their clothes and the technology they have kind of does age it. Practical effects don't lose their kind of quality so much like CGI does. So that's the thing, like, I never saw The Craft Legacy. I didn't touch it with a barge pole because I hated the Craft movie and I knew I was going to hate the new one. But even the new the new Hocus Pocus, there were things in that aged it instantly. And I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about this. But I'm so excited for it. I'm hoping it's going to be good. And I haven't done any more videos of Agatha All Along, have I? Does anyone want me to continue doing like what Agatha All Along got right about witchcraft? I just kind of my brain just went to mush and I just completely forgot to do more of those. Let me know, but thank you so much for your support. Like, your continued support as well. Like, everyone's support is massively important to me. Like, watching a video, liking a video, it makes so much more difference than I think people realize. Like, just liking a video and just watching the content, it means so much to me. And then I obviously see people who come on and they're constantly like sharing the love and being really, really lovely and kind and supportive. And thank you so much to everyone, but especially to people who are, they like my content so much that they support like that. It's absolutely crazy to me. How am I here? How have I got to this point in my life? I actually had that dawning realization in the shower yesterday. I had this moment of realization where I was like, how did I get here? Like, actual. No, to be fair though, I have the biggest case of imposter syndrome the world has probably ever seen, which definitely doesn't help. But yeah, I'll have a look and I'll see about the Agatha videos and see what else I can like pull out of them, because they're so content heavy that they are. I think as much as I would love to believe that, right? As much as I would love to be like, oh yeah, I got here because of hard work, I actually think that I got here through sheer dumb luck. And like, I genuinely think that like, I think a lot of I don't consider myself like a big content creator. I'm just me, right? But like, I know that in like the world of like witchcraft, I would maybe consider that, which kind of feels really gross and also kind of weird. And I don't know how I got here. I think a lot of people found their way onto YouTube through pure dumb luck. And I feel like I just kind of babbled my way through all of this and just somehow managed to hit that perfect sweet spot in 2018 when like there weren't loads of content creators. So, exactly, I think that's a perfect description actually, maybe. Dumb, yes. Luck, no. Honestly, maybe true. But yeah, I think that's, and I actually think this is kind of, it's kind of not the point, but like for anyone who's like trying to be a YouTube content creator, I think it's really, really useful to maybe bear in mind that a lot of people who are popular simply because they had one video that did really well and they have no idea how they got there. And that's kind of how they did it. Like, if you aren't growing on YouTube, it isn't because you're bad at what you do, and it isn't because your content isn't good enough. It's more likely than not because this one like random thing didn't go viral the way it would in like a different year. And it's so finicky. Yeah, Phil knows the amount of shit that I Phil is like my personal therapist at this point. He needs like therapy himself with dealing with all of my crap sometimes. So thank you so much for sitting here after you finished work to listen to the live stream. Actually, thank you to all of my mods, because you come here and you sit of your own volition and you spend time like making sure everyone's safe in the comments, and that's like an incredible thing to do, so thank you so much. Okay, what was the first book you ever bought or got given? Ooh, that's actually really interesting. So I would have purchased it. So I got books from the library, and then when I was kind of when I had the money to buy books, I got, what did I get? I got Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. That's definitely one of the first ones that I got. I got Witchcraft, Theory and Practice by DeAngelis? Did I? I think those were the two. And then I got a book on green witchcraft. Let me check. Theory and Practice. Yeah, I got Witchcraft, Theory and Practice by DeAngelis. Oh my god, it came out in 2000. That's mad. Okay. A manual to the theory and practice of witchcraft aimed at the serious student. It's written conversationally, talking to the individual as though the student was being trained through the author's coven. It is a comprehensive textbook for both solitary and group practice, covering the philosophy, the disciplines involved, the meaning and practice of ritual, applicable alternative studies, and the attitudes required for successful spellcrafting. And that book is where I originally learned how to do inner work. So if you're curious about more about inner work, that's the book that initially taught me about kind of the traversing different planes and that kind of thing. That was that, and I think Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs were the two first purchases that I made. I then think I made, it's the Green Witch's Herbal. Is that what it's called? So it's literally, it's mirrored. It's mirrored. Too far. That book right there. Did I need to do that? No. I then think I got the Green Witch's Herbal, but I can't tell. Oh, it's the Garden Witches. Garden Witches Herbal. Okay, I can't read. Let me just double check and make sure. Yeah, so I then got the Garden Witches Herbal by Ellen Dugan. Yes, I then got that like later on, I think. That's also a really interesting one. So these are the ones that like I spotted them and I was like, oh, that looks really interesting. So straight away I was like, plants, weirdly intense inner work. And then kind of went from there. Okay, let's go back to where I was. I am... Water and wells are coming up a lot for me recently. What do you think the significance is? I'm interested if others are having a similar connections at the moment with wells linking to community. So when it comes to wells and any kind of waterway, it may well be that you are being drawn to either healing magic, or perhaps you are being called to work with spirits of wells, nature spirits, fair folk. But when it comes to wells specifically, you may well be looking at well guardian spirits. That's something that I think gets overlooked a lot when we look into water magic. Wells are often places of liminal space. So they're used for traversing the planes, they're used for communing with spirits, they're used for scrying. They're used a lot for healing magic, specifically the water being used to bless people, to remove illnesses and the like. But they're also deeply associated with the well spirits. And a lot of the well spirits, when Christianity kind of took over, a lot of the well spirits were converted into Christian saints. And so you will see loads and loads of wells with kind of every well will have like a different saint name or a different saint associated with it. When you look at the mythology behind and the stories behind that particular well, you'll likely find that there was some kind of healing spirit that was associated with it. So you might find that that is something in your practice that maybe you're being drawn towards a little bit more. Maybe that healing liminal style of practice is more what's calling to you. But generally speaking, I think as a collective at the minute, wells are very, very significant. Now, I'm not going to kind of go like super like political or anything, but there is something to be said about the kind of approach of communities looked after their own and making sure that individuals in that community are taken care of. You know, if someone is ill, you would support them. If someone needed food, you would share, you know, that kind of a stance of, and every village had its own spirits and its own energies that were really valuable to it. And so I think there's something to be said about connecting to place, especially in a world that is very obviously kind of chaotic right now. Connecting to our well spirits, connecting to our nature spirits, to our land spirits is a really, really useful way of feeling more grounded, especially when we're being bombarded by like, this bad thing happened and this bad thing happened and look, this is another bad thing. And instead it's that case of like, maybe as a kind of collective we need to have better ability to ground ourselves into the present so we don't get worn down by everything that is happening. Because I mean, you turn on the TV and it's just bad stuff all the time, like literally all the time. So like, and also I know I'm going on about this, I would love to like learn the stories of every single well, like all of the wells that were used like pre-Christian, all had, well, especially in the British Isles, had spirits attached to them. And they've kind of been erased, but not quite. It's like their stories were shifted into being that of Christian saints. And if we pick apart those stories, you can find folk magic, folk beliefs that you can then like add into your practice. And that's a really cool thing to do. If you can find like local history, you could find some really, really cool stuff that might be like calling out to you there. There's also, okay, I know I'm still going on about this. If it's really water and wells that are calling you in, it may well also be an attraction to the other world. It may be that the other world is drawing you in. You have the idea that Excalibur was thrown into the lake, that the Lady of the Lake protects it. The lake is the liminal space, the divider between the human and the other world. And so if you're dreaming and you're feeling really drawn to water and wells, it may well be that it's kind of leading you to work more with the other world. And that's a way of like representing that for you. That's something to look into too. Okay, where was I? I have a situation where I'm thinking about using a binding spell. Do you have any advice on that? Not really advice per se. Be passionate, be powerful, be fucking pissed off. Yes, we're at that time of night where I forget that filters exist. Technically it's after Watershed, so it's fine. And I'm sure some people are not going to know what Watershed is, but anyway. Be angry about it. Be pissed. Be frustrated. Pour all of that into a binding spell. Because I understand that words. I'm starting the sentence again, even though I have no idea what was I saying? What was I saying? I literally read a comment, and I shouldn't have read a comment. My brain has gone to mush. What? Wait, I'll go back to the question. Binding. Oh my god. Am I okay? Am I okay? I understand that some people will say that they like don't want to add powerful emotions into spells and rituals, that you shouldn't do emotions while angry, while upset, while sad, while frustrated. I actually think when it comes to things like binding spells, that emotion is so powerful and you should channel it towards something beneficial and something effective. So get pissed off, get angry, get frustrated, swear at it, throw it at a wall. Do whatever you need to do to pour your energy into this little binding that you have created, and then accept that it probably isn't going to last forever, but you know what? You're going to have a great time making another one, pouring all of your emotions into that if it doesn't hold. I mean, most binding spells, I always try to be practical with this. Realistically, the average binding spell probably lasts for about 3 months. In my experience, about 3 months. So enjoy it. In a weird, like, cathartic way. Cry, get angry, get frustrated, pour everything you have into it, because the more you pour into it, the more you're going to get out of it again. Let's have a look. Where was I? Would you be willing to do a live on Claire audience? I'd love, and other Claires. I probably wouldn't do a live stream, but I would probably do a video on it, kind of covering like how they will, how they might manifest, how you might start experiencing them for the first time, that kind of a thing. I think that I would do more than a live, mostly because I trip over my words on a good day, and at least I can edit a normal video. Right, let's have a look. See, I'm somewhere over here. I'm new to the craft and don't want to have an elaborate altar. What other ways are there to practice? You don't need an altar at all. So you can not use any items in your craft at all and just use energy. You can just use some items that you pull out and you put away as you see fit. You don't need to have any kind of fixed space to practice. You just want to... Okay, so what I will say about this, and this is not to dissuade or anything, but I just want to say that I'm a white witch. If you're very new to the practice, I will just kind of say I wouldn't necessarily put very polarizing labels on things, not for any like malicious reason, but just because you'll often find, especially online and whatnot, it's a very much a sliding scale. So what would be considered white magic or positive magic to one person would be considered baneful or negative magic to another. And so it's one of those where it's all up to personal preference, but just be prepared that sometimes what you consider to be positive magic, somebody else might not. And that's not going to be like a negative thing on you. It's just that because positive and negative is such a sliding scale, it's going to depend on individuals, and it's also going to depend on your own tradition, your background, your personal preferences and the like. And in some cases, while the terms black and white magic do predate current opinions on it, it is often negatively applied to race. And that is kind of one of those like touchy subjects. Not everyone perceives it as being like that, up to everybody, but I can see why and how it has been applied in that way, which is honestly really horrible when you think about it. Like, that's just really derogatory. And why can't people just be nice? My entire existence at the minute is bottled down to, why can't people just be nice? Like, being nice it's easy and it's free, and yet people just don't seem to be nice. Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't read the question again. Is it possible to have a professional contract-type relationship with an entity in exchange for worship? Yes, it's most spirit contracts. It's not technically a deity, but you would pray, give offerings, etc., as stated in a contract. Yes, that would be the majority of spirit-style contracts, where you are working with a spirit, you are giving them something in return for their services. That may well be perceived as worship, so that might be communing with them every night, that might be giving them offerings, that might be working with them one-on-one, that might be setting up an altar for them, that might be creating a statue for them. What would be perceived as being worship is a part of the spirit contract that has been formed. And while that isn't the contract, so say for instance a familial relationship is different, some spirits don't want to be working in that way. They want offerings in return for assistance, and it would work in that kind of like give and take relationship. Wow. Oh, it's because it's 10 o'clock. Let's go with that as my reason. Ooh, interesting. Have you ever read any of the Dresden Files books? They have a modern take on the Fae. I think you would appreciate the legalistic fickleness and trickiness portrayal of the seelie and unseelie courts. That sounds really, really interesting. Okay. Let's load that up. Okay, I think I have a new book series to read. I'll have to check those out because they look really interesting. Just the concept of them sounds really, really cool. Okay, yeah, so cool. Right, anyway. Do you think there is a wrong way to cast spells? Yes. Now, please no one freak out about that. I don't think... The only way I think that it's wrong to cast spells is if you are casting them in a way that is going to cause you or the spirits and entities that you're working with harm. I think that if you are using candles in an open environment where the grass is dry and you aren't using protective casings is wrong, you know? Or I think that if you're burning plants that are going to physically harm you as part of a working, wrong, you know? So it's less that I think that someone's practice is wrong, and more that I think that people's way of practicing it is physically wrong. Like, it's potentially dangerous, you know, like attempting to use mind-altering substances in an uncontrolled way alone in order to elicit a trance-like state, you know, or using rusty, blunt objects to cut things in workings where you could very easily slip and cut yourself instead, or, you know, this kind of a thing. I don't think that anyone's practice is inherently wrong, because everyone's practice is attached to their tradition, their beliefs, them as a person, you know. But I think there are dangerous ways of going about it that make things wrong. As I mentioned earlier, don't use train tracks as liminal space. You know, don't be doing your workings at a crossroads that is made up of train tracks. Don't do it. I don't care if it's a crossroads. I don't care if you need liminal space. Find somewhere else. Like, the practice itself isn't wrong, but the way it can be done is wrong. Oh yeah, and that also reminds me that of, like, with spirits and stuff, if your practice also, like, directly harms the spirits that you are working with, like, I will forever be calling out people who, like, purposefully harm spirits for their own benefit and entertainment. Wrong. I don't give a shit who you are. Like, obviously, if it's, like, a very, very baneful spirit that is directly harming people, that's one thing. But, you know, the people who, like, trap spirits into rings to sell them for profit? Basically, just don't take advantage of the natural world. Don't take advantage of spirits, people, and animals. And don't pose a health risk to yourself and others. You know, like, I genuinely hope that all of that is common sense, and for 99.999% of people, I guarantee it will be common sense. But you always hear of those people. You know, at the minute, I'm, like, watching a video. I forget who the video is by. They seem lovely. Of people, like, touching blue-ringed octopuses. Blue-ringed octopuses. And the kind of collective common sense just kind of leaves the room. It's like, should I touch this animal I know nothing about that is flashing blue rings at me and is bright yellow? Yes, let's touch this thing. That kind of situation where there's like 1% of people that just don't seem to have the common sense. Yes, I do as well. Like, when people force spirits into traps, I've called it out before when we've spoken about, like, I always remember when I started buying, like, books and stuff off eBay and, like, candlestick holders and stuff, people were selling large volumes of spirited jewelry, like spirited rings. And I, at the time, thought it was barbaric, and I still think it's barbaric, because whether they are real or fake, they set a precedent for people to feel as though they are, like, entitled to own a spirit just because they can. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, I can trap this spirit inside a ring and make money off it, therefore I should and I will. And I always thought that was so barbaric, because even if a spirit has never been human, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a life. And in some ways, and this might be a sweeping statement, I might be taking this too far here, we'll see. But in some ways, I almost think it speaks volumes about a person, because if you are willing, not like baneful spirits, I'm not talking about like spirits that are actually trying to cause harm, but if you are willing to take an innocent person's ghost and entrap it forever into an object that they can't escape, what are your opinions on animals? Or, like, how do you treat the people that you don't see as equals? I think, you know what I mean? I think it's a ripple effect. It's like how people say if they're on a first date, they always look at how someone treats the wait staff, because how they treat staff members says a lot about how they treat people in their own lives. I apply the same when it comes to spirit work, is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, if you are the kind of practitioner who's willing to, like, seriously harm a spirit that has done nothing to you at all, then it just makes me question how you apply that to other people in your life, like living people in your life. Like, it just never sat right with me. And that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. If you want to own a spirit, make a servitor, because you can. You know, any practitioner is able to make a servitor, and then you can have a spirit, you can put that servitor into an object and you can sell that. If that's what you want to do, you know, that's your prerogative, you know. I always struggle when it is a spirit that is just like a standard spirit. Like, I've encountered objects that have really, really horrible spirits trapped in them, and you just know by the feel of that object that that spirit has been attached to that object for a reason. But then I've also encountered objects where it's like really clear that that's not the case. There is a way of removing spirits from objects. It's not a one-size-fits-all though, which is what makes it kind of tricky. Like, the fastest way to get a spirit out of an object is to do the opposite of what was done to put them in. So, like, if you've, say, trapped a servitor in a piece of jewellery, if you do the opposite of what you did to do that, then you can undo it. Easy enough if it's something that you've done, but if it's an object that someone else has owned and they've done it, that's when it becomes trickier. You might need to consult guides, you might need to consult someone who's more knowledgeable. In some cases, breaking the object is a way of separating the spirit from it, because once the vessel is no longer whole, it no longer has a hold on that spirit anymore. But sometimes that doesn't work either. Sometimes you need to be like unpicking them energetically from the object that they have been put in. And ultimately it kind of, it's a bit of a trial and error type situation, because it really depends on the style of that practice. But yeah, that's the thing. Spirit work is so much about give and take. It's about building relationships with the spirit world. And I think forcibly trapping innocent spirits is a problem. Yeah, I mean, if a spirit's in there for a reason, you're not going to go and untrap them. But there are thousands of objects out there that have been sold for profit. And they have been created for profit. And it's like the dolls. It's like the haunted dolls. People started doing that when, do you remember like in like 2019, 2019, when cursed dolls, haunted dolls were like everywhere online? People started taking advantage of that in two ways. You had people that were selling complete fakes, and you had people who were trapping spirits into dolls to make haunted dolls so that they could make a profit. And it's those situations where I think it's useful for us to be able to recognize the signs of that, so that we're able to recognize whether a spirit is something that we need to be releasing or not. And that's where like divination comes in, that's where guides come in, that's where general energy work comes in, and just making sure that you're being careful. It's one of those things that I think isn't as prevalent now as it used to be, but eBay was like the place for it. I think in this situation, Weird Witchy, I suspect that is probably unlikely. So this is saying that they bought one as a teenager and now they want to know how to release them. The description was something like it contained 10,000. I'm hoping that it's Jorn spirits, DJORN. I would say personally that sounds unlikely. Not unlikely that was in the description, but unlikely that is a real statement. 10,000 I think is far too high for any individual to be containing. So I'd say if you can feel the energy of it, see if you can feel anything that is different than in other objects that you own. It may well be that you could take it to, if you know anybody who has experience with these things, or even is just another practitioner, that could be useful just to have them to have a feel of it. I think it's unlikely, though, in this situation that you need to worry too much about it, because that's it. I think, personally, that's too many for an individual to be putting into a single object and not having it break, because ultimately what they are is like containment devices. And the thing with a containment device is you can only fill it with so much stuff. I would say an analogy maybe would be a suitcase. You might be able to pack quite a lot into a suitcase and you might have to sit on it to get it to zip up, but at some point the zip's going to break because there's too much inside. I think in this case there would probably be too much inside for that to be something that you need to worry too much about, because unless you're having like a very extensive containment working, 10,000 is just far too high a number. Do you experience your decks getting dizzy from cleansing? I don't cleanse my decks. So, not personally. I have to be careful with some decks. I leave them under a crystal for half an hour, too long, and they get wonky and need to rest. I suppose the question in here is, why are you cleansing the decks? Because obviously, like, for professional readers, if you're having loads of people touching the decks, then you would generally be cleansing it between readings so that you aren't getting leftover energy from the person before onto your current reading. But when we're dealing with like just our own readings, I don't think I've ever cleansed a deck of cards that I use for my own personal readings, just because I never really feel the need to, because it's just my energy. I mean, a way that you can do it if you want to feel like your cards you've gotten off any excess energy, is to be shuffling those cards and then blow on them, like you're blowing off dust, just to dislodge any of that extra energy that might be left over from that reading, and then carry on as usual, unless you're reading for other people and they're touching the deck. I think that's the main thing, because it's that physical contact that leaves behind that residue. I think generally with jewelry, it's 1 spirit per whatever stone on there is the maximum capacity. So that's always what I kind of gauge as like the general consensus. You can probably do, it depends on the stone as well. If you're looking at something like Herkimer diamond, if you're looking at something like diamond, you can probably contain 1 substantially strong spirit or a couple of weaker spirits. If you're looking at something like amethyst, you're probably looking at 1 standard spirit. If you're going for anything stronger than that, it probably wouldn't contain anyway, unless the working that you're doing on it is really, really intense. So I think general rule of thumb when you're looking at anything like this is, if it is kind of a generic stone, or it could be glass, I wouldn't worry particularly much about it. And if they're making claims of like 50, 20, even 10 even spirits being contained in it, I don't think you need to worry too much about it. Oh no, it jumped. I've got to scroll back up again. Okay, I don't think I lost anything this time. Whew, okay. I did a general love spell, not intended, to 1 person, and a fly got into the wax. I was burning a candle. What could that mean? Now okay. This might sound harsh, but that's because tone is, I'm not very good with tone. I personally am not one of those people that thinks things mean things. Not very much anyway. I suspect in this case, what's probably happened is that wrong place, wrong time. I think we've all had it, haven't we? Like, you've poured yourself a lovely drink and you go and sit outside and you put your glass down, you turn around, you come back again and there's a fly in it. And you're like, how? Why? I've been here for 3 seconds. You've probably been out here for weeks. Why did you land in my glass the second I put it down? I think we've all had that, right? Like, I think more than anything, what's probably happened is the fly has just been flying around and it's not really noticed that anything has been going on particularly, and it's just landed and it just happens to get stuck. Or it could well have been attracted to the smell of the wax, whether it's fragrance wax or whether it is like just this, like how wax has like a smell, like beeswax has a smell, paraffin wax has a smell. It's just been attracted to that. It's been curious. It's landed and then it's gotten stuck in the wax. At most, yeah, it could be it could just be kind of symbolic. I wouldn't worry very much about it though. I think with most things, unless you're having like several of the same experience over and over and over again that cannot be explained in any other way, I think that's a time when it should be considered more of a sign. Oh my goodness, Joe. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Oh, 75th live stream. That is crazy, isn't it? How many years is that? Maths. 75 divided by 12. 6 years, 6.25 years of live streams. That's a long time. Thank you so much for your continued support. Like, seriously, I always see your name in the comments all of the time. I love it. So thank you so much for your continued support. Like, it means so much to me, so much more than I can ever express, because I'm not very good at expressing things, but thank you so much. I would love to know, by the way, if any of you are here from like the first few live streams. Like, I think that would have been like, well, it would have been like late 2018, early 2019. I would love to know if anyone has been around since then, because like, that's a long time. Like, I realized this the other day. I was talking, I think I was talking to my mum about like how the channel has like changed. Oh, that's right. I was talking about like the Sabbath videos and saying that like I loved doing the Sabbath videos, but after, and then I paused and I was like, wait, how many years has it been? And then we realized that I started my channel in 2018. What? That's mad. And my early live streams would be about 7 hours long. 7. I used to sit there and not move for 7 hours. That is crazy. That is absolutely bonkers. I don't know how I don't know how I did that. I actually have no idea how I did that. Is there a healing spell I can cast for a family member who's unwell, even if they're unaware of it? Yes. But there's so many out there that I think it's less about the exact spell and more about the style. So if you want something that they're completely unaware of, I'm assuming you're going to want something that's maybe a little bit longer term. I would go for a poppet. You can then do the workings on the poppet as though you're doing it on the person. And this applies to like loads of other people as well. Like, if you like energy healing, if you like crystal work, if you like Reiki, create a poppet that represents that person, include tag locks of that person inside the poppet, and then carry out Reiki on the poppet. Carry out your crystal healing on the poppet. Phenomenal way of doing it, ties directly to them, works great if you have a family member who's living abroad, works great if you have a son or something who's at university accommodation and he wants a little bit of support, that kind of stuff. Poppets for remote healing are phenomenal, my favourite way of doing it by far. But obviously you can do like candle spells and the like, but poppets are the way to go. Healing herbs in the part of the body where the healing is necessary, tag locks, name them, do your spells and rituals on the poppet. Really, really good. I can't believe it's been that many. I know, Phil, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I had orange hair when I started. Yeah, I did. I had bright orange hair when I started. That is mad. Yeah, that's crazy. You had 10 videos up when I started watching. I actually have so many privated videos. Like, the first video on my channel at the minute is... Can I actually see when it was? Let's see what the first public video on my channel is. I think it's a Mabon video. Oh my god, I've got hundreds of videos. Where is it? I think it's like a how to celebrate the Sabbaths Mabon video. Was the first video I have public still. I have so many before that video. Will it let me get to the end? So the first video I ever posted was a vlog, right? It was a witchcraft vlog, and I posted it on the 27th of May, 2016. This was back when I had like a failing YouTube career. This is what I mean when I say that I genuinely believe that like it was all just a complete fluke. Then I had Magical Misconceptions for Beginner Witches, my Witchcraft Path timeline, Coloured Candle Correspondences, Prosperity Spell, and I have like maybe 20 videos until I get to the first one that's public. Because they're so bad. They are so embarrassing that one day, I already did one, I think, on Patreon. I reacted to one of my first ever videos. I maybe need to go back and like do some reactions to the early videos, because like it's bonkers. I'm here from mid 2019. Wow, even before lockdown. I know a lot of people kind of came over during 2020 because, like, let's face it, we didn't have anything else to do. I was here since the first one. Holy shit, that's incredible. Sorry, my words get worse and worse as the night goes on. Late 2019. It's been bonkers. It's mad. 2019 as well. I still think pure dumb luck, and I just happened to hit the right timeline. How's your book coming along? Okay. It is coming. It is coming. I, however, started writing a fiction novel that incorporates witchcraft. Last year. Yeah, the end of last year. And I have just gotten sucked in. I've just gotten so sucked in. And I've always wanted to publish a book, always. And so I'm kind of juggling between the two. And I'm just going through passion projects at the minute. And so eventually things will get done. But like, I'm trying to not force myself to like focus in too heavily on any one thing. Because like, the problem when I do that is I burn myself out. So yeah, I wanted to try and do like a slightly different style for me. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, we'll see. I am like 60,000 words in or something to that. So we're getting there. I'm like tying it all together now. And then I've got to edit it. And I'm so excited. At the minute, this year has kind of become a passion project year for me. Because like I burned myself out like in 2022 and 2024, I kind of burned myself out. So like this year is like the year for like just drawing. Don't draw for a purpose, just draw. You know, just write what you want to write. So I'm hoping that at the end of it, I have something good because I love it so far. I love the story. I love the characters. I'm so happy with it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. What do you think of the modern guidebooks by Sky Alexander? I think they are fine. I think they are... I can't say the word fine again. I think that they are good for very early beginners, but they shouldn't be used as the only book. So they cover a wide range of different things very mildly. They don't really go super in depth into anything, but then they also cover a lot of spells, which isn't really great for beginners. It's kind of good for that phase between very, very new and I want something heavier. It's that demographic. And the bonus with that demographic is there are a lot of people in that demographic. So that's why they're so popular. And that's no shade on the author. I think that's a really good market to target because that's where a lot of the people are. 6,000 is the first chapter. Oh no, but there are sections where like, I was like, oh, I'll just write this little bit. And then when I actually do like the word count for each chapter, it's like 2,000, 3,000, 2,000, 3,000, 9,000. I'm like, what? How? How have I managed this? This is impressive. It's meant to be balanced, and this isn't balanced. Have you ever felt like an object still holds the energy or presence of someone who passed away? Yes, but it just feels like energy. So because I don't practice psychometry, I don't really pick up on the nuances of it. So if I were to hand it to, say, one of the men that I know at the shows, like on the circuit, if I were to hand him a ring that belonged to someone else, he's very talented at psychometry, and he would be able to tell me information about that person. He would be able to get a name. He would be able to get information about them. I can hold that object, and I can feel that there's energy in it, but I can't tell what that energy is. It's almost like it's locked behind a door or something, and I can't get past it because I don't have that gift and that skill. I could probably learn it if I wanted to, but there are other people out there who have the skill to unlock it. So it's almost like it's weighty with all of the energy, but I can't read it. I should probably use a different analogy for this. Maybe like code or something. Like, I can see that the code is there. I can see it, but I can't understand it because I can't read code. So it's that kind of like, it's so close to being accessible, but not quite. Is it a fiction book? This one is fiction. Yes, I'm very, very excited about it. I have no idea if I'm going to like it enough by the time I finish to do anything with it. But at this point, I don't really care. Like, that sounds really flippant, and I don't mean it to sound really flippant, but like, I don't think that all hobbies, we have to be good at all of our hobbies. You know, I might be a shit writer, and that's okay, because I've enjoyed the process, and like, I'll enjoy the book at the end of it, even if it never sees the light of day. Like, I think that I'm learning to not put so much pressure on myself. And so I'm writing both non-fiction and fiction at the same time on different topics. So I have a witchcraft book that I'm writing that I have been writing for a long time, but I'm a procrastinator, and I'm also a perfectionist, which is kind of the worst combination you can be. And so I kind of started writing the fiction novel as like a palate cleanser, like a mental reset. And then I really loved the story that was kind of coming out, because at this point, I'm not even writing it anymore. The characters are just like, we're doing this now. And I'm like, sure, you're doing this now. That's fine. Do whatever you want. I'll go wherever you want me to go. So it's one of those passion projects that I want to prove to myself that I can do it. Because I wrote a book in 30 days. So when I was 16, and I came out of high school, I just did my GCSEs, I had all of summer, and I had never before in my entire life had a summer where I didn't have to revise. Basically, well, not really revise, I could relax, but like, there, you know, you were always like prepping for stuff, and you were always waiting for the next school year. And so I never fully relaxed during summer holidays, because I knew that they were going to come to an end. You know, I was a kid with a doomsday complex, you know, like I was constantly like, oh my God, but what if this bad thing happens? Oh my God, but school starts again soon. So as soon as I graduated, like I finished high school, I had all summer and I didn't have to worry about it. I didn't have to go back to school again. I didn't have to think about my GCSEs. I didn't have to do anything. And so I started writing, and I initially wanted to go to university to study creative writing, and I didn't. But in that summer holiday, I wrote an entire 30-chapter fantasy novel in 30 days. And I don't know how I did it. Because as an adult, I do not have the attention span to write essentially like 150,000 words in 30 days. And so ever since, I have wanted to finish just one book, just one other book, just to prove to myself that I am capable of finishing what I start. And so that is the project that I'm currently on. And I think once I've finished the project that I'm currently on, then I'll probably be like, oh, so I've proven to myself that I am able to do it. So let's finally finish the book that I should actually be doing. Because like, this is what I should be doing, and this is the only thing that my brain can focus on doing, and it's nothing to do with what I'm meant to be doing. It's like when you know you need to do the dishes, but suddenly everything in existence becomes more interesting. That doorknob that's a little bit loose, you suddenly want to fix it, and like the laundry that you didn't want to do, you now want to do. It's like that. Anyway, that was a massive tangent just to say that if you like your hobbies, you don't need to monetize them, and sometimes just do some random thing because you just want to do it. You know, I think that should just be the lesson that we learn, just collectively. I have ADHD, and that's my life all the time. Oh, I don't even think I have ADHD or anything. I just think that, yeah, that's just, yeah, it's one of them things. I actually think as soon as I left university, I kind of lost all motivation. Not because like I'm not capable of having the motivation, but you know when you've spent your entire life in education, as soon as you come out of it, you're like, screw this, I don't want to do deadlines ever again. And my brain just never got out of that mindset. My brain is perpetually in, no, I won't do what you tell me to do. Even though it's like, it's me. I'm telling me to do it. Like, please, for the love of God, do the dishes. And my brain is like, no, you know what? I'm not going to do the dishes. I'm going to do some random other thing. And that's, it's basic. My brain is a teenager. My brain is a teenager that never grew up. And it's like, no, Mum, I don't want to do that. But it's me. I'm telling myself that. So Yeah, this is my, I'm going to prove it to myself that I can definitely do it. And then I can actually do the thing that I'm meant to be doing. I think I just need to prove to myself that I can do it. Because, like, when you're 16, I mean, the book is shit. The original one that I wrote when I was 16. I'm rewriting it. I'm rewriting the entire thing because I'm like, I already did this once. I should be able to edit this and make it good. I was 16, so all of the characters are, like, unnervingly Mary Sue's. Is that what it is, Mary Sue? Because I was like 16, so, like, all the characters are obviously going to be, like, the biggest badasses ever. Like, this character is perfect in every single way. And obviously when you read it as an adult, you're like, this character is insufferable. Give something that she doesn't like. Give something that she's bad at, you know what I mean? She can't be, like, athletic and smart and pretty and sporty and she has superpowers, you know what I mean? Like, proper, like, classic Mary Sue type character. So I need to go back and edit it and then see if I like it. And yeah, I just need to prove to myself once that I can do it. I got distracted, but that's what I do every single time. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. I think that the fact that I have this many witchcraft books might be a sign that there's something going on here. My hobbies are very minimal and they're usually all based on the exact same topic. Right, let's have a look. See, where was I? I'm here somewhere. Here we go. I just moved into a new place and I wondered if there's a ritual I can do to cleanse and bless the space. I am going to do that annoying thing that I do all of the time, which is respond to a question with a question. Why? It's my favourite question of all of them. You know this. Why are you cleansing the space? You don't need to tell me. I promise you don't need to tell me. I find a lot of people will cleanse a space because they feel like it's something that they should do. And that's why I always like asking the why, because it gives people a moment to, like, pause and go, okay, am I cleansing the space, or am I doing this thing because I actually need to do this thing? Or am I doing this thing because someone else told me that I should be doing this thing, even though they aren't in my situation? A lot of people, when you say, oh, I moved into a new house, they're like, oh my God, you've got to cleanse it. Cleanse it like the second you walk in through the door. You have to. You don't have to. I promise, you really don't. I did not cleanse this house. This house is exactly as I moved in because there were already spirits here and I felt completely at ease with them. And so I just let them be because, like, they're fine. So I think the answer is, like, it's one of those where if you need to cleanse, i.e. you've spent some time in the space and the energy is really unsettled and you don't feel comfortable in that space, or there's an energy in that space that you know you don't want to be there. There's something about it that's giving you bad dreams. There's something about it that you just don't feel like is right. Cleanse it, definitely. But I would recommend giving it some time, spending a little bit of time there, settle in that energy, see if it feels okay, see if you like the energies that are there, and if you do, there's absolutely no need to cleanse a space. If you want to bless a space, you can just light a tea light candle and you can just address the spirit of the house, and you can put some oil on it if you want, some blessing oil or some oil of a positive intention. Light that tea light, address it to the spirit of the house, and have that be kind of your blessing. I wouldn't necessarily cleanse unless you need to, because I think sometimes it can leave you with this kind of empty space and you might not necessarily realize what you may have missed out on otherwise. And actually, this I say it every single live stream, but I feel like I probably need to. If you are a beginner, please do not put on so many protections that you don't realize what you're protecting yourself from. Now, I know that might sound kind of counterintuitive because the one rule that everyone keeps saying is protection, protection, protection. And yes, 100% protections are really important. But it's really important that we don't wrap ourselves up in so much bubble wrap that we aren't able to function in a spirit-based world. Now, you don't have to work with spirits if you don't want to. But how are you meant to know that anything is wrong if you've never felt what it feels like when it's normal? And I think that's a really important thing that often gets missed. And I missed it. Lots of other people miss it, because you're like, oh, okay, spirits might be bad, so I need to make sure that I protect myself from them. Totally valid. But how do you know if a spirit is in that space if you have never felt what that space feels like completely neutrally? Do you know what I mean? If you've never felt what a house feels like without cleansing it first, you're not going to know what it feels like when something has entered into that space, because you don't have control to base it off. So I think when it comes to cleansings and protections, while they're really important to do when they are necessary for the circumstance, it's very easy. And I think in some ways it actually leads to people having a very strong reaction to circumstances that aren't very strong. I've got a lot of DMs, a lot of emails, a lot of messages over the many years of people being like, oh, there's a demon in my house. And I'm like, oh, okay, what kind of things have you been experiencing? And it'll be like, oh, well, I hear tapping. You hear tapping. Yes, I hear tapping. That's not just tapping. Oh, I hear tapping. So nothing else besides the tapping. It's well, occasionally there's a cold spot. I'm like, so it's not a demon then, is it? I would never be mean about it, but it's that's probably more than anything just a spirit. And I think sometimes that comes from, if you don't have a baseline of what spirit activity feels like, when your protections fail, or when they run out of energy, or when you enter into a space that doesn't have protections, what would perhaps feel like normal spirit activity feels really, really extreme. And I think the same applies, if you've had a really sheltered childhood, when you go out into the real world, it feels a lot harsher than maybe it would feel for someone who didn't have an extremely sheltered childhood. You're both experiencing the same situation as an adult, but the way you dealt with it at the start of your life has an impact on how that impacts you. And so actually that's a really good analogy. In general, with protections, I'd say start with condoms and wait to see what else you might need. That's actually really, really smart. Protections are really useful, but don't have so many protections on that you can't feel the energetic world around you. Once you lose touch with the energetic world, it's very difficult to know what's right and what's wrong with the energy, because you just can't feel it anymore. And that's kind of a complete tangent, but I'm hoping that maybe was even remotely helpful. I don't know. Honestly, half the time, I feel like I'm just talking shit. If it sticks, fantastic. I'm good with that. 2 years ago, I used a servitor to get some documents. It worked incredibly well. I destroyed the servitor. Now I have to renew those documents. Do you think I should remake the servitor or make a new one? Interesting. I'd have thought that by the destruction of the servitor, you're going to have to make a new one anyway. Or do you mean you're going to make a duplicate of the original one? In which case, if it worked really well the first time, I would say go with whatever worked really well the first time and try that first. And if that doesn't work the same way again, then it would be a case of going in and making something different that maybe suits what you need at this given moment. I'd say go with that. Because if it worked really, really well the first time, then it may well work well the second time. Do you have advice for insomnia or nightmares in the spellwork department? Mundane means I've been taken already. Now, I'm going to say this with a caveat here of herbs should be used very carefully, and they should be applied safely when you know what is suitable for you, your medication, your health conditions, the dosages, etc. Now, this isn't to be taken internally, but a sleep pillow. Now, they're commonly used for psychic work, dream magic, but they don't have to be. A pillow, it's you can use a bag, but people often make them as sealed pouches so that the herbs don't come out of them again. And inside that small pouch, you would put herbs like chamomile, like lavender. But the main one that I want to focus on are hops, dried hops. Go into the bag, sealed up, it gets placed under your pillow. And as you're sleeping on it and as it's moving, it releases the fragrance of hops. Hops are what's used to make beer. And they are very commonly used, well, they have been very commonly known to make you drowsy. And so when people used to harvest the hops, because they used to be hand harvested, people would be falling asleep on the job because the smell of the hops is a sleeping agent. And that's one that can be used, but I am not a medical professional. I will not be able to give any dosages or any volume or anything. But that is one that has been used for a long time as a method of sleep, especially alongside chamomile and lavender. Alternatively, for nightmares, the way that I have typically always dealt with them is either you can servitor, which I will get onto in a minute because I know that there's a question down here asking more about servitors. Servitor for the purpose of removing bad dreams to act as a protection, or use things like hagstones, which are believed to keep away nightmares. So that's kind of two options on two different sides of the witchcraft spectrum, depending on what it is that you want to be working with. Now, in terms of what a servitor is a man-made spirit. So it is a spirit that has been created by taking a part of your energy and shaping it into a form that is then released from you to go about its business. They are usually created for a specific purpose. So in this instance, it would be nightmares. And the nightmares can be the fuel for the servitor. So all servitors need a food source. They need an energy source. And that energy source can be energy that you give. It can be offerings that you give. It can be sunlight. It can be moonlight. It can be some action that it's taking. So some people will have a servitor that's designed for house protection. And that servitor feeds off the excess energy from spells and rituals that haven't been used up. So you don't have to actively give them anything. They will take what is left over from spells and rituals. Or, for instance, in this case, in terms of the nightmares, the energy of the nightmare can act as food for the servitor and energy for the servitor. And therefore, once the servitor has done its job and it's consumed the nightmares as energy source, then once the nightmares go away, the servitor will cease to exist because it doesn't have the energy that it needs to survive. So they are man-made spirits. Very, very useful. I have a couple of books on the subject. Maybe I need to do an entire video on the books that I would recommend for it. But yeah, I have my own kind of techniques for servitors, but very, very useful beings. It just allows you to essentially create, destroy spirits on command without having to form deeper connections with spirits that may or may not be able to accommodate what it is that you need. And it gives you just a little bit more flexibility in your spells and rituals. Right, where am I? I am... Oh goodness, where am I? I would like to have a spirit to help me with divination, but I'm not sure how to get one. I don't work with spirit guides, but I do worship Greek deities. So my question is, why not work with spirit guides? Because that's probably your best and easiest bet for finding someone to work with divination. Otherwise, servitor, great way to go. I think, which books did I... Okay, so I used to do videos called quarterly book breakdowns. But I have been writing more than I've been reading in the last couple of years, so I haven't really done them recently. Oh my god, I did a video on Graveyard Dirt. When did I do a video on Graveyard Dirt? Oh, 2020. Huh, maybe I need to revise some of these videos. I don't remember. I swear, I make videos and then they cease to exist inside my brain. Right. They were called quarterly book breakdowns, and in those videos I used to go over a lot of the books that I was reading, and some of them were oh my god, my brain is not working, on servitors, and I had a list of my favorites. I know that one of them was called Creating Magical Entities. Yeah, this one was my favourite. Yeah, this one was my favourite. Never mind, I don't need to find it. Anyway, if you want book recommendations, try those quarterly book breakdown videos, because I go over like so many different books in those videos that I really enjoyed. Okay, the book that I really like was called A Complete Guide to Entity Creation, Creating Magical Entities by David Michael Cunningham. That one was my favourite of the ones that I read at the time. I read some fucking awful ones that I never spoke about. They were really bad, but that one was really, really good. Okay, let's have a look, see. Where am I? I'm here. What type of spell or working would you recommend to help remove the fear in somebody else about a specific situation? I wouldn't. And I will kind of elaborate on that. Fear is a reasonable response. And fear is a very important response. I think if we don't have fear, it can be a very dangerous situation. Now, obviously, not in every situation, but fear is a very important thing that we are able to experience. So I would say, instead of attempting to remove the fear, I would take the alternative route. And I would say, instead of trying to remove the fear, try to improve their feelings around the situation. Try to maybe, if I'm just going to throw some ideas out there, if we're talking like public speaking, maybe self-confidence is something that needs to be worked on. Maybe excitement can be something that's worked on. If it's something that they are dreading doing, like they're dreading going on a flight, maybe a distraction is something that needs to be given. Maybe you want to be giving them a real interest in a particular topic, and so they're reading a book the entire time they're on a flight and they're not even really thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like, rather than trying to remove fear, I think it's about balancing that fear with something else, like countering it to help improve the situation. Because I think a lot of the time fear is really valid. It's just when it becomes so much that it limits your ability to be comfortable, we can then counter that with something else. Okay. Which character are you currently running on Baldur's Gate? Mine is Oathbreaker. I'll be honest, that lingo confuses the shit out of me. I'm a really bad gamer. I've played games my entire life, I'm still shit at it. At the minute, I know that I am a druid. I am an elf druid who is obsessed with Astarion, because obviously I am. I watched way too much Vampire Night when I was a kid. Grey-haired vampire? Sold. Like, can't help it. It's an automatic reaction. I said to myself going into it, I'm like, I will do anything other than romance Astarion. Within 10 minutes. I have no idea. I know that I am a druid, and that is all I know. This is my first playthrough. It's taken me 100 and something hours, and I'm not even finished yet. Like, I'm a slow, literally lose the plot halfway through the game and only do side quests because I forgot what I'm doing gamer. And it is very entertaining. Like, I don't know any of the lingo. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Me and Phil are playing, like, Raft at the minute. Well, we played it once, but we will probably play it again. I can't even find the E key on a keyboard, right? Because I quickly realised I touch type. I actually don't know, like, where any of the keys are unless I'm typing. And so I go to pick something out of the water and I'm like, oh, that's not E. Oh, why am I moving? Oh, that's W. That's Y. Oh, that's R. That's not right either. I'm that kind of a person. So I don't know. On the next playthrough, like, I will probably have much more of an understanding of what's going on. But at the minute, I am still trying to... I'm, like, in Baldur's Gate. Like, I'm nearly at the end. I'm, like, this close to the end, and I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm having fun, though. I am complete chaos, though, to play games with, completely. Like, I'm a fucking nightmare. If anyone shares, like, chests with me in a game, you know shit is going in whichever chest I come to first. I don't care if there's a system. Oh, I'm sorry, gems go in that chest. Not today. Gems go in whichever chest I reach first. And it is a nightmare for everyone around me. It is like, no, that doesn't go. Why are you putting that there? Why is that there? Oh yeah, Stardew Valley, I am the worst. You have nice little neat signs telling me what's in every single box. No, I'm sorry, that's not going to work for me. Everything will get dumped in the nearest chest until I run out of room in that chest, and then everything else will get dumped into the chest next to it. You had a system? No, you don't, bitch. That is how I play games. And it stresses people out. I mean, I was playing V Rising, and I'm like, where are my scrolls? Where are my scrolls? I've lost my scrolls. Have you stolen my scrolls? No, you haven't stolen my scrolls. Where have I put my scrolls? Where had I put them? Not in a chest. No, I put them in the inventory of a random, like, I think it might have been the sawmill. I put all of my scrolls in the inventory of a completely different machine that didn't even use or make scrolls. Then again, I cooked the other day and I searched the entire bin for the packaging. You know when you cook food and you're like, oh, I need to check the packaging. Where have I put it? In the bin. I emptied the entire bin looking for the packaging. Like I went through all of my recycling trying to find the cardboard bloody box. Where had I put the cardboard box, you ask? I had put it empty in the fridge. It didn't even live in the fridge to start off with. I literally walked to the fridge, opened the fridge, put an empty box in the fridge, and then completely forgot that I'd done it. I don't know how I haven't, like, forgotten my own head yet. Because that is the level of chaos we're talking about. So I need to... Honestly, I have no idea. But it's bad. I emptied the entire recycling bin. It took me 15 minutes to empty the entire recycling bin. But no, I had put the empty box in a fridge. I still don't know why. That actually baffles me. Like, mad. Anyway, how do you verify the authenticity of magical teachings passed down through generations? You kind of can't, honestly, because you are reliant on having enough sources externally that are similar enough that you can cross-reference. And when it comes to generational knowledge, that isn't something that you can really do. And so I think that it's one of them things where trial and error. You're never going to really be able to verify the authenticity of it, but you can verify the successfulness of it. And ultimately, it's much better to have a successful magical practice than a historically authentic one. I think that is the most valuable thing, but obviously keep all records anyway in case you do find something similar from a similar area where you can cross-reference to see if it was something that was primarily done during a time period, whether it was a local thing, something like that. Yeah, you definitely have ADHD. Oh, I don't know. I probably have every letter attached under the sun. I found a tiramisu in the dessert in the fridge I forgot about. If it makes you feel any better, this is really showing myself up here, right? I have the object permanence of a toddler. No, nay, not even a toddler, a baby. You know that game where you go, peekaboo, and the baby's like completely forgotten that you exist. It's like, what the fuck? Where did you come from? That is everything I own. If it's in a drawer, it doesn't exist. Oh, it's above eyeline in the fridge. No, it isn't. It isn't there. I literally was wrapping presents at Christmas. I put the sellotape down and it ended up under my knee and I completely lost the sellotape. I got up to go and find a new sellotape, came back, sellotape's on the floor. Why is it on the floor? Because it was under my knee and I couldn't see it. And if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. And I have no object permanence. It's so bad that everyone's like, Elle, why do you have stuff everywhere? And I'm like, because if my vitamins go into a cupboard, they don't exist anymore. And I will then go out and I will buy more vitamins, and I will open the cupboard and find that I already have vitamins, and I'll put the vitamins in the cupboard next to the other vitamins, and then I don't have vitamins anymore. Rinse, repeat. This is how I ended up with 3 copies of Folk Magic by Roger J. Horne, because if it's in a bookshelf and it isn't immediately visible, it doesn't exist. And it's a problem. It's something. It's something. So if you ever feel like that, just know that you are definitely not alone. We're all in this together. And my problem is I take out of sight, out of mind too literally. Like I can forget people exist, and that's like a problem. Like if a message isn't like actively unread, if I've opened it and just glanced at it, I will then forget that person exists. And I know that they exist. Like I fundamentally know that person still exists. But in my brain, that person no longer exists. So I'll have like 5 messages that I've opened from people, and I'm like, I will reply to that later, except as soon as that message is opened, that person ceases to exist. I'm like, I'm sorry, I forgot you existed for 3 months. Don't take it as like a personal attack or anything. It's just that I didn't have a notification available to me, and so I forgot that you existed for a while. And then you sent me a message and I panicked because I realized that you actually did exist, and I should have replied to you 3 months ago and I didn't. And now I feel really bad about it. But nobody gets that. They're like, why? Why are you like this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe this might explain why coffee actually chills me out instead of hypes me up. This might answer so many questions. Okay. Okay, let's go for this one. If ghosts are echoes of the past, do you think they evolve over time, adapting to modern spaces? They disappeared. Adapting to modern spaces, learning new languages, or changing how they interact with the living? I mean, I don't necessarily see all ghosts being echoes of the past. I think a lot of them are, I suppose people are echoes of the past. So like people who have passed over probably are considered like echoes. But I think that, well, no, I do think people will stay the same. I do think that for the most part, especially people who don't realize that they're dead, I don't think that they will change. Like, I don't think they will suddenly start acting in different ways, because like that is what they are living. That is their reality. However, I do think that if they are aware that they are passed on and they have no interest in moving forwards, they will actively try to engage with the living people in a way that they get a reaction out of. And if that is messing with technology that doesn't even exist yet and never existed when they were alive, I think they would probably do that. Trial and error. Trial and error the hell out of it. Whenever they get a reaction out of, do. But I think if it is like residual, or if they are not aware that they're dead, then they probably won't adapt the same way that active spirits would. Yup, I couldn't sleep last night, so I grabbed a soda and fell asleep 10 minutes after finishing it. Yeah, I've never understood, right? Everyone's like, oh, I can't function in the morning without coffee. How? I never run out of I'm bouncing off the walls every waking minute of the day. But my ex had ADHD, and he was bouncing is an understatement. Like 1,000 miles a minute, absolutely everywhere, all of the time. And I by comparison, I'm just not like that at all. Like I'm just chill by comparison. But everyone's like, oh, I can't function in the morning without my coffee. I'm like, why? What does it do? All I know is that about an hour, 2 hours after I've had coffee, I start shaking. Besides that, I don't think it does anything. I think people just say that it does something. Obviously, that's not true. Like, obviously, it does do something. But, like, I'm just here and I'm like, I could have, like, 5 coffees and the only thing it would make me do is shake aggressively. And that's it. So, I don't know. Right, where are we? I'm here. How do you protect yourself and your home from other witches? Protection spells. Protection spells on the home, protection spells on yourself, on your jewellery, whether that be sigils, whether that's jewellery, whether that's crystals and herbs that you carry around, whether that's large shields that you put up around your house, whether that is witches' bottles, whether that is wards, whatever it is, protections, 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 preferably layer them up so that if one fails, another one is in its place, and be prepared to do mirror spells, return to sender spells, anything that is going to ricochet any unnecessary workings either back to them or out and away if you don't want to end up in a magical tennis match, you know. You have a spell, no, you have a spell, you know. Up and away stops that kind of magical back and forth. We're at Wimbledon and we're watching a tennis ball do this kind of a situation. I'm realising that Wimbledon might be a really, really niche reference if you don't watch tennis. So, yeah. Very, very niche reference. What would be a good number of lucid dreams or astral projections per week to consider it a win? As many as you feel comfortable with. I mean, there are many, many practitioners who never lucid dream, who will never astral project, and they don't feel really any need to. And there are others that feel like they need to be understanding and being an active participant in their dreams every single day. It's an entirely individual thing. I would say any number that you feel comfortable with doing. I accidentally opened File Explorer because I clicked the wrong button and now it's going to freak out for a minute. Please close File Explorer, thank you. Oops, I missed the button, totally. Let's have a look-see. No to this one. Is it true that True Love's Kiss can really break spells and curses? No. Can you suggest a few alternative ways to accomplish such a task? When it comes to like true love, what is the definition of it? Because guarantee everyone's going to give you a completely different definition. It's a convenient trope in stories. It gives the idea of like this one individual person that you can have forever that's only yours and yada yada yada. And as much as I love the idea of it, I think it's very, very realistic with nearly, 10 billion people on Earth? I think it's nearly 10 billion now. That we have like this singular individual person that could be anywhere on the planet but somehow is only ever in your social vicinity, who is your one and only person that you can have forever. Am I a little bit jaded? A little. But generally speaking, I think that it's not a reliable backup for spells and curses. So I think that when it comes to these things, it is about being able to acknowledge when they are occurring, being able to put up protections, being able to cleanse, being able to undo that working as we need to. And it really depends on like, if it's a spell that you have done, you can undo it. I have an entire video on how to undo spells. If it's a spell or a curse that's been cast by someone else, it's about figuring out the symptoms of it, kind of figure out what part of your life it's aiming at, and then there's a couple of different ways you can take it. You can try and counter that working because eventually it will run out of energy. It will. Like realistically, the number of practitioners today who are carrying out such large curses that they become generational is quite unusual. That's not to say they don't happen in other areas of the world. That's not to say that they don't still happen. For the most part, you're unlikely to encounter that. Most curses have a time limit. They're only going to last for as long as the energy lasts. So you can either cleanse and release that energy, or you can banish that energy and break it that way, or you can counter that energy with positive to balance it out. Now I'm going to answer this one now, just because I feel like I need to. How come there's only ever girl witches? There aren't. Some of the most famous witches in the world have been men. Gerald Gardner is a great example of that. One of the most famous, most important magical practitioners in the world. A witch is a gender-neutral term, and it always has been. Even during the witch trial period, 25% of all those convicted of witchcraft were men. Witch is a gender-neutral term that anybody can choose to use if they practice witchcraft. However, a lot of the time we see only female presenting people being advertised as being witches. And so it's completely understandable why, if you aren't fully in the community of witchcraft, why you would only think that only women are witches. Because a lot of the people that you will see talking about witchcraft are women. A lot of the people that you will see in TV shows and movies about witchcraft are women. And so it does give this impression that the only people who can and the only people who should be witches are women. But that's not the case. Male witches and non-binary witches and gender fluid witches, however you identify, are still witches. It is just one term for multiple people, though different people may choose to take certain titles. So depending on their style of practice, so if they primarily work with, say, chaos magic and summoning style magic, they might refer to themselves as magicians rather than witches. It really just depends on the individual. But yeah, it's a very easily understood misconception, because it's what we see so much in movies and TV shows and books and the like. But no, men can be witches. It's just that they aren't seen quite as much online and even at events, because a lot of them feel as though they aren't welcome in the community. And I think that is really such an awful shame. I know of a coven that won't even take trans women. It's so weird. Yeah, I mean, many of you will know my stance on this already. I don't really understand the gatekeeping of places. I mean, I understand that people have a right to have safe spaces. I do understand that completely. But I don't understand the exclusion of people from spaces that have historically been very inclusive. That doesn't really make any sense to me. I mean, I know of shops who won't sell cloaks to men. Why? It's a piece of clothing. I don't get it. And I will never understand it. And everyone is welcome here. Okay, if you are a male witch, if you are a female witch, if you are a trans witch, if you are non-binary, I like all of you. It doesn't matter to me. You are welcome in witchcraft, even if individual spaces choose to exclude you. They're being dicks. And yeah, it frustrates the hell out of me, especially when I hear stories of people being like, oh, I was excluded from this group because I came out, or I was excluded from this group because I transitioned. It's like, okay, screaming match over. There we go. My squeal of the day. Yeah, I think that Charmed, Buffy, I think all of these things from like the 90s very much influenced the idea that like men are warlocks and women are witches. I mean, that was the thing, wasn't it, in Charmed? It was like the men were warlocks and the women were witches. But no, anyone, if you look at trial records, I know this is kind of going off tangent a little bit here, but when you look at trial records, the term witch is kind of used, generally speaking, as just someone who performed malefic magic. So peddler, wise person, you could have a cunning man, a cunning woman, were used to describe the magical practitioners who were deemed as beneficial for the community. And those that were considered malefic were called witches. And we see both men and women being accused and prosecuted. And there are many areas, I mean, there's a particular village in Germany where the majority, if not all, of those who were accused and tried for witchcraft were men. As far as I can remember, they took like a third, maybe more, of the village or town, their male population, because it was considered that men were more likely to be witches in this particular region, whereas in other regions it was women that were primarily considered witches. And so it's about 22-23% of all of those accused during the witch trial period were men that were accused of witchcraft. And so I always find it really weird when, and this, I want to emphasize this by saying, I don't begrudge people using the witch trials as a representation of how people were mistreated because of things that were out of their control, you know, like being elderly, or being a widower or a widow, or being single, or being a bit different, you know. But if anybody says that the witch trials were only an attack on women, that's just factually not correct. Were the majority of people who were accused of witchcraft women? Yes. But they weren't all women. And I've seen that statement flying around a lot of like, oh, only women were accused of being witches. No, they weren't. Where? Like, in the majority of locations, it wasn't exclusively women. It was often women and some men, and in some cases it was majority men and a few women. So I just kind of want to like put that out there because I've seen that floating around again recently, and I'm still confused by it because we have so much information on witchcraft and witchcraft history now that it seems really weird to me that people are still pushing the whole all witches were burned, which they weren't. All witches were women. They weren't. So, and I know that people sell the t-shirts. I know that they do. We are the granddaughters of the witches you didn't burn pisses me off so bad. And it's my nitpicky little brain, right? Because unless your ancestors were living in essentially under Roman rule on the European continent, you were not burned. You were hanged because it was not heresy. So if you were part of the Holy Roman Empire, you would be burned because witchcraft counted as heresy, and the punishment for heresy was burning. If you were in the British Isles or in North America, that wasn't the case because you weren't under the Holy Roman Empire, and therefore the punishment was actually not the witchcraft. The punishment was more what you were trying to do with the witchcraft. So more often than not, you would have been hanged. You would not have been burned. In Scotland, it was a little bit different because you would have been executed and then your body would have been burned afterwards. But that's kind of different again. And also, the majority of people who practice today do not practice generational witchcraft. They have no family history of practicing witchcraft because, unlike what Margaret Murray liked to say, witchcraft is not a never-ending line of people going back thousands of years who practice this witchcraft cult. It's usually like pockets of people who practice like slightly different versions of something. And like even today, while there are some generational witches, the majority of people aren't generational witches. And if they are, they aren't generational witches that can go back to the witch trial period, because most people don't have the family records, because if you were poor, you weren't documented the same. And so it's very unlikely you'd even know if your family would go back. You likely wouldn't know if anybody was accused, because not everyone who was accused was even executed. I mean, when you get towards the end of the witch trial period, the majority of judges were throwing out cases left, right and centre because there was no backing for it anymore. It was mostly the witch hysteria period that was a big thing. And so it's one of those things that's nitpicky. I don't have all of the information. I don't have everything. But it always really weirds me out when people are like, we're the granddaughters of the witches you didn't burn. And it's like, unless you lived in continental Europe, that's not accurate anyway. Anyway, that's my rant for the day. There's always one in a live stream. That's my rant for the day. Wasn't John Dee a witch? He didn't call himself that, but he was the British Queen. Yeah, he was astrologer and magician for Queen Elizabeth I. And he practiced a form of ceremonial magic, which fell outside of witchcraft, sort of. It was kind of given ceremonial magic, and ceremonial magicians fell outside of the witchcraft accusations a lot of the time, though they were still heavily looked at. And in some cases, they ended up being accused of being witches and practicing witchcraft anyway. But someone as close to the royals as John Dee wasn't looked at with the same scrutiny as others were, but he was still looked at. Generally, it's groups, it was very much less about the practice of witchcraft and more about who you were to the community, I think, is more of what we see when we look into the trials. It's people that had differing religious or political beliefs were accused of being witches. I mean, there's one case where a young boy. I believe it was a young boy. It might have been a young girl. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I think it was a little boy though. Was walking past a woman's house, and she put coals. So she took hot coals out of her fire inside, and she came outside and she tipped the hot coals into a bucket of cold water. And he ran back to his family and he told them that she had cursed him by tipping hot coals into a bucket of water. And she was accused of witchcraft, and I believe she was executed for witchcraft. That is the only evidence they had, was that she tipped hot coals into a bucket of cold water just at the exact moment that he happened to be running past the front of her house, and that is the reason why she was executed. It actually, when you look at it, has very little to do with witchcraft, and it has everything to do with kind of the social political stance of the people at the time, and the prejudices that people had. And that's why a lot of women do get accused of being witches, is that if they were unmarried, if they were widowed, if they, there's lots of reasons why. If they had money when the men in the area did not have money, if they had influence, political influence, when it was deemed that they shouldn't have political influence, it has a lot less to do with the witchcraft and a lot more to do with the people who just happen, in some cases, to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it's an interesting topic. It's why the witch trial period fascinates me so much. It's why the early modern period actually fascinates me so much, because there's so much misinformation that kind of has come out over the years, and it's only now that we're starting to unlearn the information that's kind of been deeply ingrained in our society. The idea that black cats are unlucky. That's still something that people hold on to today, when actually that's just a misconception that's kind of been passed down. And it's just about, I think, slowly but surely picking apart the misconceptions. It kind of ties back to what I was saying earlier about if you come from a very religious background and you have a lot of religious fear surrounding witchcraft. It's about picking apart the misconceptions, because a lot of what we know about witchcraft historically has been documented by people who never practiced it themselves. So you're almost seeing, it's about picking the grain of truth out of a lot of weird misinformation and misconceptions. I just find the topic is just so fascinating. I'm going to get a book on, I really want to get the book on the manuscripts and learn more about kind of how witchcraft was documented in manuscripts. I think that just sounds so cool. I also might be a little bit of a nerd about this topic, so that might be why that dense book sounds interesting to me. Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. I recently got a black dog, and all of a sudden everyone I meet is telling me about their dog passing. What do you know about black dog folklore? I know a fair amount, but not in this context. So typically when we're looking at kind of black dog folklore, it was a boy. Oh, I got it right the first time. Okay, fantastic. Anyway, sorry, back to this. Most of black dog folklore surrounds the black shuck, the dog of omen and death. I think he's got a bad reputation, honestly. I don't think that the black shuck is as nasty as people often assume. But I wonder if he's okay. So this could be caused for two reasons, I suppose. Well, there's more than two reasons, but mostly two reasons. The first one is simply that you have a dog, and because people are aware that you have a dog and you are a new person in the area with a dog, that they then feel the need to share their stories and open up to you, and they want engagement, and they think that because you have a dog that you will understand, and therefore you kind of have become this healing vessel for them, where they think that you get what they've gone through because you have a dog, so they feel the need to tell you about their experiences. Alternatively, and kind of symbolically, the black shuck, or kind of the black dog of folklore, is seen as an omen of death, but not always. So sometimes he's an omen of death where he shows up just before death is about to occur, a little bit like the Irish banshee. But also the idea that the black shuck also appears at funerals, as a way of honouring and walking with the dead as they travel along what were the corpse roads, or the roads that would be taken out of towns and villages and towards the church and the graveyard. And they're also seen as protective agents. There are some cases where people have been taken through the woodland and have been followed closely by a large black dog. It doesn't do anything but protect them, and then as soon as they leave that woodland, that black dog vanishes into thin air like it never existed. So I love the folklore behind it. You can see it as being a symbolic thing. I would probably, though, lean towards the fact that they probably more than anything think that you understand their situation, and maybe they don't have anyone in their life to talk to about it, and so they're talking to you about it. But if anyone does want to know more about black dog folklore, I do have an episode. It is called... I can't remember how I titled. Oh, it's called Black Shuck Phantom Hounds. It is episode 6 of the podcast, which I have been debating bringing back again on Patreon. I think. I don't know. I find it really difficult to know where to put things, because if things don't get views the same way as like the main weekly videos, then YouTube stops promoting all of the videos, which is kind of the battle that like people are having on YouTube right now. Like I've spoken about it briefly before, but like you'll likely have seen the Mr. Beastification of YouTube, where like everyone seems to be posting like, I spent a night in a 1-star hotel. I spent a night in the most expensive hotel in the world. You know, that kind of like content. And it's because that does really well. And they keep doing it because it does really well. If you post something that doesn't get views, YouTube goes, oh, is your content not doing so well anymore? Okay, well, we'll make it do worse. And like, I have episodes that I finished that were meant to be in season 2, but my hair's a different colour, I think. The background, I think, is still magnolia. It's still like beige. And I'm tempted just to post them on Patreon, because I don't want to kill my channel. Like, I don't know where I am going to put them yet. But I have like 5 episodes of season 2 that were finished like 3 years ago, that I was meant to finish the other half, and then life happened. You know how it is. So I think that for now, those episodes might end up on Patreon, and then they might end up in like a bigger video or bigger something in the future. I don't know, but just a heads up, that might be happening. Because I don't know what to do with them. I have like 5 of them finished. What have I got? I've got the I've got one on Alton Towers, because if you live in the UK, you know that Alton Towers is like one of the biggest theme parks in the country, and they have some really interesting, like, haunting activity. I did one on like pigs in London sewers, because that was a really fascinating one. Jack in the Green Man. I've got like all these episodes. All the episodes that I currently have are still going to stay on Spotify, and the new episodes I will be adding onto Spotify. But the video version, I think, is going to have to go on Patreon, just because I don't know how YouTube is going to like it. I don't know. They might just be bonus episodes, honestly. They might just be extra episodes in season 1 that I did like 4 years ago, and then start afresh on like a new season. Maybe that's what I should do. Honestly, this is my problem. This is why I want to like finish a book. Is because like I start things and my demand sensitivity is like kicking in right now. I really want to be like, no, I'm gonna stay on this topic forever, because I don't like being told what to do. Oh, it's such a problem. Yeah, it's there's the pigs in the London sewers during the Victorian era. I found that so fascinating. I read about it and I was like, oh, I have to talk about that, because it's so cool. I'm sorry if the clicking was really annoying then. I found a fidget device and I shouldn't be holding on to it, because I will click it forever. I'll like play with it and mess with it forever. What? I just saw something about nebula. What's nebula? What's Nebula? Have you considered looking into Nebula? It's a creator-owned platform that may treat you better. Oh, interesting. Maybe. It's another thing for me to forget about and will eventually die. I'm so bad at it. Okay, let's have a look. My family keeps on seeing me in a room that I'm never in. I've done some research that strongly points to a doppelganger, and I'm curious if this is always considered a bad sign. I wouldn't immediately jump to a doppelganger. I mean, it very much could be a doppelganger, but it could also be a spirit that is just pretending to be you. So a good example of this in maybe a slightly different way is people are camping in the woods and all of a sudden they hear one of their friends that they know they're camping with calling their name from in the woods, in the trees. And so they get outside of their tent and they start walking towards the voice because they think that their friend is in trouble. And then their other friend comes out of the tent and they're still in the tent. And some spirits will mimic. They will mimic the way you look. They will mimic the way you sound as a way of getting the attention of people who know you. So it could be a way of getting your family members to go somewhere. Maybe to look at something that's important. Maybe something that was of significance to them during life. It could be for really horrible means and like actively trying to keep you away from, to direct them away from you so that the spirit can do something not very nice. You know, there's lots of reasons why it can happen. More commonly though, spirits do it with voices. So people will hear their name being called and it'll sound like their family member or their child, but they know that it isn't their child. Or they'll hear their child crying, but their child's in the same room as them, so they know that it's not the child. This could be a step up from that. It could be a doppelganger type of spirit. I'm not super well versed on the mythology of doppelgangers. I know that in some cases people believe them to be like physical people that are like them. They are you and you are they, but they exist in like separate points around the world. And it's believed that if you were to meet your doppelganger, then one of you would have to die. I've heard that one. I've also heard doppelgangers as just being like spirits. So I'm honestly not really sure on this one. I think it's worth checking to see if there's any other like signs of a haunting going on. Because I would suspect that if you're dealing with a doppelganger, you would have different signs than if you were dealing with a standard haunting. So if you're getting a haunting, then you're probably dealing with knocks, bangs, taps, things moving, people walking around, that kind of a thing. Whereas if you're dealing with a doppelganger, then you wouldn't be getting any of those other signs. Are changelings considered to be doppelgangers? No. A changeling, well, I don't consider them to be doppelgangers because they don't really fit. They don't really fit. So as far as I know anyway, changelings don't end up really looking like the person that they are changed out for. Now, there's a few kind of stories behind changelings. The first is the idea that the Fae would have sickly children and they couldn't raise healthy children. And so in order to have their children survive, they would swap their child out for that of a human child so that their Fae child could be raised in the human realm and they would be strong and they would be healthy and they wouldn't fade away and die like they would in the Fae realm, in the Elfame. And sadly, that the human children that went in replacement would then become feeble and weak and they would die in Elfame. And whether that is like an actual belief system or whether that's actually something that occurred, or whether that was something that was told as a way of explaining why children that were initially very, very healthy, like babies that were very, very healthy, would suddenly become pallid and they would become sick and they would essentially fade away and they would die. And whether it was used as an explanation for cot death, whether it was used as an explanation for infant mortality, which was exceptionally high at this point in time. You then also have the theory that changelings are actually not Fae, They are instead children who are, they are different in some way. And it's not necessarily like one specific thing. There's lots of different conditions that may well now be identified as, oh, it's this, or oh, it's this, or oh, it's the other. Instead, at the time, because they were different, because they were other, they were then considered fae, and they were changelings. And in some cases, they were treated appallingly. If you believed that your child was a fae, then they would often mistreat that child because they refused to take care of a non-human child. But the reality is that in a lot of cases, it actually wasn't that the child was fae, it's that the child had a condition that now we would fully know what it was and how to deal with it. At the time, they didn't. So when the children were considered to be changelings, it was usually because they were very sick. So they were very thin and sickly. They could be very gaunt. They would be very pale. And they may well even be yellow tinted because of liver conditions. Or they had features that made them look other to the people at the time. Now, I want to emphasize that when I'm using the term other, I'm meaning in the time period. I'm not talking about like now. I'm saying that like during this time period, they were considered different. And because of that, it could be placement like eye width or eye closeness. It could have been a lazy eye. It could have been features that were considered different to other children that the family had had, and therefore they were accused of being changelings. And ultimately this comes down to rejecting anything that they deemed as less than normal in their brains and in their society. And it's horrific if you really think about it. Like, you don't even have to really think about it. If you just mildly think about it, it's terrible to think about what happened. And it was under the guise of changelings and this like fear mongering that occurred around it. And there may well have been, different was dangerous. That's the thing, is that people were scared of what they didn't understand. And if they saw that their child wasn't gaining weight or their child wasn't behaving in a way that they were expecting, they would often blame it on changelings. So changelings never looked like the child. They never looked like the child. Instead, they would always be other, as though they're from the other world. There would always be something about them that wasn't quite what was expected. And so they wouldn't be treated like human children. They would be treated like they were this infectious thing that had been added into the household. And it's awful. It's absolutely horrific. And that's why now we don't see changeling stories really being spoken about that much, because we know a little bit more about the potential origins of them, and it isn't nice at all. So I really can't imagine what people would have gone through. And also in that, I can't imagine how much pressure was maybe on families to believe it too. Like, you know, if you're in a close-knit community and everyone believes that changelings are real, the amount of pressure that you would have as a family to also believe that that's real must have been awful. And I think that's the important, I know I'm going on about this, but I think that's the important thing to remember, is that we should never romanticize like the time when the fairy faith was prevalent, or like the time when peddlers and wise folk were commonplace. We should never romanticize it. Instead, we should perceive it as a historical point in time. And it's a bit like people who wear like 1940s fashion. Like, they aren't romanticizing the 1940s. They are liking the fashion, but not the opinions of the time. You know, I think the same needs to apply when it comes to witchcraft. We can draw from the past whilst not romanticizing the belief systems that in some cases were like really, really not it. They weren't nice. Okay. When doing workings for other people, how do you word it? Do you still use first person language, but try to focus on the energy towards the person using tag locks? Oh no, third person language always. Because I have some unpopular opinions with this, right? everyone in the manifestation world, and I think it's important to remember, manifestation and witchcraft, they overlap, but they don't have to be the same thing. So within the manifestation world, you say things as though you already have them. I am healthy. I am wealthy. I'm just about to quote a song here, and I'm not going to, but you know what I mean? It's that kind of idea of manifestation. Like, I am healthy. I am wealthy. I have this job. I have this car. That's typically the way it's done in manifestation, and it works great. However, if I were to use that language in my practice, my spirits would be like, well, then why do you need us? You know, I am wealthy. Okay, well, then why are you doing a prosperity spell? Put it down. I have this car. Well, if you have the car, why do you need another one? That's how my spirits would talk to me if I used like I have, I am. They'd be like, well, if you already have it, why are you involving us? You don't need it if you have it. So for me, a lot of people find that like they use like present speech. So it's like, I already have this thing. I'm gonna talk about it like I already have it. I have to talk about I would like this thing. Because if I use I already have it, my spirits are like, bitch, why are you asking us then? You don't need our help. And so for me, if I were to do like a spell for myself, I use first person. I would like assistance in this. If I'm doing workings for other people, it would be they would like assistance with this. Because otherwise my spirits or the beings that I work with would then be like, so hang on a minute, you need it, but you're calling yourself by that name and you're using this person's photograph? I'm confused. And they would be like fully, they'd be fully confused. They'd be like, huh? What? I'm confused here. So for me, if I'm doing workings for other people, then I am using their information, their pronouns, their information, their tag looks, their pictures, their whatever. If I'm doing it for myself, I'll use my information. Now, that's just my kind of style of practice. I know so many practitioners who have great success using present day language. I don't even know how you would describe it, but like I have, I am. Like they will use it language as though they already have things. And I very, very commonly find that they have amazing success. If I were to use the same working, it would not work for me. And so it's very important to kind of trial and error. Do a working for that person and use first person and then use third person and just see which one kind of felt better energetically, which one resonated with you a little bit more, and then go from there, because so many people kind of, they think that their practice doesn't work because the way other people practice doesn't work for them, when in reality, like, it's more likely that it's just their practice just doesn't work for you. But that doesn't make your practice not good. It's just you need to find your own style of doing things. Your spirits are probably always confused by you. Honestly, probably, yeah. Can someone help me real quick? Did people think that the child was a changeling? Yes. Or that the changeling changed the child? No, that the child was the changeling. So the belief was that because fairy children were often sickly, that they wanted a healthy child and they wanted to try and heal their child. And so they would swap their child for the human child to try to give their child a chance. And they would take the healthy child away to Elfame, to the other world, and try to raise the child or some kind. Sometimes they wouldn't even bother. But the idea was that because the child was different, other, that they were the changeling, that they were the fairy child that had been swapped for the human baby. So the human baby was now gone, and in its place was the fairy changeling that was pretending to be human. And so they, because they weren't human, they weren't treated like human. And that's the worst bit about it. I really need to research this topic more, actually, because that's the information I have. Once again, I will reiterate that I am not the be-all, end-all of knowledge. I do not have all of the information. And sometimes my information is wrong. And if it is, I will try to always go back and fact check and make sure. But I need to research this a little bit more to see if we have more up-to-date information on it. So I'll get there eventually. I'll add it to the list of things that I haven't researched yet, but I need to. Right, let's have a look. See. I mean, for anyone who's wondering what time I'm on at the minute on the Q&A, I am currently answering questions that I believe came in at 9:25. It is now nearly midnight, so just bear that in mind. I'm always quite far behind on these because there's usually a lot of them and the explanation is usually longer than the question. Let's have a look, see. What are the decks that you don't like and don't work for you or you regret getting? Say for the Haunted Fairy deck you have, would you consider more tarot videos? Oh, definitely. There are decks that I have that I liked the idea of, but they just don't work for me. Like the Camelot Oracle, right? I had some Camelot Oracle in for the website, and I really liked the look of them, and so I got a Camelot Oracle. And the system that it's based on makes no sense to me. I'm so confused. And in the end, I'm like, I never use it. I had the Kuan-Yin tarot, I think. Did I? I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, I've had like a few decks, like I've had a yoga deck and stuff that I got because I loved the artwork of it. And then when I started working with the deck, the energy just never resonate with me. And I just end up never using it. And so there's some decks in my collection where I'm like, I didn't need that deck. And I actually really, if I think about it, in the last 2 years, I have used 4 decks of cards on a regular basis. I've used the new one from Sons of Asgard. I've used my Rider-Waite-Smith. Oh no, 5. My Rider-Waite-Smith. I've used the Forest of Enchantment Tarot. I've used the Wild Unknown Tarot Mini. And I've used the Wheel of the Year Tarot. They are the only ones that I've used consistently out of my collection. The rest are just a collection at this point. And that's why I'm not really super into getting more decks at the minute, because I'm not using tarot like I used to. I got to the point where I was using tarot as a crutch for making decisions. I had a really bad 2024. Well, not all of 2024. I had a really bad start to 2024. And I was using tarot as a crutch. And so when I realized I was using it as a crutch, I stopped using it unless I was doing videos. So like I'll still do the tarot videos, but I'm not using tarot as actively as I was before because I know that my OCD likes to attach onto things and I need to give it time to like not. So there's no point in me getting any more decks at the minute because I have enough. Do you know what I mean? Like I have enough decks, and I do think there is a tendency in the community. I'm not knocking anyone for doing it, by the way, because they'll often buy decks from me and I always appreciate that. I like fueling other people's addictions, but there's definitely a tendency in the community to buy collections of decks and never actually use them. Totally fine if that's what you love to do. Books. I can't speak. I collect books. Do you know what I mean? But I don't have the space to be collecting tarot decks to have a collection. Do you know, like I have too many books for bookshelves. I don't have the space for any more tarot decks. So for me, I'm going to have to like back away from the tarot decks. Don't look at any new nice decks. I just have to pretend like they don't exist because it's bad. Oh, no, don't mean to click that. I clicked the wrong button. Okay, do you think that decks' energy levels and how often they get tired and how long a rest they need depends on how much they like the reader? Lately, I've been thinking this and wanting a second opinion. Probably. I think it also has to do with the kind of readings that you're doing. If they regularly, what am I trying to say? Words. If they regularly kind of shut off on you, that might be a sign that they either don't like the style of reading, they don't like the kind of questioning, they don't like the spreads that are being used, or they just don't like you. And so I find that most of my decks will just keep going and going and going and going and going. It's the decks that don't really like me that much that don't. So I'm not saying that like that is definitely something that happens, but I've experienced similar. That's why I tend to avoid those decks. I wouldn't mind going through videos and time-stamping stuff, but I have no idea how that would work for you, Hearth. Oh, I mean, if you want to do that, you are totally welcome to do that. Yeah, I struggle with it because I hate hearing myself speak. Everyone's like, oh, I wish you could timestamp your videos. I'm like, I try, like the main channel videos, I try to timestamp. But like, I struggle to listen to myself speak. It's been nearly 10 years of YouTube and I still struggle to hear myself speak. I just think it's been more than 10 years. So yeah, I mean, if you would like to do that, I'm certainly not going to complain. And even in comments, like, it should come through as a timestamp and stuff. So yeah, I would be forever grateful. And I wish you the best of luck if you decide to do it. But yeah, don't feel any pressure though. Absolutely none at all. Like, do not feel any obligation to do it or anything. It's totally fine. But I need to like grow a pair and like listen to myself talk sometimes, I think. Right. I don't know who this is, so I'm going to open this up to everybody else. What's your opinion on Aurora Kane books or pretty witchcraft style books in general? Okay, so I will just look up this author. I'm just going to have to do this way. Okay. Let's have a look-see. Oh, okay. I've seen these before. Yeah. Words. I've had a general rule of thumb for the majority of my practice. And I apply it to the majority of my purchases. And that is, if a book looks pretty, it probably doesn't have much substance. And if a book looks boring as hell, it's probably really, really good. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that is accurate on every single occasion, okay? That's not me saying that if a book is pretty, it has to be bad. But especially when we were looking at books during the late 90s, early 2000s, 2010s, if a book was very, very, very aesthetically pleasing, that usually meant it was aimed at a more general audience. If a book will sell really well in Urban Outfitters, it probably isn't the kind of book that a practitioner who's been doing spells and rituals for 30 years is going to want to have in their collection. That doesn't mean that the book doesn't have a value and that it doesn't have a place. It just depends on what it is that you're after. And that's kind of, if a book looks like it could be a coffee table book, or if the book looks like it could don the shelves of an Instagram model, that book has value, but it might not have value to a 65-year-old, 45-year-long practitioner who focuses on head riding. It might instead appeal more to a beginner practitioner who wants something that is easily accessible, that is easily digestible, that is affordable to buy, and it's accessible for them as a beginner practitioner. So I think it's really important that if I don't like a style of book, that doesn't mean the book doesn't hold value. For me, I've dodged these books a dozen times, and it's because I know that for my practice, they're not going to contain the substance that I want out of a book. I have hundreds of books that tell me what the moon phases mean. I don't need another one. But if you are a beginner and you go into Urban Outfitters or you go into Waterstones and you see one of these books, or you go into Target and you see one of these books and it's affordable for you and it's accessible for you and it contains information that you didn't already know, then that is really valuable. And I think ultimately it's up to us as individuals to decide what we deem as valuable in our magical practice. I pick the ugliest books ever. The ugliest books. You'll find books in my collection and you're like, this is falling to bits. I'm like, yes, and that's the best bit, isn't it? It's falling to bits, and so people ignored it on the shelf for 10 years, and it actually contains like the best information ever, and you would never know because it's ugly as sin. Now though, this isn't the same. So like now, people are putting more effort into their covers than they were before. Take Capelban books. Capelban books often had very, very basic, simple covers because people didn't care what it looked like. People only cared what the content was like. And so the content was usually fairly decent, pretty decent, and the covers were usually fairly bad. You can usually spot a Kaplan book from a mile off because the covers just aren't great. They didn't have the funding to have really good covers, and they didn't really need them. But in today's market, when we have thousands of books, I mean, you've seen the monthly book videos, so many books come out every single month, you need to stand out. And so pretty covers now are commonplace. So I will amend my statement to say that I now don't judge a book entirely by its cover, because now things have changed. Anyway, that's just to say that not all things that are pretty are useful, and not all things that are pretty are useless. Focus more on the interior than the exterior, but if a book does look exceptionally beautiful and people are saying that the content is questionable, or AI covers, exactly, or AI covers, then that is kind of a warning sign. Well, not a warning sign, but just be careful. Exactly. Utility is more important than beauty. As a magical practitioner, the aesthetics of a book matter least of all. It doesn't matter to me if a cover is pretty. If you give me some information I've never heard before that works really, really well, you are going to be my new favourite author. I don't care if your book cover is ugly as sin, you know what I mean? But Urban Outfitters does care if the book cover is ugly as sin. So it just depends on what demographic you're looking at, what marketplace you're looking in. It really is just it depends on what you're looking for in a book. What resources do you recommend for starting ancestral work, and do you have videos on it? So I have a video on setting up an ancestor altar, and in that video I cover how to work with ancestors in relation to an ancestor altar. That covers the known and the unknown dead, as well as working with ancestors that are not blood ancestors, but they're instead like ancestors through family and through people who've like mattered to you in your life. So that video covers like all of that kind of stuff. But generally speaking, if you're starting your genealogy, that's going to massively help, because then you're going to have an understanding of where your ancestors came from, the kind of background that they had, and it's going to allow you to leave offerings and to work with them in a better way. But I do have that video specifically on ancestors. What is it actually called? I'm assuming it's just going to be called like Ancestor Altar. I'm not very imaginative with my titles. It's called Ancestor Altars. Yeah. How to set up an ancestor altar. And that covers like loads of different topics kind of surrounding ancestor altars. Okay. This is one that I will answer here because we were talking about it earlier, and just have a little bit of a light-hearted break for a second. What's your Baldur's Gate 3 class? I have no idea. All I know is I'm a druid. I know I mentioned this earlier, but your party setup. Okay. So I skipped half of Act 1 totally by accident. Totally. Red Lady? I don't have her. I never even saw her. I don't know how I missed half of Act 1. I'm like so many levels behind because I skipped it, but I'm still alive. I'm still going. I ended up with Astarion, obviously. Gale. Phil likes to call him a glass cannon, and I completely agree with that sentiment now that I've spent more time with him, but Gale. And who is the other one? She is the older lady, Jaheira. Yeah, Jaheira. Is that Jaheira? I think it's Jaheira. Name's not good. Jaheira. The problem is, my entire party is glass cannon, druid, Astarion. Astarion's not very good for very much. He's great for lockpicking. As soon as I need to get in somewhere, we all just collectively turn to him, and he's like, fine, I'll do it. I'll look pretty while I do it, but just don't look at my butt. That's how I imagine Astarion being. I just love him. He's just so sassy. I just love him in the party. I can't take him out. My next playthrough, though, I will actually try to get, like, I will try and, like, see everything. I will try. I don't know how I missed half of Act 1. I actually don't understand how I've managed that. It's like, it's got to be a skill to miss half of the first section of the game. Anyway, that's the light-hearted pause before we move on. Could intense emotional responses to historical events or time periods be connected to memories from a past life? Yes, though usually without the aid of past life regression, it usually happens in childhood. So You'll have like children who cry over events that they never even were alive to witness. And it tends to fade out the older that you get. But if you are more in tune and more sensitive to energies, then you may well find that this still occurs as an adult. And like we know, well, I don't know someone personally, but we know someone who their relation went somewhere and they knew their way around the place as though they'd been there before. And they said, like, I know this place. I know what happened in this room, and I know where people used to walk. And they had been there before. They worked at this old house before, and it's now open to the public for people to visit. And they'd never been there before in their entire life, but they knew their way around, and they knew what all of the rooms were meant for without even learning about it. So I think things can show up in quite unusual ways like that. Can you explain what divination is and how to do it? So divination is gaining, well, it's kind of complicated, I suppose, because it depends on who you ask. This is a way too big a topic for me to answer in this one question, by the way, so I'm probably going to have to do like an entire separate video on this. But divination is the technique of gaining information through, for some people, spiritual means, for some people, subconscious means. So this could be using tools like tarot cards, like rune stones, like pendulums. It can also be using birds and augury. It can be using scrying, so gazing into crystal balls or water or fire. It can be used through things like bone throwing and palmistry and things of the like. And it's often used as a way of gaining information about topics that are currently unknown. So future events or things about other people and circumstances that we don't currently know. And this could be working with deities, with spirits, with ancestors. This could be working with the subconscious mind. And it is a way of gaining information through these techniques. That's about as concise as I can really make it, honestly, in a way that I think is going to be easily understood. But yeah, it's a very, very large topic that covers so many different techniques across so many different styles of practice. What is my favorite herb? What do I use the most? Rose. I love rose. Rose is great because while people often associate rose with love magic, it's all about the love spells. Rose is really deeply associated with the moon's energy, and that full moon energy can be driven towards so many different ends, and especially positive ends. So I will often use rose in love magics, but also in friendship works, in sleep spells, in attraction spells, in abundance spells. Did I already say success? I use rose in a lot of different things. And so rose is a really big one for me that I use a lot of. Alternatively, there's also rosemary, which I use in protection works, in cleansing works, as well as in study, good luck, abundance, prosperity. Like, you can use rosemary in so much stuff as well. So I think it's either rose or, ironically, rosemary that I will use the most. I find that they're also very affordable in the grand scheme of things. Like here, I'm trying to think what's expensive here. Roman chamomile is expensive. Jasmine is expensive. So I tend to use rose and rosemary the most. I also use a lot of oak bark. I use that for protection, stability style workings, anything that needs a solid foundation. And I use nettles a lot as well. Okay. What does it mean when an earth goddess comes to you in a dream? She's probably reaching out to you to kind of start forming a connection and begin working together. The world is chaotic for sure. How do you deal with it? I scream into the void. I wish I was joking. I scream into the void and I pretend that the news doesn't exist. And I read way too many fantasy books. Because that just seems like the better option. That's kind of how I do it. I balance it with day-to-day life, you know, can't escape all of the time. But screaming into the void is a very cathartic experience, you know? Just scream into a pillow or into the metaphorical universe if you want to do that. Just like scream into nothing. Helps. Even just a little bit. When life feels chaotic, do you have any go-to spells, rituals, or practices in witchcraft that help restore balance? Are there techniques that can be used daily to ground yourself and navigate stress? Well, taking a moment, doing a grounding technique, and just spending a little bit of time meditating or mind calming is really good for that. I'll be honest, when life feels chaotic, I tend to not do anything. Because if my brain is chaotic, then that means that, like, I am chaotic. And it's fine me being chaotic, but me being chaotic and having to focus on things means I'm guaranteed going to forget something. So when life feels chaotic, I tend to not touch anything. Because to me, that feels very much like eclipse energy. And I'm fine with eclipse energy if I'm wanting to deal with eclipse energy, but if I'm already feeling chaotic, then eclipse energy is not really what I need. And so for me, when I feel chaotic and life feels chaotic, I tend to not. I tend to take a pause instead. Like, take a minute and then figure it out afterwards. How do you deal with the knowledge of habitat loss and climate change as a witch? I feel like there's a heavy grief for us about this because nature is so important to the craft. I will be honest in this. I don't feel half as angry and annoyed about it as a witch as I do about I can't even call myself a biologist because I've not done it in a really long time. But there is something so unbelievably frustrating about being at university and knowing all of this stuff is happening because we can see it and we have the evidence for it and you can track it and you can monitor it and it's there and it's real and it's happening. And you have people that are tutoring you, that are lecturing you, who know it's happening and are telling governments that it's happening. And a very long time later, nothing has been done. There is nothing more infuriating to me than governments and politicians making decisions and completely disregarding the people who actually know what they're talking about. So I'm less annoyed about it as a witch because there are urban witches. We work with what we have. We work with the environment. It's ever changing. It's ever adapting. And I am more bothered. I'm more frustrated by the fact that we have known this information for so long and it still feels like at every possible opportunity, the ways that we can be resolving it are discounted again and again and again. And that is the frustrating thing, is that my lecturers when I was at uni are still saying the same things as they were then, and they're still being ignored. And that's got to be frustrating. Like, I know people who work like in the environmental field, and it is like screaming into a void. You could say anything. You could say that an alien landed. You can say that a mermaid swam out of the ocean, and people wouldn't care. And that has got to be the most frustrating job in the world to have sometimes, of when you're telling people things and they're just like, oh yeah, cool, sure. And then they just ignore you. Annoying. I couldn't cope. Let's have a look. I'm researching a question pre being asked it because I don't know this book off the top of my head. Let's have a look. Oh, I have this book. Okay, I have this book. I got it from a charity shop. Only have one book that was given to me for a birthday gift. The Book of Spells Vintage Edition by Nicola de Pulford. Is it a good start? I have this book, okay? It's actually surprisingly good. Okay, do you remember what I said? I was just bitching a minute ago about, oh, pretty books are really bad. this one is really good for a certain type of person. This is really good for the beginner practitioner who wants to learn a little bit about a lot of stuff. And actually the information in it is really, really interesting. Like, it covers a lot of information in bite-sized, accessible chunks. And it's a very easy read, and it's very easy to retain the information. And I think that's really important. Like, it's all well and good having like a really, really big, dense book on a topic, but if you don't remember anything that you read out of it 3 seconds after you read it, then you're not retaining anything, and that's kind of pointless. So this one is one of those books where I bought it thinking it's like 50p from a National Trust charity shop. I will get it and I will see what it's like. And I started reading it and I was like, you know what? This one's actually pretty decent. So I think you've got a good one there. It's like a good like starting book. Moonwater question. Isn't literally any outside body of water basically moonwater? Yes, that's the point. At what point is it moonwater, and at what point does it stop being so? So generally speaking, when it comes to moonwater, the goal of it is water that only the moon has touched. So if the sun has risen and has shone on that water, it is no longer purely going to be moon water. It is now a mix of lots of different things. And so people often are very, very specific about it. So they will put out moon water. Well, they'll put out water to be charged by the moon at like 11 o'clock at night. And they'll take it in at like 3 o'clock in the morning, because then they can make sure that that is not interacted with any other form of light. And the same applies for sun water. You would want it to be out during the highest part of the sun's path, so midday-ish, and you would want to bring it in before it is influenced by other energies. Now, of course, the reality of this is that the moon is always there and the sun is always there. So it's one of those where it's about getting more of a particular type of energy rather than isolating it. So some people are very black and white with it, and if the sun has risen and it has touched that water, it no longer has any purpose, get rid of it. But realistically, I think it's more about like percentages. Like, it is mostly moon water, so you can use it for that purpose. A little bit like how rosemary has got loads of different intentions. It has loads of different energies associated with it, and you can adjust what you're working with based on how you work with that item. I think it's very much the same thing. Like, it is about the representation of it and how that energy is used. A little bit like how the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine. You know, that kind of a thing. It's about those associations. The thing is, it's about, that's the thing. It's about making it more. So it is about percentages. It's about increasing the percentage of whatever it is holding at that given time, because the water acts as kind of like a container. So if you say take spring water that might not have been exposed to any kind of light at all, like sunlight or moonlight throughout its entire life in theory. So if that is exposed, then that may well be 100% moon water. Whereas if you were to collect rainwater and leave it out, or if you were to take a glass of water and leave it out, it is about increasing the percentage of what it's dealing with, because a little bit like a rechargeable battery, eventually, even if that energy isn't being used, it's going to disappear. So that energy will fade over time, and that applies with everything. If you charge a candle, if you charge a crystal with a specific energy, now obviously crystals have their own energy, but if you were to charge them with a specific energy on top of that, eventually that will fade over time. So it's more about having the most recent energy. That's going to be the one that's the largest percentage, be what it is that you want to manifest. So it's like, you ideally want to be using moon water fairly quickly, because over time it's going to fade, and you want it to be the majority of what it's dealing with at that given moment. And then it's usually kept in a dark place, and usually the fridge, for 3 days after it's been collected, and then you would replace it, and next month you would collect some more, because you really don't want it to go rancid, especially if people are drinking it. Oh, it jumped. How do you astral project? It is way more complicated than I can offer in this. Usually it is entering a trance-like state that is then the jumping off point for astral projection. So this could be a trance-like state, this could be a sleep-like state, so this could be while dreaming. There's a few different ways of doing it, but it's far more complicated than I could put into this. Basically, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go backwards until I reach what I just did, because it's just jumped really bad, and then I'll come back down afterwards and do the other. So I will still get as many as I can. Have you tried using a spirit talker app to try to talk to your spirit guides? I mean, my spirit guides will talk to me anyway, so I don't need the app, but most of the apps have been proven to be fake. Most of the apps just have a repeated word. Like, if you leave them on long enough, they just repeat themselves, because they just say the same stuff over and over and over again. I'd love to see if one is actually legitimate though, but I think I'd rather use like a spirit box than an app, because then you have more control over it. I don't work with any kind of earth goddess, so I don't know this one by name. So I don't even know how to pronounce that, I'm afraid. What's your thoughts on Eracura? I don't work with any kind of Gaia figure or any kind of earth goddess. I only work with Bridget, Ceridwen, and Kerunos at the moment. Let's have a look. While I was out in nature, I saw a blue fog-like light that was a blob that shifted down to a tall, bright blue energy being. It's hard to explain. What do you think it means? Well, when it comes to floating lights, typically you're talking about something like a will-o-wisp. So that may well have been what you were dealing with, especially when we're talking about a blue light. That's really commonly will-o-wisp. Do you have any tips for moving? I'm planning on cross-country trip and I want to protect my energetic balance. Make sure you're staying grounded and make sure you have personal protections. Really useful for keeping your energy kind of balanced. And if you feel like you're floating off at any time, keeping some hematite around is really, really useful. What are your thoughts on trance drawing or writing? So like automatic writing. I'm guessing that's what's being referred to here. Really, really useful if it's being done safely. So it is essentially where something else comes forward. Now, whether that is your subconscious or whether that is a spirit coming through you in order to do that writing, it is why it's really important that we have protections in place just to make sure that we're staying safe. How do you feel about divination decks that are tarot, but they add a card or multiple cards onto the major arcana? I think as long as they're honest about it, it's fine, because there's not one system for tarot, there's several. It's just that the Rider-Waite-Smith is the most popular. I think if they use the words Rider-Waite-Smith style, fine. Totally fine. If you call yourself Rider-Waite-Smith and then have added in 5 different cards, then you're not Rider-Waite-Smith anymore. So I think it's just about being honest about it, being upfront about what it is that you're working with, and then everyone knows. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Might a live Zoom primal scream be possible? I am not sure. I will have to have a think about that. It would be interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about screaming on camera to thousands of people. That is a little bit weird, but I'll consider it. Or we could all just pick a time to collectively do it, because bumming hell, I think we all need it. Right. Is it true that if you're taken to the world of Fae, you never return? It's eternal. No. Most of the stories actually are like 7 years, 11 years. I mean, one of the most common stories is of a man who fell asleep under a hawthorn bush on May Day Eve, so on Beltane Eve. So April, how many days are there in April? 30? 30 days? Wait, are there 30 days? I feel daft. Yeah, okay, I got that right. I'm not as daft as I thought I was. So the 30th of April. And hawthorn is deeply associated with the fair folk, and lone hawthorns are sacred to the fair folk. And he fell asleep under a hawthorn bush, and he was taken to the other world, to Elfame, where he felt like time was barely passing. He was there for what he thought was a couple of days, maybe a week or two. He spent time there, he danced, and he enjoyed the company of the fair folk. And when he was given permission to leave, it had actually been 7 years, or was it 11 years, since he had been taken. And his family had moved on. His children had grown up. His wife had assumed that he was dead or he was gone. And they'd all moved on with their lives. And he was the exact same. He hadn't aged. All of his family had aged. His children had grown up. And he was the exact same as he was when he was left. Most of the time, there's usually a catch to it. So one of the other stories, I believe the story is it in Cornwall? I'm not sure, but it's a story of a fae woman, well, a merfolk woman, who came to shore, and she married a human, and they had children together, and they lived a very happy life. But the requirement for her to stay with him and to stay in her human form was that he never laid a hand on her. And one day, in a massive blowout argument, he hit her. And the minute he hit her, she immediately walked outside, returned to her fae form, and disappeared into the water again, never to be seen. Usually there's a caveat to the interaction one way or the other. So it's, you're allowed to stay here, but you're not allowed to eat the food. You're not allowed to drink the wine. And if you do, there will be consequences. We will either send you back, or if you really, really want to go back, we will keep you here forever. We will, like the shoemaker and the elves. The elves came into the house and were making the shoes. The requirement was that they were never acknowledged to be there. And when the shoemaker and his wife came downstairs and they were watching the elves, as soon as the elves realized they were being observed and they were recognized for the job that they were doing, they never came back ever again. There's usually some story of like a caveat being put in place, like, you can be here but only if, or this will be fine unless you do this. I'm actually not sure. I know the story. It's one of those where I know the story, but I can't remember who the story is associated with. Probably would be one of the, like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was one of the fairy books that I've been reading for a video that I've just pulled it from. And the stories usually always come with a caveat. There's something in it that means, like, it's never going to be forever. Let's have a look. Have you ever seen the movie A Dark Song? No, I haven't. I'll have to check that one out. Okay, let's have a look. Where am I? I'm here somewhere. Do you have any immediate book recommendations for familiar spirits? Sadly not, because a lot of the time, books on familiars aren't really about familiars. So the book Familiar by Raven Gramassi is the closest I've ever found to it. It has a section about animal familiars, which aren't spirit familiars, and it has a section on spirit familiars. The section on spirit familiars is really, really good. Most books are on animal familiars, which to me isn't the same thing. But I'm just weird. I'm just strange. So I don't really recommend that many books, but Familiar, The Witch is Familiar by Raven Gramassi is one that I do like for that specific section of the book. Is really good. Let's have a look, see. Do you have a blog? I don't. I just have this and an Instagram that I very rarely post on because I don't like social media. What should I do for energy leaks? I'm always exhausted. I will say here that mundane over magical always. If you're finding yourself exhausted, I would 1,000% over get yourself checked to make sure it isn't caused. I've got the hiccups so bad tonight, caused by mundane means, that it isn't a medical problem, because it's often the first sign of many, many different conditions. Once that's been done and you know that there's nothing physically wrong there, it is about controlling your energy, because usually if your energy is here, there and everywhere, it's completely out of control. It's often leeching off, and if you aren't renewing that, then you're going to feel tired, but only if there are no mundane causes and medical causes for the tiredness and the exhaustion. What do you do with graveyard dirt? It depends on why you collected it, when you collected it, and who you collected it from. If you collected it from a grave of a specific person, you would be using it to work with that specific person. You may be using it as a tag lock to represent them. You may be using it as a specific signifier, like a summoning device, to be able to draw them to you. If you got it from a graveyard as a whole, then you're usually going to be using it to end something, to return something to the ground, to bring something to its finality and like its final resting place, and the like. So it really depends on what it is, like who it is that you got it from, where you got it from, and why. Right. Is there anything in here that I'm missing? Are you done reading the Picker Tricks? No, not yet. It's split into multiple parts, and I got sucked into fiction novels, so I need to go back and I need to finish reading it because it was absolutely fascinating. I loved it, and then I got distracted, probably because I had like a deadline to meet or I had something that I had to do. I need to go back and finish it. It's why I'm not wanting to buy many books until I finish the ones I've already started, because I need to finish them. Is it worth topping up a binding spell with different spell workings? With different spell work? I really want to stop this person's behaviour as it's affecting my son's mental health at work. Would another working counter the first? I don't think it would counter it as long as it's on a similar path. As long as one doesn't counteract the other like directly, like knowingly, I think you'll be fine if they're like working for the same goal. Because the goal is you want two workings to be working parallel to one another. If you have workings that start counteracting one another, it starts doing that into the side of the other and pushing it off track. As long as you can get two workings that work parallel to one another, you will be just fine. Right, where am I? I have 4 protection spell jars. Is that too much? No, I don't think it's necessarily too much. I mean, you don't need 4, but like, you can certainly use 4. I'm trying to figure out where the first part of this question is. Because I have like a statement here, but I don't know if I can't tell if this is like half. I think it's just a question. Wait, I don't know what's happening anymore. Poppet question. What do you do if you lose a poppet, or if it gets damaged, or if something nasty gets to it, mold, etc.? The only reason I haven't done poppet magic is because I don't know if I can keep it safe. Well, as long as everything is dry herbs, dry everything on it, you shouldn't have that much of a problem with mold. If it does happen, just take it apart, dismantle it, start with a new one all over again. It's not really the end of the world. Once that poppet is dismantled, it breaks the working that's on it anyway. It breaks the connection to the doll. You can then cleanse it if you really want to, dispose of the remains, and then make a new one. Oh God, I hate it. Sorry, I've just read the question. How do you feel about the global trend of the combination of yoga, tarot, magic, feminism, female empowerment, and that of mainly women thinking they're witches? Okay. I'm going to try and be as politically correct as humanly possible here. Witchcraft is the practice of magical arts. To be a witch, you have to practice witchcraft. Now, not everyone who practices witchcraft is able to practice all of the time. Not practicing on a regular basis doesn't not make you a witch, but you have to actually practice witchcraft. Now, the problem that I often see is that people are taking the term witch, using it out of context, and making the entire topic confusing for people who don't know what it is and what it's about. The number of people who talk to me like I'm some like hippy dippy, I never wear deodorant, I never wash my hair, I must love yoga and hug trees, because they associate that with witchcraft. But it's never had anything to do with witchcraft. Like, you can be that and be a witch, but that isn't fundamentally what witchcraft is. And I think that it's difficult, because I understand the need for female empowerment. I understand the joy of moving the body and the freedom that yoga gives a lot of people. I understand the desire to learn tarot and to understand astrology. I understand all of it. And I think it's all valid. I just don't like it erasing other forms of the practice that have been around considerably longer, given that tarot has basically been stolen and completely changed from what it originally was to be something completely different. And yoga, did I say yoga or tarot? Yoga was what I meant. Like, yoga has basically been stolen from its original tradition, and now it is basically women wearing really, really tight-fitting leggings. And I'm not opposed to tight-fitting leggings, and I'm not opposed to yoga in that form. I just don't think it should be called yoga anymore. I don't know if this is making any sense. I just feel like the problem isn't people choosing to carry out these practices and calling themselves witches. That's not really the problem. The problem isn't the people who want female empowerment and who want to do tarot and who want to practice yoga. I think the bigger problem is when this new thing is considered the default and this older thing is now non-existent. Yoga isn't people in tight leggings doing puppy yoga in California. Yoga is a really, really old tradition that goes way, way deeper than even I can comprehend. And it's a very specific practice that has been completely altered. And witchcraft isn't pretty pink pastel items and aesthetically pleasing setups. It can be, but that isn't all of it. And I feel like I'm just butchering this in a way that people are going to dislike me for. And that's, it's one of those really difficult topics because I don't want anyone to think that like I'm disregarding their practice and whatnot. You are perfectly welcome to have that practice. There's nothing wrong with it. We just can't pretend that this is everything and this is nothing. You know, like witchcraft is kind of a very diverse style of practice. And every diverse aspect of it has its own valid points. One should not completely eradicate the other, especially when we're seeing chakras, we're seeing yoga, we're seeing a lot of things being used in a way that they were never originally intended to be, to market and appeal to a Western audience. The chance that that can eradicate earlier traditions is really scary because, like, what do we want to remember about yoga? We don't want to be remembering puppy yoga in California. Don't get me wrong, it's really, really bloody cute, but it's not what yoga should be remembered as being. Witchcraft has historically had a very negative connotation, and now when you tell someone on the street that you're a witch, or when someone asks, now, I used to get, oh my god, you practice witchcraft, does that mean that you like curse people? That's what I used to get. Now, when someone asks me what I do, and I go, oh, I'm a witch, they go, oh my god, are you like one of those Instagram witches? That's the default reaction. I'm not saying that that's worse than people thinking I'm going to be cursing them. It's just that it's such a dramatic shift, it worries me that it's going to erase everything that came before. Anyway, that was me being very wordy, and I'm probably going to edit this afterwards to make myself look way more articulate, to try to, like, condense my point down. Because, like, I say so many words that are completely superfluous. Okay. Actually, I think I found exactly the words that I should have used in the first place. This form of practice is perfectly valid. It is also the most mass market appealing version of the practice. That doesn't make it bad. That doesn't make it better. But it means that it is the more approachable, more sellable version of it. And therefore, it has become the default on social media and in shops. This version, the messy, folk magic, get your hands in the dirt, everything's a little bit secretive, it's a little bit more occult, that's not financially appealing. It's not aesthetically appealing, and therefore it's kind of being pushed to the sidelines. That's basically what I was trying to get across that entire time. Aesthetically pleasing will always win out, and I'm worried it's going to erase everything that came before. One is not better, one is not worse necessarily, it depends on individual preference. It's just one is way more appealing. Okay, that was the nice, concise version I'm probably going to go with. Because why couldn't I have come up with that in the first place? That would have been really useful, wouldn't it? How do you disassemble old spells? I have a video on that, actually. It is titled How to Undo Spells, that covers that kind of whole topic. Is it okay to collect rocks and minerals? I'm a newbie rock hounder, just a hobby. I'm not harming the earth in any way, but it kind of feels off. I'd say if it feels off, then maybe it's about asking and seeing what you get back again. If the answer is no, then leave it be. If the answer is yes, then go on ahead. I think that's the way to do it. Well, I'm glad people like the way I explain things. I feel like I just word salad. I feel like I word salad, and in my videos I edit so that I only get the best take. But when I'm so scared of saying something, because what I really don't want, I don't want people to misconstrue what I mean because I butcher my words. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that what I'm trying to say, but I struggle to get what I'm trying to say out in a way that isn't going to like come across wrong. Like, I never want to say, oh, your practice isn't valid, because that's not true. Like, everyone's practice is valid. I don't necessarily like every style of practice, and I wouldn't necessarily carry out all practices myself. And sometimes I do think that things are a little bit overly marketed. Like, I don't know how to really describe it, but like, I feel like some aspects of the craft are more used for financial gain than others. And that leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth when people who are new to the craft feel like that's all there is. If that makes sense, that's what you see in Urban Outfitters, that's what you see in Target, that's what you see all over social media, that it kind of becomes the be-all end-all. And I think we see that with like spell jars, like on TikTok, like, because spell jars are really easy, they're accessible, great. They are easy to look at, they're easy to fit in the frame of a camera. All of a sudden, everyone was asking about spell jars, and it became like the thing was everybody was making spell jars. All your craft wasn't witchcraft unless you made a spell jar. And it completely lost a lot of what a spell jar was all about. And a lot of it made very little sense to me by the end. By the time I came off TikTok, I was like, I'm confused. Why are we putting plastic glitter in a jar again? I'm confused. Help. Oh, thank you so much, Izzy. You're so nice. I live in perpetual fear of saying something that I don't mean to come across the way it comes across, and then I get cancelled for it. I think that's a fear that most content creators have, is that like, it's the fear of being misconstrued that it deeply bothers me. Right. I'm here. Somewhere. I don't know where I am anymore, I'll be honest. Oh. I don't know where I am. What sort of spirits are in the crossroads? Everyone just refers to them as crossroads spirits. It's because it's liminal space. So crossroads spirits are spirits that reside around the crossroads. And every crossroads is going to be different. Some are going to have like very specific spirits that reside there. And other times they are named spirits. So certain traditions will have named spirits of the crossroads that you can call upon at the crossroads, and they will come forth, and you can have a conversation, you can request, you give offerings, and you get something in return. Other times, because crossroads are liminal space, it is a portal, an entryway for all sorts of different spirits. And so you'll get all sorts coming through. Whatever you can think of can come through at different times, and in different locations. And so it's really, when it says like crossroads spirits, it's worth looking into the tradition that the author is coming from, because you might find that they are referring to very specific cultural spirits of crossroads, and in other times they will just be talking about kind of the general crossroad spirits that just come and go through liminal space. I'm currently reading A Witch's Guide to the Paranormal. Ooh, I need to have a look at that. I know it sounds daft, but I didn't know how integrated they were. Can you recommend other paranormal witchy, I think that's like reads? I don't have any like specific paranormal witchy reads, mostly because like the stuff that I know and work with is just kind of trial and error, but they are very closely ingrained. And I think you don't have to ingrain them together. You don't have to include one and, the other together. But there's definitely something to be said about the link between paranormal investigation, paranormal activity, and magic and witchcraft and paganism. And it's like layers. So you have like spirit activity that comes from witchcraft practice. You have spirit activity that comes from ley lines. You have spirit activity that comes from corpse roads. And then spirit activity that's actually been confused because it's actually fair folk. And like, it's just layer upon layer. And I always find it so fascinating that even just a casual book on the paranormal, you'll always find links between the two. No specific book recs yet that combine the two, but I'll keep my eye out. Oh, thank you so much, Wednesday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I nearly missed it then because I wasn't looking at the right screen. Okay. Where was I? Wait, am I about where I was? Oh my goodness, I think I am. This is the longest stream I've done in a long time. I'm over 5 hours. This is the longest stream I've done in maybe over a year. Oh my goodness. Wait, am I actually? Wait. No way. I think I might actually I think I've caught up with myself. Oh, fantastic. That means I can go down to the bottom then. What are some ways I can get guidance and insight for making big, complicated, life-altering decisions? I would typically recommend tarot for that. Or some form of divination. Going to a reader perhaps is a good option if you aren't particularly confident with your readings. It's just a way of gaining insight, even if it's from your subconscious mind, and then be able to express that outwardly. Oh my god, I think I'm actually there. I will scroll down to the bottom and get the ones that I missed, but there's a stream near my house I'm pretty sure is man-made. Could it have a spirit? If it is, I always say hello when I pass. Yes, definitely. The thing is, ultimately, all wells that are associated with well spirits are man-made. You're never going to find a naturally formed drinking water well. And so over time, it's a little bit like if you were to leave a house abandoned, eventually nature would like reclaim it. That's kind of what it's like with spirits. If you leave an area for long enough in the natural world, it will be reclaimed. Right, let's have a look at where I was. Okay, here we go. Do you usually cast a circle when you meditate? How would you recommend casting a circle for protection? So I have a video on my channel that's called the 3 Rings of Protection. That is the one that I will typically work with for protection purposes. For me, I don't cast circles when I meditate because I rarely meditate, for one, but also because I have protections on the house and I have personal protections. And because of that, I don't necessarily feel the need to protect and use shields every single time because I just don't need to. But if you are in a space where you don't know what's around, and if you are in a space that you don't feel entirely comfortable, then it could be beneficial to cast something like that. Where was I? I'm about here. Do you do this full-time or do you have a day job? I do bits and pieces full-time. So I do the YouTube, but I also have a witchcraft store. So I kind of do like a random combination of bits and pieces of different things. Events, shows, online, YouTube. Bits and pieces. Jack of all trades, me. I like being a jack of all trades. what are the benefits with working with the Fae? Is it safe or possible to do so? I mean, hundreds of thousands of millions of people have done for the past several thousand years probably. So definitely possible, definitely safe, as long as it is done carefully. And if you decide to finish your working partnership with them, how will you properly and safely part ways with them? So, benefits of working with the Fae are the same as working with any kind of spirit. You are forming a working relationship with a being that has access to information that is different to what you have, and energy and layers of spiritual planes that you don't have access to. So it makes it really useful if you're doing workings here to be able to have a spirit do workings elsewhere, which is why familiars, like familiar spirits, are so useful. So in this instance, working with the Fae is just a really beautiful relationship if you can find Fae that you really enjoy working with. But also it means that you can request aid and work back and forth with them as a way of improving the workings and also adding a different dynamic onto the workings. It makes them a little bit different. I'm so pale, I scratch my neck and now I'm red. Typical. So safely working with them is possible. I don't care what people say on TikTok. It 100% is. It's just about being aware of who you're working with, what you're working with, and the etiquette surrounding it. Now, when I say it's 100% possible to be safe, that doesn't mean it's 100% chance that you'll be safe all of the time. It's about knowing what you're dealing with. I think a lot of people go in with working with the Fae and assume that they are going to be like working with a human spirit. And they are not like working with a human spirit. They do not follow human etiquette. They do not follow human social cues and human social rules. And because of that, a lot of people can get into tricky situations because it's fairly easy to, especially if you're dealing with a Fae that looks human, that you can fall into the habit of expecting that they're going to behave like a human, and they're not going to. And so the main thing is respect. It's being aware of the etiquette. It's being consistent with the offerings that are being given. And it's just taking the social cues as they come. And that isn't always the easiest thing. And it can often trip people up. And also not all Fae are going to be friendly as well. I think that's something that a lot of people either don't realize or don't really understand, is that what the media present as being the Fae and what people grew up as being the Fae isn't actually the Fae. It isn't little Tinkerbell creatures. Some members of the Fae are awful and you wouldn't want to deal with them. And some are absolute sweethearts and you wouldn't have a problem with them. And who you get is going to depend on the type of Fae that you're interacting with, the location, the etiquette, all of that kind of stuff. That is the significant thing that makes it a hazardous or not hazardous experience. And if you want to stop your engagement with them, it is about being honest and upfront about it. It is about telling them, maybe explain the reasons why, let them know that this is going to be, let them know that you're going to continue your offerings until this date, say 2 weeks from that point. And then once that 2 weeks is up, you have then parted ways. It's about having that communication with them that you don't necessarily need with things like servitors and the like. Ooh, happy birthday. Always exciting. And thank you for being here on your birthday. That's incredible. I hope you've had an incredible day so far. I don't know where you are in the world, but I hope you have an amazing day, and I hope that you've already had a really good, however long you've been awake for today. Right, let's have a look. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. Here's to long streams, not giving a fuck if we're offending people, and rum, of course. Oh, but I always give too much of a fuck. Always. Perpetually. I'm consistently overthinking everything that I've ever said ever. I still remember conversations I've had when I was like 12. I'm just one of those people. Right. What's the difference between using cinnamon sticks as cleansing and other cleansing tools, incense, sound, etc.? Not really much. The point is to irritate that space. And because cinnamon is a very, very strong irritant, it will irritate that space. I will warn you though, cinnamon will also irritate your lungs as well as the lungs of pets, children, and everything like that. I personally really don't like the use of cinnamon as cleansing because of that reason, but it works just like the others as a way of shaking up the energy and irritating the energy of that space. Have I not done a video on tag locks? I feel like I've done a video. Have I not done a video on tag? If I haven't, I should have. Yes, I've done a video on tag locks. It was September 2021. Wow. That's a long time ago. But yeah, I've done a video on tag locks. I might need to like renew that video on tag locks, I think. Because it's been a long time. I always forget how long it's been. Right, let's have a look. See, I am here somewhere. Do you use demon magic? There is a creator who uses demon magic and claims to be 50 but looks young. I mean, 50 isn't old, and like plenty of people look really young when they're 50. I personally don't directly work with demons like I do with the fair folk and with spirits and ancestors and the like. I'm not opposed to it though, I just haven't really encountered a demon that I want to be working with. Most of the demons that I've had engagement with have been less than friendly, but that doesn't speak for the majority of them. It's just that the ones I've encountered, the two primary ones that I've encountered have been less than savoury characters. But that's more of a who I've encountered kind of a situation. Maybe one day, if I encounter one that I am particularly interested in working with, then I will pursue it. I've got nothing against it. And it's not, I think a lot of people have very strong negative associations with demons, when really they're just a classification of spirit. I mean, it's like, I know I always use the analogy of fish, but it's one of those where they have similar enough traits to all be classified together, but that doesn't mean that they're all, you know, what the Christian faith considers demons to be. A lot of them can be really sweet and really nice. It just depends on the individuals, and I think if I can find one that I want to work with, then I probably will. Ooh, now this is an interesting one. Well, I mean, they're all interesting, but you know, if you've made a connection or relationship with a house you live in, when you move, is it okay to request the house spirit to follow you or release it? Ooh, see, the phrase that I'm going to use, it sounds worse than it really is. I'm not like insinuating that you're like a horrible person or anything. I want to emphasize that. But the phrase, if anyone, okay, this is a real tangent. If anyone has been watching Tiki's story on Instagram, Tiki, the rescue dog that's being like in a foster care right now. Anyway, she said something really poignant that I think really applies in this situation. She says that you can love something without having to own it. And I thought that was really, really beautiful, because especially when it comes to house spirits, it's really easy to want to keep that relationship forever, and to want to hold on to that, and to constantly have that. But when it comes to the house spirit, usually the house spirit has lived there for a really, really long time. So I'd say you can definitely request that they come with, like definitely, but there's also something to be said in that of sometimes things aren't meant to go with us to different places. And there are some people, sadly, who would force a spirit to go with them. So I do think it is important to be like, you can love something without having to own it. I think it's a really beautiful phrase to use actually for this kind of a context. Do people enchant electronics like smartwatches? They can do. Yeah, you can charge anything with your energy for a specific purpose. So if you have a smartwatch, you can use it as a central point in a protection spell, and have it so that every time you charge the smartwatch, you're recharging the energy of that spell, you know, that kind of thing. It's just not as commonly spoken about, I think, because it's a less popular style of practice. It's a little bit more tech focused, and a lot of practitioners tend to kind of steer away a little bit. People tell me that I don't wear enough protection on my body. Is that important? I ground and shield regularly. Well, grounding's not really going to protect you at all anyway. Shielding is fine, like it's great. It's just something that you have to regularly maintain. I think the main thing that maybe people are saying it for is that if you wear more protection, you don't have to actively do as much. Because if you're distracted by something, or if something disrupts your energy, that shield is dropped and then you don't have anything else in place. Whereas if you have like a protection piece of jewelry on, then you are able to have backup so that you don't have to worry about maintaining that shield all of the time. It adds a little bit of extra leeway there. Righty-ho, I think I might have gone through all of the questions. Oh, here we go. I'm writing a book on satanic magic and history from an atheist, accepting of a theistic standpoint, if that makes sense. I would like to learn also from you as well as perhaps for my book. I am not a follower of Satanism, and nor do I practice satanic magic. So I'm not sure I'm going to be the best person for this one. It's just not the path that I follow. I'm sure there are many other people out there who do follow that, but not me, I'm afraid. Interesting topic though, like really interesting. Let's have a look, see, make sure. I don't want to miss too many, but if anyone has any kind of final remaining questions, do let me know. Oh my goodness, nearly a 6-hour live stream. This is impressive. I've not done a 6-hour live stream in a very long time. Let's have a look, see. And oh goodness, it is nearly 1 a.m. I should probably go to sleep. Oh yeah, they will smoke. Sorry, I didn't tell you. How do you use those charcoal discs for burning incense and such? Mine smoke too much inside. They will. Loose incense smokes a lot. The charcoal discs smoke a lot. I just light them, wait for them to pop and spark, put them in a burner. They'll smoke for about 5 minutes, and then slowly the surface will go grey. And once it goes grey, you put the incense on it and it will smoke even more. Loose incense is better in well ventilated spaces or outside, especially if you're going to use charcoal discs, because charcoal burning carbon monoxide, is it carbon monoxide that comes off them? My brain has gone to mush, it's 1 a.m. But best in a very well ventilated space or outside, and that way you don't have to deal with it, which is why loose incense is a lot more popular among covens and groups that have kind of big rituals. The alternative is you put the loose incense into a used tea light holder. You don't have to do this. It's just easier because loose incense is usually made of lots of resin, and I have spent far too much time chipping resin off an oil warmer. You put it in a used burnt out tea light container, you know, the little aluminium ones, and then you put that on top of a wax melt burner with a tea light underneath and incense in the tea light holder, and it heats it up and it melts the resin and it gives you the fragrance of the incense without all of the smoke. That's mostly the technique that I use inside, because I don't like having to monitor my fire alarms, because I have a very big stick and I have very tall ceilings, and I literally just have to jab at the ceiling and hope for the best, and I usually miss because my hand-eye coordination is shocking. Do you actually sleep, or do you just read all night? I promise I do actually sleep. Yeah. Totally. How did it get... Whoa. Wow. I just forgot how to speak. When can I start spell work? When you feel comfortable dealing with the negative side effects of spell work. Now that sounds really scary, but I don't mean it to be like super scary. What I mean is like, it's all... Okay. Spell work is very much about putting the knowledge together into a complete spell or ritual. But sometimes that doesn't necessarily go to plan. So the way I can often tell whether someone is ready to do spell work or not is if they are aware of how to deal with situations when they might not go quite to plan. So what will happen if you suddenly don't have enough energy during that working? How do you raise your energy again to be able to direct it into that working? Can you direct it into that working efficiently? What happens if something does go wrong and you need to cleanse energy out of that space? You know, how would you go about doing that? Those kind of things. Dealing with the maybe not so fun sides of it. Generally speaking, before spellwork and ritual, you really need to be well versed in some kind of mind calming or meditation. You don't need to be perfect at it, but you need to kind of have like a grasp of it because it's going to be useful. Energy sensing, energy manipulation, centering, grounding, and some form of visualization. If you can't visualize, write stuff down, that kind of thing. I have an entire playlist on the channel that's called like Beginner 101, I think, that goes over like every topic in turn. And it just kind of gives you an idea of the foundational things that go into different spells and rituals, because they are like a layering up of different practices. And when you can get that and that foundation built really strongly, everything that you build on top of it is going to be so much easier. I typically don't recommend any beginner begin spells and rituals until they kind of have a grasp of those topics. Do you have a video on creating a servitor? No, but that is because there is written information somewhere that I'm saving. So in the future, probably, but at the minute, no. Do you work with angels? No, not for me personally. Do you consider sleep paralysis and lucid dreams with dark entities a psychic attack? No. Sleep paralysis isn't actually a real spirit. It is a figment of your brain and body being partially awake and partially asleep. And so it's a lot of people when they say like, oh, I'm being haunted by a demon, and you ask them like, well, how are you experiencing it? They'll commonly say like, oh, well, it paralyzes me and I can't move and it's just there. And I'm like, well, it's not a demon. You're having sleep paralysis. And then usually the follow-up question to that is, do you often sleep on your back? And the answer is usually, yes, I often sleep on my back, because the majority of people who experience sleep paralysis sleep on their back. It's the weirdest thing. I used to be in a relationship with someone who had really bad sleep paralysis. Really bad sleep paralysis. And it's terrifying. And it's completely understandable why in that moment and even afterwards, you would think 100% that it is a real demon. But it's just sleep paralysis. It's just this weird in-between. What was the other bit of that? Lucid dreaming. I'm here somewhere. Lucid dreams with dark entities. Now that's a different matter. The lucid dreaming, it's about repetition. Are you seeing the same figure in all of your dreams? If you are, that's a problem. If you aren't, it's just a nightmare. So I think it's repetition is key. If you have something really negatively impacting your sleep on a regular basis, that's when things need to be looked at. Is it something that is in your personal life? Is it stress that you are dealing with at work? Is it relationship stress? Is it a move? Is it something that's happened in your life? Or is it something else? And that's when we can start looking into like divination and the like to figure it out. Right. I was wondering about the battery of ritual you spoke about. Which battery of ritual? Was this like in today's stream? I'm confused. It's late, I'm always confused. How do you get more accurate pendulum answers? Usually by working with a pendulum board or some kind of talking board. They're basically the same thing. It's just instead of using a planchette, you're using a pendulum. It allows you to get numbers, it allows you to get letters, words, and the like way more easily than you would otherwise. Whew. And breathe. I need to have a drink. Oh my goodness. So, thank you very much to everyone who has been here. Thank you so much for everyone who's been here this entire time. That is absolutely bonkers to me that people have been here this entire time. Thank you so much to the mods. I do believe that Phil went to bed because he is sane and he has to work in the morning. Thank you so much to Ears. Thank you so much to Phil for sticking around and supporting and just joining in and having fun. And thank you so much for sending messages and chatting and the like that's always so much fun. And this is my socialization for basically the entire month, because this is more socialization than I will do at any other point in time. I have to be awake in like 6 hours. If you have, this stream will be up afterwards, by the way, so if you haven't managed to check out the entire stream, you can check it out afterwards. My next stream will be, for those of you who are wondering, they are usually the 3rd Wednesday of the month, so the next one will probably be, let's just double check, the 18th of June should be when the next stream is. Fingers crossed if everything goes to plan, so do keep an eye out for that. And I've got no idea what video is coming out next week because I've not filmed it yet because I've been ill. So thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everyone who likes and comments. Like, if you could like this stream, that would massively help support me, because it does help them to get promoted to other people, and that's really important. So thank you so much for that. And comment some hearts in the comment section when it goes live or something, and I'll try to heart them all back. That would be really cute. So thank you so much. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day. I hope you've had an enjoyable evening. I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's questions. I tried to answer as many of them as I could, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, right, bye guys, bye. Okay, and outro. Boof.